Hello everyone, welcome back to another stream. We are going in for day 2 of drops. I actually enjoyed Misery a fair amount more than I thought I would yesterday. And so I'm going to be playing a little bit more of Misery today. And we may pivot around a little bit as we get further in the stream, but I want to start the stream at the very least with a little bit of Moonstone. It seems like really the best way to, so far, that we've seen, like the best, most consistent, highest consistent impact combo with her so far has been kind of with like the Victoria hand stuff. I know the one I was using yesterday ran speed as well for kind of that backup, kind of high impact play. But using Moonstone along with Victoria hand seems to go kind of hand in hand. Which does help out the reach of Victoria Hand, which I think was needed. I think she was a fun card, but she wasn't overly strong or overly broken. And so we have our premium mystery variant here. I'm gonna wait for a bit before picking that one up. Ooh, there's a never mind. It just leads to the blog post. I'm gonna wait just a little bit before picking up the premium mystery variant, as people start kind of filtering in and getting here. Hopefully you guys had a fantastic night. I'm glad to be back for day 2. Hopefully we have another great stream today. I was going to do overnight, and then Binks, I noticed Binks was on doing his thing and doing overnight, and so I didn't want to create the competing streams with that, and so I figured I'd let him do his thing, and then I would jump on. I would just sleep at night. I was also pretty tired by the time my daughter went to sleep. So we'll wait just a few minutes as people filter in. We'll run the first set of ads here in just a second so that we disable pre-rolls for all, and then we'll finally jump into a couple of games. All right, while we're waiting for people to filter in, let's go ahead and run the first set of ads. And then I'll kind of run through the Misery Moonstone Riga deck that we're going to be running. But let's go ahead and run the ads and we'll be right back, you guys. Off this one, and I'll shift around over here. And so once the ads finish up, I'll run through real quickly the deck. It's very similar to yesterday's. It's just a few kind of small tweaks or augmentations. This one doesn't run Rogue where the yesterday's did. We run Luke Cage because there's a lot of affliction and just negative effects that are kind of floating around, and a few other things. We're still in ad land, so I'll wait a minute before running through it. All right, just another couple of seconds and we should be back. All right. And so the deck that we're running, it's going to focus on the card creations with like Hood, Mirage, Kate Bishop, Iron Patriot, and then being able to re-trigger those with Misery can give us a lot of additional reach. And then Nico can also potentially create an additional card if it has the card copy. Being able to do Nico into Victoria Hand is a huge boon in the right direction, we can re-trigger all of these kind of lower impact cards to make more room for our higher impact hand-generated things later on. Is going to be the main idea of this Misery Moon deck. And so let's go ahead and queue up with it. I'm going to shift the view back around. There we go. Let's go ahead and jump in. Hopefully you guys are having a good morning so far. I know that it's a lot earlier than I normally start a stream, about, I'd say at minimum like 3 hours. Maybe it's more like 2 to 3 hours earlier than what I normally jump on. Oh, first up we have Binks, which I know that Binks was running. Binks he was doing a Minecraft. I don't know. He had Marvel Snap pulled up and wasn't playing it, but was walking through a Minecraft video. Interesting. And so he must have just started back. We have Black Knight. Let's go. We could go Victoria Hand and then go Frigga. Could also go Iron Patriot. Yeah, it's the first match of the day too. I kind of want to go Iron Patriot, Frigga, Misery, maybe. We'll see. Oh, is Binks running Cerebro too? This madman is on like 17 hours right now. I know that he is absolutely spent. We could go Frigga. We could go Mirage. Try Frigga. Ooh, big Moon Knight. It's his he's running an Agatha deck. With M'Baku is interesting. Alright, so we lose our Victoria Hand. And we lose our Mirage. Unfortunate. We do get the backup copy of the Iron Patriot, which is nice. We could now do what? Do we want the second Iron Patriot? I think so. I think we go Iron Patriot. Maybe it's like Nico, Iron Patriot. Next turn, we can hit this mid lane with a Misery. Probably won't win it, but it'll be nice. I'm about to go to bed, but leaving Twitch open. Good day / night. Thank you so much, Film Colossus. Hopefully you have a good night, and we'll probably be on whenever you do get back. Ooh, big Ghost Rider. Oh, so we're gonna have a hard time winning the raft the second time around, because we could go Misery. Is it worth it? We could also just go something like maybe Hood Misery. You know, I don't think we're gonna beat the 17-hour. The double demon is nice. I don't really care to generate more cards because they're going to be full price. What's this? Big Gladiator. Ooh, hitting Anti-Venom. Could be big for us. Hydra Bob's Stature. Well, Kate Bishop. I would rather would have read Guardian or Moonstone. Either one, honestly, would have been better off. Dr. Doom. Sends 10 more here. And then we're going to need to fight pretty heavily for this lane, I imagine. And then Sargini, morning, good morning. Hopefully you're having a good morning. Lucky to catch the early stream. And we just launched too. We've only been live for a few minutes. This is our first match. We're going against the 17-hour Binks, and I think we're going to lose, if I'm being entirely honest. We could try to maybe snap the Hydro Bop away. Ah, oh, rest in peace. Rest in pieces. The Black Knight into the Agatha discard is always big. Like that deck has a very limited output, but it's very consistent at what it does. And so it's a solid deck. You just have to kind of play it patiently. Lost the first match to 17-hour M'Baku Binks. Unfortunate. Madman himself. Next up we have King Rock. We get Kamartage again, interestingly enough. We have Kate Bishop we can use over there. And it's an Arisham deck, which I think gives us an advantage. And then posture check. I appreciate you. I always end up sitting super hunched over. Let's go Kate Bishop to the right. We don't want extra. We don't want extra. We don't really need it. We'll see. And then the 4 AM dude. Good start going into today, though. Yeah. It was a good start. A good start going into the day. All right, Acid Arrow is pretty big. Basic Arrow is also pretty nice. I think maybe we go like Luke Cage. Maybe we go Luke Cage mid. I think we'll eventually go Basic Arrow to the left, because that double trigger of that +3 is really, really nice.
Opponent snapped.
So we could go something like Red Guardian Hood for the demons. And then we can go Misery onto this one to re-trigger Red Guardian 2 more times, get 2 more demons. But then we wouldn't be drawing, which I think is probably a problem. Instead, we could just go like Anti-Venom. See what we pull. Legion Central Park incoming? Ooh, maybe.
Wind, aid my hand.
Or a Storm War Machine or Storm Legion. Storm Legion could be the play they're going for too. So I'd like to do this. Just in case they don't lock this one down. Do we really need that many triggers of it, though? We could always go with this. Then we'll throw Hand in the left. Big Central Park. Yeah, Legion Central Park, you called it. We just didn't get enough in the left. And we don't have anything that goes up there. Man, bad start to the day. First Binks, now King Rock. Got you a couple times this week from Arsham. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's one of the frustrating things about Arsham is just Legion ahead of Curve opens up so many possibility playlines. It is what it is. We only lost 2. We'll turn it around. We got plenty of time. This one's Dara, right? Nico into the destroy, so Mirage would be kind of nice. Then we get our extra card draw. So far, I haven't been having as much luck with this version, but we've only played 2 games. The other one I think I held 60% over like 30 plus games, which was nice. Instead of Mirage, we can go Kate Bishop. Get the 2 arrows. Since we have the Victoria hand we could lean into. That'll be 3, 4, 5. Nico would draw to 6, 7. Maybe we just go Mirage. This is Dara, just came from a stream. Perfect. So he's running wait. Yeah, he's running a Cerebro deck. Must be Cerebro 6. Cerebro 6 into the Onslaught Citadel would be wild. But he also can't compete for Xandar, which is nice for us.
Opponent snapped.
We can always go Victoria hand, Frigga. Blood Iron Patriot. We can have up to like a gazillion Victoria hands, which would be nice. But also with Cerebro, possibly Mystique, Moonstone, all in Onslaught Citadel, it's wild too. If I still had Rogue, that'd be nice. Oh well. Don't really care for the Iron Patriot or for the Destroyer here. Wow, big Mystique.
I am Iron Man.
So Moonstone in that mid lane is abysmal. Ooh, Red Guardian could be huge for us. We never want to play the Destroyer, right? Yeah, probably not. Three, 4, 5, 6. We wouldn't draw with that. Go for this for now. And then Waterboy.
Got him.
LP left. LP. And then Waterboy. I'm doing well this morning. Big Star-Lord. Should have seen the Star-Lord coming. Knowing that they can't play for left, I think Mystique helps us out. Or I think Red Guardian being able to hit that Mystique is huge. But I also want to save it for like the very last play. I almost think we give up on the right lane. 3, 4. And be possibly 5, 6 with Kate Bishop. Yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 5. Yeah. I think we're just gonna go with this. It's a relatively weak play, but knowing that our left lane is like we win the left lane, and knowing that our competition lane is gonna be mid. Wow, that is the highest power acid arrow I have ever seen. Let's see. Red Guardian. We go Demon mid. Grapple arrow, acid arrow. Doesn't Red Guardian right win that lane? Not if he drops his Cerebro. We know that he has a Cerebro in play. And so he could go Cerebro Moonstone. Or yeah, Cerebro Moonstone mid would be massive. Because that would be what? 1, 2, 4 triggers. So it'd be 10, 20 power in the right lane just off of the Star-Lord and Malekith. And then we don't know what this card is. Probably not a 6 power, but it could be Maximus. Like, there's a chance that I think Red Guardian right could win. But I think this may disrupt them, because otherwise they're going to have, what, Cerebro plus Moonstone? And so it's going to be 1 6 power card impacted in mid. I think that's much more able to be overcome. Big 14 power, yeah. And then the Maximus was the one that was hidden by Malekith. So Cerebro 6 has some surprising reach, but I did run it a bit yesterday, and so there's not a whole lot of variation that you can do with it. And so we were able. Red Guardian is saving the day. We'll take the 4. Whew. Take the 4. Let's go ahead and jump into the next one. This demon is nasty. 16 power demon. It is crazy. Had we been able to play Moonstone at some point, it would have been absolutely wild. But we will take the 4. Let's jump into the next. He's been getting kicked nonstop this morning. Poor Dara. I mean, so I think Cerebro 6 is a super fun deck. But I think if the person that you're going against knows it, it's a lot harder to kind of make that surprise, because it's very limited in what variations it can have, so you can kind of know the relative output. But I did enjoy it. I went just slightly over positive, I believe, when I was running it. And I'm not a great Cerebro person, so I figured like Dexter or Dara would probably have a heyday with it. There's no world where any Cerebro deck isn't at least part cope. I mean, Cerebro 2 for a while was really consistent. Cerebro 3, I think, is the only one because it has enough pieces that it's not entirely cope. Everything else has, like, it has a very limited ceiling. And so decks that can rise over that, Cerebro 3 being the exception, because we have things like Valkyrie to set their higher power stuff back down so that we can still win those matches. Go Victoria hand. We'll go Frigga on 3, get a second hand, which I think will be nice. We may eventually look to merge this lane with a symbiote. Ooh, they get a copy of our demon, which is huge for them. Big for them. Misery will be great against the hood. Or into the hood. Let's go Frigga left. And then we'll see. That's gonna be a big old demon. It's gonna be a massive demon for sure. Oof. They're 10 and 7, and that's without any kind of buffers. With the Wakanda Embassy, the Mirage. Goodness. think I'm going to play Anti-Venom left. Next turn, we might look to do, like, Demon plus Misery. I feel like it's becoming more viable to just run Killmonger as a tech card. I mean, it is a little bit... Ooh, Moonstone is huge as the free card. It can be a bit hit and miss, but I think in general, yeah. Killmonger value. When Killmonger is good, he is fantastic. But I think it's very situational. But Hydra Bob, recently we've been seeing a lot of like Maria Hill, a lot of demons with like the Victoria hand stuff. Misery on Frigga also gives you another... Ooh, yeah. Another hand card? True. Yeah, a lot of Bobs running around, for sure. Let's go ahead and play the demon left so that we merge that into a symbiote. I almost want to snap to move their Bob. But we won't. Follow-up demon is huge, plus Moonstone being on top of it. Massive. Whoa! Nasty. It's super rude and super nasty. My goodness. What energy cost is a symbiote? 4. 4 energy cost. And Luke Cage doesn't offset the Shadow King anymore, so Victoria Hand, Moonstone. Might not win this right lane. We just have the demon that we generated plus the symbiote. Oof. I don't think we win this one. It's only 1 extra cube. Yeah, that Shadow King play was big. Especially considering it like went before theirs merged. It was really, really big. Oh, so close mid. But we were able to hold it down because we had
Victory.
2 extra. We had 2 extra Victoria hands. And so our duplicate one ended up saving that right lane, allowing our single demon to be a massive 14 power. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then Silent City, thank you so much for resubbing for 3 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a good morning so far. Killmonger beating down the door? Absolutely, just tearing down the door. Killmonger would be eating so good against this deck. A lot of move, not a lot of great bounties for us. Vanilla Catch, thank you so much for the 5 community gifted subs. Absolutely massive. Very much appreciate the support. If you grabbed one of the gifted subs, make sure to give them a thank you in the chat. It is a huge support. I appreciate you, Vanilla.
Epic.
The last one we can drop, but I feel like the bounties this week have been bad for me so far. And Vanilla starting our day off incredibly well, incredibly positive. Do you think they're gonna nerf Victoria Hand? I don't think so. Like Victoria Hand, I think as far as last week, she wasn't like honestly, I don't think she was super relevant. But moving on into this week with Moonstone, I think they found like a nice kind of synergy or pair. But I don't think she's like crazy strong. And then Boosty, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good morning so far. I always enjoy seeing the extra Emily emote. I always know it's you when you pop in with that one. We could do Victoria into Frigga. Kind of nice. Kate Bishop to get the arrows is also kind of nice. I think getting the extra Victoria is probably priority. Silent City, you said you regret not picking up the Anti-Venom Spotlight. So the good news is there's going to be the gold bundle for Anti-Venom. And if it pops up as is right now, it's fantastic value. Like one of the better gold bundle values I've seen in a very long time. So Atilin is unfortunate. Like we could go Frigga, but then that's just going to shuffle it in. I think we're going to go Luke Cage and try our best. Iron Patriot will probably be the card to receive some tuning. Yeah, it would probably be after after it's out of the season pass that it gets tuned. And I think Iron Patriot is just in general very, very flexible. And typically when you see a card that is that flexible, you end up it ends up being a bit of an issue. The only thing I think holding Iron Patriot back from being just like broken is the inconsistency with what you get in return for it. Yeah, there is I think it's a Nimrod and an Anti-Venom. If they don't get changed, like right now they've just been data mined. If they don't get changed, right now they're both phenomenal. Oof. That clutter in a T-Lin is tough. I honestly think we just retreat here. Like there's not a lot we can do. Either way, they're gonna be able to fill this left lane. Yeah, I'm just gonna out of it.
Escaped.
I'm seeing so many people calling for Hydro Bob nerfs this Thursday. Oh, not patch. Sorry. I'm going to change the title. It's not patch. It's over there. I updated it. I never said patch. What are you talking about? But there is an over there change tomorrow. And it's been a month since we've seen changes, so I'm curious to see how much tuning we see. I would like some cards that are underplayed to see some love. I'm always a big enjoyer when like something that is underplayed, vastly underplayed gets changed. So like Moon Knight or Wolverine, things that make a like unplayable card incredibly relevant, but not broken necessarily. Hopefully there's a few changes like that since we've had such a big gap. What do you think will happen? I don't know. Based on the last few, not a lot. I feel like the last few have been very, very safe. And so hopefully we see a little bit more movement than we have in the past few. We got good guy Binks again. Come to take our lunch money. And then Sergeant A said, I'm seeing so many people call for the Hydro Bob nerfs. I think there's a good chance. I know that Glenn, at least in passing, mentioned that he's at least on the potential chopping blocks. I'm loving Moonstone. I'm enjoying Moonstone a lot more than I thought I would. I don't feel like there's one meta deck taking over everything. I feel like Wiccan is definitely overtuned. Like, as long as you have good value card. Oh, what? What unfortunate luck. I feel like Wiccan doesn't need 7 power. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. With his effect being so strong, like his body doesn't need to be that big. Want them to change White Queen to aerostats. Still at 4 or 5? If it's at 5 cost and you use White Queen, would it be as... I don't know. I don't know. Getting the highest impact card doesn't feel great most of the time. Or like the highest cost card. Definitely doesn't feel great most of the time. We can snap the Hydra Bob out of the vault. Nice. We know that they're going to play Agatha. It's a 50-50. If we win this, I guess it's a little bit better than 50-50.
Victory.
Because we know that they haven't discarded Agatha. They have it in hand. And so if it goes here, we win regardless. If Agatha plays herself in White Palace and Hydra Bob hopped over there, we would lose. Otherwise, we had to win. I think Move Bounce deserves a nerf. Really hard to compete when they draw well. Yeah, I think Madam Web pushed it way over the edge. It's harder to run, so you don't see it as often. It's harder to run. It's honestly, for me, more tiring to run, like making those calculations consistently. And so I don't ever run it for very long. It's easy to make mistakes, but when it's navigated well, it is a error. And so I could see. It's 25% chance to lose, isn't it? I think so. Because each one was a 50-50 of happening. So I think it's a 25% chance, but whenever it comes to multiple odds, I usually just go off of as Binks would say, I go off of vibe math. Off of the feel of the numbers. Big Iron Patriot in expansion. We could possibly compete with like a Demon Mirage. Might not be terrible. We do have to look out for Mindscape, so generating too many things is a problem. Big Rocket and Groot. They do win it by 2. A White Widow, that's fine. Hey, Parker.
Opponent snapped.
Our Mirage generated Mirage. If we do Luke Cage, does it it doesn't take away the Rocket and Groot's power, does it? We're kind of worried about any card generation because of Mindscape. We're going to find info on the Datamined Venom bundle. Snap.fan always has all of that listed. That's where I typically go. Oof. Wong? Oh, Wong was created by the Iron Patriot. Okay, that makes more sense. Not a good set of cards. We're giving them Red Guardian, Frigga, and Anti-Venom. And Mirage. That's right. We got our Victoria hand. That was a 50-50 flip on them. I think they're running the same deck we are. They just ran it better. Not exactly. Maybe instead of Red Guardian, they have Rocket and Groot. Don't think we win this one. Our only chance is being able to pull home mid. We're moving 5 out. We're going to lose the 3. I don't know that that's worth it. Versus just Frigga Luke Cage. They can move their rocket out of this lane. Potentially go higher in Atlantis. Yeah, big stack in Atlantis. And then with the Victorian, it's a good win. I should have retreated. We're playing super loose today and we shouldn't be. And then Magic Man said, hey, TLSG, are you this white queen suggestion for a change? How about same cost / power with +1 cost to play your opponent's +1 or -1 cost? Play your opponent's card, or for the opponent to play their card. So it kind of has like that Iceman effect plus your copying card. I don't know. I know that typically cheaper cards are a lot more flexible to kind of like flourish in 2 different plays. And so we really... it's kind of a struggle to pick their highest cost card and then be able to play it as well as what they can. What are thoughts behind Moonstone? The biggest payoff is the, let's say we go Victoria hand, Frigga, Moonstone. You can get up to 4 Victoria hands or more if you happen to get Nico into the Victoria, into Frigga. But there's a couple of ways that we can duplicate Victoria is the biggest idea behind the deck. Should I keep Eliath pinned or should I wait for Red Guardian? Milk Enjoyer. Do you have Wiccan? If you have Wiccan, I think Eliath probably gains a little bit more presence. Just because you're going to have more than 6 energy for more turns, so you have more opportunity to use it. Nexus is interesting. I think we go Victoria hand Demon. With the Kate Bishop, we have to worry about a potential Acid Arrow. If so, we can always maybe clear it with Misery over here if we drew her. Oh, big Rocket Groot. We're going to need to find Luke Cage to be able to deal with it. Enchantress going to have a field day in the Moonstone location. Honestly, I haven't seen... Enchantress, I couldn't tell you how long it's been since I've seen Enchantress. So we'll be able to snap the Hydra Bob out of the Nexus on turn 6, which is super nice for us. I think we're in a winning position. I'm just not going to snap it yet. Running Electra? Running Electra in this economy is crazy. Yeah, on the deck I was running yesterday, I didn't have Mystique, but I had like a second backup, so I had speed to be able to use alongside the Victoria hand. Free cost. I think it's Kate Bishop, Mirage, Moonstone, double arrow in the right lane, along with the snap. I played against an Enchantress that was in their starting deck, and not generated by something only once this season. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often. Ah, the acid arrow. Never when we want it. We do get the basic arrow off of our Mirage, which is also nice. So Moonstone, basic arrow, snap the Bob away. Pretty big. Rare acid arrow disappointment. I know. Most of the time acid arrow is a huge win. This time, not so much. Oh no! We got jebaited. What a deck. Can't even be mad at him. We got absolutely played. I'm kidding. So I think I'm gonna scrap this deck. We're getting absolutely destroyed. Let's see. With that one, we are now 3 and 5 for negative 10 cubes. This is the one I was running yesterday that I was having a lot of luck with. And it may have shifted some. But the one with Misery has a 70. So I got that one off of Untapped. The Hood Misery one had a 70 game sample size in Top Infinite, 65.7% win rate, and I had a 37.5% win rate with it. I also ran into a lot of like quirky decks, so maybe there's something with that. Think Bob gonna get hit? I think so. Bob is just super flexible. It's like he's in every deck. It feels like he is in almost every single deck that's out there. Wait to change the location you have to win at? Yeah. I think that last game was definitely the perfect storm. Bob is fine and doesn't need a nerf. He's super flexible. Whenever a card is like that splashable, it's typically a little bit of an issue. So I do think he could probably use a little bit of tuning. That Bob is what Jeff was at the 2 cost. Yeah, there's no like major downsides to him. I think it might be tough to win this one. We do have Green Goblin, which will be nice. Their board space is super important with Doom 2099. So Green Goblin could help us out a fair amount. Did they ever lock themselves here? Turn 5 morph. We could, but with their deck, they have 6 cards, and honestly, there's a very wide range of like what that output could be. I'm not convinced that it would be good. No! We got Emperor Hulkling countered? Super rough. Well, so Victoria Hand Moonstone is going to make the Goblin positive, which is very nice. Can this win, though? So Victoria Hand ends up being, what? So it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 power. It's big in the left. We get a little bit more in the right. And Hawk in mid is going to go 5, 7, 11. I think we can win mid. Likely to have big cards. But a lot of the, I don't know, a lot of the Doom 2099 is a lot of like flex and tech. So I would have more expected like 4 cost cards and kind of mid-range, looking to cheat out the Doom 2099 rather than like all of the big stuff. Second Emperor Hulkling is massive. We should be able to hold it down. We could have held down the right lane too if we snapped. The biggest green goblin ever. Yeah, the green goblin being a 5 power is went from -3 to +5. It's huge. And so that's the biggest like payoff with the deck, is being able to stack like the quadruple Victoria Hand. When you can do that, even if you have like 1 or 2 generated cards, those cards go crazy.
Legendary.
These had disappeared for a while. I really like these because they're super flexible. You can grab them and you're going to complete them as you play. You don't have to like play something that you wouldn't normally play to make progress on them. But they had disappeared. I'm glad that they're back. Moonstone seems okay right now, but when they start dropping more low cost ongoing. Yeah, I think there's a chance, like, Moonstone it's like a mini Onslaught. The possibility for combos, I think, is going to make it very challenging for them to release ongoing cards in the future that are 3 or less cost. Because, like, her ability to, like, exponentially bring those cards up is crazy. We could do Iron Patriot here. Oh, wait, I switched, and that's when we won. That's when I switched to the one we were rocking yesterday. Let's go Iron Patriot into... no. I'm going to do Iron Patriot to the right. We have Juggernaut to follow it up, so as long as they don't play here this turn, then we win the Iron Patriot competition. Tina is fine. Taco Truck also fine. Then we get a Thanos from Iron Patriot, which love to see. I'm gonna save the Chimichanga for now. Doom 2099 again. Turns out we did not need to push it away. What if we did what? Snow Guard. Thanos Chimichanga. Next turn we do like Frigga plus maybe a 2 cost if we draw it, or 1 cost. We get the backup Thanos for super cheap. Interesting. So all of their Doom bots are going to be big. They're going to be massive because of Panopticon. But we also get a decent amount of benefit from the multi-lane Panopticon as well. My biggest wish for tomorrow's over the air. I've heard that a lot. Is that the animations are far too slow. So Frigga, and we'll go Maria Hill. We're not going to draw on the last turn. What we have is what we have. Get a 2 cost from Maria. The rude Lady Deathstrike. Toxin also not something that we want to use here. Is 5 enough to win in left? I feel like they probably play for mid. Maybe they do a Dr. Doom. If they do a Dr. Doom, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we lose. I don't think we win this one. Even with the big Thanos, big speed. I'm going to let it play out. But I think as long as they have a Dr. Doom to spread across, I don't think we can compete with how much it increases. Wait, Ronin? Still lose. But we could have won had we played Wiccan left. Unfortunate. We didn't lose the way I thought we would. We still lost in the end. Yeah, whenever... it doesn't always bother me, but whenever something changes where they all get impacted, and it goes 1 by 1 across the board, it gets a little tedious at times, for sure. Up is G-Throg. First location is the Nexus. We have to look out for getting absolutely bamboozled by a Quake again. Man, we got swindled for 8 cubes off of that Quake too. Quake absolutely loves to see the Nexus come around. Alright, we get Victoria Hand. We can then follow it up with Frigga, so we get the backup. Make for a really impressive, like Snowguard Bear, Hawk, any of those generated cards. Calling Wing, it's either a full-on discard, or they could be toying around with a like Victoria Hand Moonstone Swarm style. I've seen a couple of those floating around. I think it was Regis that posted it, but I have seen a few of those float around. Always within the realm of possibility. Nobody had Ronin on their bingo list card yet. Definitely not. Oof. We dodged the 50-50. Victoria Hand survives the Gambit onslaught, thankfully. Their Proxima goes to the left, also thankfully. think we go Snowguard Bear, Hydra Bob, and we're looking to find a Moonstone last turn to just go like Victoria Hand plus Moonstone in that left lane to elevate them dramatically. Wiccan is also nice. Definitely lean into the Wiccan. I think that's fine. We could probably go Wiccan left and also be okay too. The left lane is completely locked. They haven't discarded their Apocalypse. I don't think Dracula is going to be crazy big. The Moonstone. So, Victoria, Moonstone. Oh, no, we can't do anything else over here in the left. Rough. So, we're going to take one for the team. We're going to do it a little bit less elevation on the Victoria hands, maybe. Yeah, because it should give us more in the Nexus, which I think is the important piece. Unless... we could always Victoria Hand, Moonstone, Snap, move the Hydra Bob. Gives us that 5 over in the left lane. This gives us 2, 4, 6 extra on the Snowguard Bear. So it's 11 extra total. I think that gives us more. We'll do this one. I'll go ahead and snap the Hydra Bob anyways. Now, Dracula could potentially get big enough with like a MODOK. I know they have the swarms that they're... wait, they had the swarms that they were pushing. They're just looking to buff up the Collector, I guess. We'll see if it outscales. Might. Because Dracula's still going to absorb probably a swarm. Grab the swarm, but we should be okay. Collector up by 2. So close. But we were able to pull it out. Not the ideal location we wanted the Victoria Hand, but Moonstone helping just push it into ridiculous levels. Dark Crystal, hold on. I'll wait until the ads are done, because I know that ads just triggered. Magic Man, it was a close one. It was a very, very tight one. So after the ads run, I'll touch on it. The legendary play X number of energy is gone already.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Scatter Flamed. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. Hopefully you're having a great one. So I would say if you don't have Wiccan, you kind of pivot the deck a little bit into something a little bit more like this. This one is showing really, really good stats on Untapped. I didn't have a lot of success with it. I only played it 8 games, so with a grain of salt. We had one Quake that ruined us. We had Binks with his Agatha that ruined us one game. But this one has about the same kind of flexibility. You're just leaning into like the Hood Misery stuff. But if you don't have... I think this one is like harder to attain unless you've been really active in like the recent releases for like the Anti-Venom Misery stuff. And so otherwise you could replace Wiccan in this one for probably another something that's cheap. But the extra energy really does help kind of increase that reach that your last turn play can be. Would love an over-the-air change for Adam Warlock. Yeah. Anything like, even if it's a complete rework, just like scrap his draw mechanic and do something different, I'd be okay with it, honestly. I feel like we need something where Adam Warlock is, if he's gonna be played, I feel like he needs a complete rework, just from like the ground up. Psylocke is nice. We can always go like Psylocke, speed plus Hydra Bob, get the free raft resource. Yep, the draw mechanic, it's too hard to have it in the game and be strong where it's not broken strong or too strong. Ravona, we could be looking at Cerebro 6 again. If so, Rogue might be very helpful for us. Juggernaut could also be kind of nice to displace their Moonstone.
Oh, snap.
I'm going to get the free raft resource and then snap Bob out of that lane, though. They unfortunately took Kang off the list of cards to potentially be reworked. Oh, did they really? Unfortunate. Wait, Ravona Brood? Oh, this is a... Is it a Patriot Moonstone deck? I think that's what we're dealing with now instead. We're absolutely okay with that. Because I think Rogue will play a really big role for us in that matchup. Let's just go Victoria Hand for now. We're going to play it slow. Ooh, or... I'm gonna play Moonstone for now. Adam Warlock might have synergy with like the stones, the Reality Stone, Mind Stone, Space Stone, maybe some loose synergy with like the Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah. Ironheart. I think we're just going to go Mirage to get a feel of what they have. We have an extra turn, so we don't need to rush it necessarily. Cerebro? I was thinking Cerebro, but with it being Brood, is it Cerebro? It can't be Cerebro 2 because of Moonstone, so it's much more likely Patriot. I do think we pull the trigger on Rogue now. Steal the Moonstone away. Because then we'll have two Moonstones. And we may have a broken interaction here. I don't know how it's going to work, because technically this Moonstone is 3 cost. And so we may have like a huge Moonstone here. I don't know for sure. But I do know that it should be good. I'm going to save the Victoria Hand as a kind of surprise extra reach type of card for the following turns to see if maybe we can convince them to stay. It's going to be one of those like Black Panther. It could be. 'Cause, I mean, maybe to a lesser degree, but Moonstone, elevating Moonstone, I don't know. I don't know if they have something that restricts how like wide that output is going to be. Let's see though. We have this generated card here. This generated card. I think we need the power more in mid. So we're going to do this number. Patriot Cerebro, I think I've seen literally once in the wild. Yeah. Ooh, Patriot Surfer Moonstone. So it didn't impact it as much as I thought it would. Like, we'll win the tiebreaker. But I really thought it was going to be more.
Victory.
How many triggers is that? 3. Yeah, it was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. So 3 triggers. So this, Moonstone copies Victoria, and then Moonstone copies Victoria. And so Moonstone copying the Rogue Moonstone didn't do anything. I would have thought it would be an absolute, like, I would have thought it would have been like at least an extra trigger, but maybe they put like a hard stop on it in like that scenario so it didn't just go busted. Super Scroll hitting Super Scroll. It's good to know. And so stealing the Moonstone wasn't nearly as valuable as, like, I guess it was fine. It gave us 1 extra trigger of Victoria hand. Oh, wrong scene? How long have I been in the wrong scene? Oh my gosh. Thank you for the reminder. And then Shadow, you said work in office today. Have a good stream. Thank you for popping in, Shadow. Hopefully you have a good day. And then Lelouch? I never know how to pronounce it, but you said, hey, TLSG, change your scene and happy stream. Welcome in, Lelouch. Hopefully you're having a great one. All right, so nothing. Yeah, we have. The Wiccan's not going to be playable in this match. Iron Patriot into Juggernaut. Both in mid is kind of nice. Cheap Spectrum really only hits like 3, maybe 4 cards in the deck. And then Zodrex, welcome in. Yeah, the Spectrum is a decent hit for like our speed, Moonstone, Victoria hand, and then potentially the Rogue. Massive Juggernaut. If they both go right, would have been huge. Oh wait, it's fine. They're both gonna go right anyways. Rough stuff for them. Absolutely disgusting Juggernaut. Unfortunate. So they now have a locked-in 7 power in that right lane. I think they can go up to 10 by playing in the left lane for the basic arrow. If we do Frigga, do we get a copy of Hulk? If so, we really don't want it. Let's go Maria Hill speed. I think I'm going to go ahead and snap. Absolutely wild Juggernaut. And then with the discounted Spectrum, the Moonstone, it's going to be really, really tough to overpower us. Should have snapped before the Juggernaut? Yeah. Yeah, we should have snapped before the Juggernaut. Knowing that we were setting up for the guaranteed discount on Spectrum, that they were going to be playing here. We didn't know how well it was going to work out. But yeah, we should have snapped beforehand. I think Negasonic is still my favorite Iron Patriot follow-up. Negasonic is one that's definitely underused or underutilized, but can be pretty good. The only reason I slightly prefer Juggernaut is Juggernaut is still impactful even if you don't have priority. And so even if they play first, you still push their card out. Versus if you don't have priority, Negasonic just becomes a kind of a dud card. King Rock. They beat us earlier, right? Are they the ones that got us for 8 cubes? I think they are. Maybe I'm just having maybe I'm just having bad flashbacks. I think they swindled us for the 8 cubes. Let's see. Mirage, big pull. Keeps the Wiccan Dream alive. It was going to work out either way, but the value on that, more than I've ever seen from him besides turn 6. Yeah. Yeah. Much more than I've seen anywhere other than like a turn 6, because usually turn 6 is where he shines. That one was incredible value. So we can go speed. Or we can go Frigga to copy the Mirage in case they like bounce in a Human Torch or something. I'm not sure if that's necessarily what we want to focus on. We're just going to go speed. And then Not a Ring Rat. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. And then Timothy Bonky. Bonsi? I'm so sorry. Timothy Bonsi? If I mispronounced that, wasn't intentional. Thank you so much for resubbing for 3 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate it. And I'm glad to be here for a morning stream. I was going to do overnight, but I know the madman himself, Binks, was doing a marathon stream. And so I wanted to let him kind of do his thing. I didn't want it to like, be competing streams. And so I got some sleep instead. I was also pretty tired. Bonsi. I'll try my very best to remember it. We can go Victoria Hand. Frigga, Iron Patriot. Big stack in Atlantis. They probably have what? What is the name of the symbiote that pulls them in? I can't remember. Or maybe it's Ghost Spider. No, it's a Frigga. Big Vulture. Adam Webb. No, it's the other like Beast card. Like the exact equivalent of Beast. Toxin, thank you. Toxin is the one. Alright, where do we think they play? We have their Goliath. We have their big Juggernaut. I'm gonna say this. Yeah, definitely Toxin. I haven't played a lot of Toxin. Like he's very much a bounce card. And since I don't really care for bounce in like prolonged sessions, I haven't played a lot of them. Were you not winning mid last turn, or do card moves mess with that? I played Iron Patriot on... I think I played Iron Patriot on 5. So I would have to be winning Atlantis this turn to get the discount. Ah, we chose wrong. You said no over there tomorrow? We're getting roasted today. Did they just make a post on... Did they make a post in the Discord? I don't see anything on the Snap Discord. It should be scheduled for tomorrow. Unless something changed. I can't stand bounce in short sessions. Yeah. Yeah, I usually can run it for like a handful of games, then I either get bored or tired of doing all the calculations and just log off. Next up is Homie VT. Onslaught Citadel, massive for us. Binks coming in with the insane raid. You are a madman, Binks. Hopefully, hopefully you get some well-deserved rest. Your marathon stream was wild. I tuned in. I was actually gonna restream like again last night, but I noticed you were gonna be doing an overnighter, and so I didn't want there to be like those competing streams, and so I just went to bed instead. So hopefully, I went to sleep with your stream on, and this morning as I was like making breakfast and getting ready for the day, I caught a little bit of your Minecraft parkour god lore video breakdown. I caught just the middle of it. It was riveting stuff, Binks. I don't know what prompted it. I don't know why it was there, but all I know is I was immediately hooked. But hopefully your stream went well, and everybody popping in. Hopefully you guys are having a great morning or had a great stream with Binks. Hopefully you enjoy it here as well. Let's give you a shout out, Binks. Parkour Civ 2 was a masterpiece. Yeah, I woke up to that piece of it during his stream, and oh wow, that is not the command. Whew. And then you were actually my first match this morning, and you absolutely roasted me with Agatha. It could be a really big Nico, yeah. A 10 power Nico. Yeah, I think we probably do that. We go ahead and play the Victoria hand. We can do a Moonstone into the Orcus Forge. Next turn, we're going to be doing the Wiccan for sure, though. And then how I said parkour. Welcome in, Raiders. Hopefully you're having a good morning. All right, let's go Wiccan to get our extra energy. We have Moonstone onto the Victoria hand, so any generated cards are going to be absolutely nasty big. And the Sentinels. The Sentinels themselves are going to be huge, too.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Coco Sovich, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Rest in peace, Victoria. It was exciting while we had you. Now our only hope would be able to steal theirs. If they end up going with one, they might with an Agent Venom. They might also just be going with like Iron Man or Mystique. This is also a pretty decent setup for us. The Moonstone into speed becomes really, really big too. I kind of like this setup for now. What are your thoughts on Moonstone? I like Moonstone a lot more than I thought I would. And I think she's a card that gains value, or will gain value as we get new cards released. Because she has an effect like a mini Onslaught, where it just makes some combos, or will be able to make some combos like absolutely ridiculously kind of busted. Like, for example, Victoria Hand. I felt like Victoria Hand was very okay, but just very mediocre. And then with yesterday's release of Moonstone, we now have all of the, like, potentially up to 4, in crazy situations, you can have up to 6 Victoria Hands, and that makes all of your cards absolutely crazy strong. So it, like, pushes it over that edge. And so I feel like she's just okay right now, but I think it's one that will simmer over time and continue to gain value as we continue to like see new cards released. So if there's Thena scales in mid, it's going to go up to 19. We just lose mid. We just lose right as well. I don't think we can win this one. This would be our best bet. I don't think it's great. Them taking out Victoria hurt us a lot. Yeah, we're going to retreat out of this one because I think there's a good chance they have some kind of ongoing that they can flop into Onslaught Citadel, or they just have like the flexible cards because they do have a demon in hand as well. Bob Snap. Yeah, Bob Snap still I don't think is enough to push it where we need to go. Because they have a demon and then probably like an Iron Man or something. So unless we could be fighting for all 3 lanes pretty comfortably, I don't think we could pull that one home. Yeah, 5-3 Iron Man left. Demon right is probably pretty likely. Oh, these are bad. For what we're running right now. Sage, yeah, could have been Sage as well. And then Sleeper, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. And you said you think the last deck you think was the Havoc deck? I do like a good Havoc deck for sure. We have rank number 14, Hunter X. We get Victoria Hand into Frigga, which is always pretty nice. If we can find the Moonstone, it can get absolutely crazy big. Any over there wish lists? So I think right now, I feel like Wiccan is probably a little bit too overtuned. Like he could probably use some kind of adjustment. I feel like Energy Cheat is so strong, and to have a big body on top of that is maybe a touch too much. My biggest hope though is to see some underutilized or underplayed cards be reworked to bring them into relevancy, kind of like they did with Moon Knight, where he was just absolutely nobody was running him, and then now he is a pretty big staple in certain discard decks. I would like to see some other cards kind of get that kind of love, but I do know that it's kind of hard to make that happen. I need to see Move Bounce. Move Bounce is a very strong contender right now, and almost kind of frustrating to play against pretty consistently as well. And then Danish, welcome in. And so I know on the upper end there is a lot of Move Bounce that's running around that can be incredibly frustrating. I haven't ran into it too much, but I do think it's been consistently strong. I think Madam Web makes it just like takes it to kind of crazy levels. I still hate Dagger. Yeah, Dagger, I think getting the +3 scales so quickly. I don't think they'll hit Agent Venom. I don't think Agent Venom is that crazy. Move Bounce is actively broken right now. The only reason I don't play it is I get server crashes. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a very strong. Too strong of a build. We do that. We would have to hope that Goose is stuck in the mid, though. Official Saucepan, thank you so much for the Prime resub for 6 months. Very much appreciate you here. How is Moonstone feeling? I've enjoyed Moonstone a fair amount more than I thought I would. But for the most part, it feels kind of niche right now. There are a couple of decks, so I think, especially with Victoria Hand, I've been really enjoying like the usage with Victoria. Hey, it's stuck in mid. But outside of that, it's been kind of limited on like how good it is. Moonstone is massive here. This goes up to 26 max. We should be able to beat that with the Victoria and speed scaling. And then hope for the best with Iron Patriot. Goose scale is a good touch in mid too. It's just a matter of if they play Scar into mid and if it wins them that mid lane. Moonstone Showcase? Yeah, Moonstone can... Oh, wait, Moonstone's hitting speed, too. We definitely win the left lane. Yeah, Scar can go mid. Is the only thing that we have to heavily worry about is if it lands. And so then it becomes a 1 out of 4 that we win if they play it there. Oh, they don't. Oh. Well. It doesn't matter. They bamboozled us with the arrow pulling our goose. Well, we definitely got the left lane. We came close into mid, but still wasn't quite able to make it happen. It was a close one. Scar Surtur decks are also really strong, but they kind of dropped off in popularity. Anytime that like Shang-Chi's not super common, I think they're very good. Our goose is cooked. Yeah, our goose was cooked, unfortunately. Then Mr. Carrier, welcome in. He said the Pixel variant of Prime subs. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 7 months of support. Hopefully you're having a great one. Next up is Zartos. Iron Patriot in Martage is nice. But we could also go Victoria, Frigga, Moonstone. Victoria, double Frigga. It's also kind of nice. Kind of like that play. Victoria anywhere else but mid. Iron Patriot, Frigga, Iron Patriot. Yeah, you get a lot of cards. I just didn't know if we'd be able to hold down like winning that lane. So I think that was enough to kind of scare me off of that play line. Oh no! Well, rest in peace. Must be a Patriot deck. Alright, so in that case, Iron Patriot, Victoria hand. Yeah, Rogue could come in really big, depending on where they lie, as long as they can't block our locations. I don't think they'll have any more clutter, though. Ooh, Mojo. Get the big discount on those cards, so I almost think we just do Victoria hand here. I know we could do something else like speed, but our space is going to be a problem. Let's do just Victoria and see what they play. Big Blue Marvel. It's a free 12 power Nick Fury. One cost 15 power Spider-Man 2099. Do we want to rogue the Blue Marvel out of mid? Or do we even really care to do that? We can always just go 15 power. We throw Moonstone on one of the lanes or one of the cards. And then go big in the other. 15. I think this would beat him. I think the rogue is too big. Go rogue. I feel like, I don't feel like Blue Marvel is like their big swing though. If it was Patriot, I'd say for sure. But we're effectively only, I guess it's an 8 power swing in that left lane. And we still have to worry about the mojo though. Is it the rogue? And then just go big left, big right? Gilgamesh?
I still believe in heroes.
What a crazy big output. Oh, it is Gilgamesh. We have left, we have right. I think the other way probably worked as well. Just because we elevated both left and right. I think either way we were set. That was one heck of a swing left. Yeah, the 16 power 2099 Spider-Man. We were very handsy this game. Very, very handsy. We even kept it somewhat close in mid, true. It would have been worse, a much bigger Gilgamesh had they had Blue Marvel. Rogue stonks up. Rogue stonks are up. Definitely a buy right now. Maybe even a little bit of Enchantress. We just haven't seen that mixed in so far. That poor guy will be content tomorrow. Most of the time I don't make videos out of the streams. But I mean I could. But most of the time I like sit down to record, like specifically if I have like a video in mind. Oh, handsy, I'm calling HR. I'm calling in sick for a few days and hope that they just forget. Do you think Spider-Man 2099 would be more playable if they buffed it to 115? He might see a little bit of play. Maybe not a whole lot, but I'm sure in some niche decks he would find his own. You could steal their Ravona into the Moonstone, but not sure that's worth it. Not we drew our entire bottom half of the deck. Before the top half. And so probably not gonna be a good showcasing against Dara. Ooh, Cerebro Dazzler? Dazzler and Cerebro, so they can, I guess he would only be filling a max of 2 lanes. Still feels wild. Malekith is big. See what we hit with Rogue. Cerebro is big. I know that Dara was running both Iron Man and Mystique as well, though.
Opponent snapped.
Monster, though? Yeah. Yeah, we had a bad starting draw. I think if we were going to stick this one out, we would do something like... maybe Frigga, like a Mirage, and then save the Juggernaut for last turn. But we had like an abysmal starting draw, so we're gonna give him the 1. Not a lot we can do when we had to skip the first 2 turns. Pilgrimatic, thanks for the drops. Absolutely. I'm thankful that there are drops to stream for. I would like to stream more often, but there just hasn't been a lot of like changes or exciting new things that feel like they would be big enough to stream for. Like whenever the new game mode that's been kind of teased on Snap.fan in the last patch comes out, definitely will be streaming that. But I do like to be able to stream as often as I can. And so I'm glad that you guys are here to enjoy the drops as well. Let's see. Moonstone does not copy Mystique, but Mystique does copy the cards. I'm gonna pass on your message. My Nightbot gets a little bit sassy sometimes. Let's go ahead and go. Do we go Iron Patriot into Murder World? Assuming that they just abandon it. We could also snap the Hydra Bob and hope that it goes into Murder World. Danish, you said, I forgot we have drops. We do. They started yesterday. And so I did a pretty big stream yesterday. And then I plan to do pretty consistent streams the next few days as well. Yeah, Calibrex. It's just on anything that looks like a link, Nightbot just innately blocks. Probably not a great play, but do we ever want to Galactus? You have to? All right. I gotta make him kneel. Probably not the best play line, but I assume they play in Fogwells. You man mid? And so the location triggers before Bob moves. So I guess no. It would get rid of Bob, wouldn't it? Yeah, Galactus, the right. No, what? Mid was the correct play. Go middle? Yeah, we should have went middle. Man. Mid was the play. Rough stuff. Welcome in, Snowman 2005. Hopefully you're having a great one. Snowguard Bear, Hydra Bob. Allows us a bit of flexibility. Man. Even if we win, it's not going to feel like a win anymore. Can't you trigger Murder World again? No, because that one's... So this location is tied to a turn. We can't re-trigger it. Is it well, if they don't do the anti-venom card, we might get some value out of the Mirage. I don't know. I'm gonna go Mirage instead. Maybe they were greedy and didn't play it. Oh, well, they played their whole hand. Okay. Typhoid Mary. Big US agent. Oh no, they do win mid too, but they don't have any cards in hand. Rogue can't hit left because of Cosmo. Unfortunate. We don't want the Typhoid Mary. This would be our best play, and I don't think it's great. They only have one card, though, don't they? So this then, right? They only have one card. We flip left. We flip mid. We already have right. Unless it's something that impacts multiple lanes, then it would win it for us.
Victory.
We grab it. It's not a comfy 8 cubes, but it is an 8 cubes that we will gladly take. Oh, clear on the YouTube side. Yeah, we could have done Frigga to get G-Man back after we played it. 8 cube tax for denying G-Man. I thought for sure we would be able to make it happen, but we do complete our Alliance bounty. So many move and discard ones. I mean, eventually, between Hydra Bob and Juggernaut, I'd be able to get this one.
Epic.
Next up, we have Ventus. First location, Dark Dimension. Let's go ahead and play out our Hydra Bob. Why Mirage over Kate? With this deck, a lot of times our hand is pretty full. And so I was finding it kind of awkward to play Kate Bishop because a lot of times it would mean that we wouldn't draw that following turn. And so I felt a bit more comfortable with Mirage. Plus, with a lot of other people playing Moonstone stuff or Victoria hand stuff, we get some value out of the Mirage quite often. Go speed for now. Get a Rania, they get big hit monkey. Wiccan's not... We missed turn 2, so Wiccan's not going to do anything for us. Still the biggest body we have, unless we wanted to go Mirage, which I'm not sure that we do. I think we just go Wiccan left. Big acid arrow. Just like that, our right lane is very, very congested. Mirage may not get us all that much value this game. Iron Patriot also not going to get us huge amounts of value. But I think we start pressing into mid, though. Because then we always have a Juggernaut. We have a Rania that can push to the right and get us into Castle Zemo without switching a card to their side. Alright, so Victoria hand would buff up Acid Arrow, and that's it so far. We could Juggernaut. Juggernaut, win mid, push it over to the right. Then we're looking to either Rogue or a Victoria hand, but I think we're going to try a Rogue instead. We're not gonna be big enough in the right lane with the Juggernaut. I was hoping they wouldn't play over there, knowing that we hadn't played a card in that lane. But we also had Aranya on the board, which I guess makes sense. As to why. Wait, we win anyways. We're fine. So the Juggernaut saves us mid, and then our big power output left saved us as well.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Very, very huge. And then Fats McGee, thank you so much for the Prime resub. Very much appreciate the support. And so had they done Mockingbird left, we still won that because we would have won the right lane. We were able to grab it, just it was not a super comfortable win. Wins win? Wait, I'm not sure I understand. Let's go Snow Guard. We're looking for Hydra Bob to be able to play into the raft and then get it moved out. Oh, Wiccan Speed. Gotcha. The twins. Okay. Okay, same page now. It took me a second to get there. But I'm with you now. Maybe we don't fight for the raft. We go Victoria, Frigga into the raft or into Vormir. That gives us the massive potential power of like second Victoria plus Moonstone to lean into. We won't draw on this turn. I think I'm going to sacrifice the Frigga. Next turn is going to be Wiccan, and then our play lines open up dramatically after that. Have you played Husky's Mill deck? No, I haven't. And then Monkey Kong gotta work. I'm so sorry. Hopefully it's a quick day. Hopefully there's not too much going on for you. Snow, where would one find Husky's Mill deck if they were to want to check it out? I know Husky always builds some like really diabolical stuff, and it feels like he's been a Misery enjoyer since Misery was released. So I wouldn't be surprised if Misery was there.
Hey, welcome. It took you
And
long
then
enough.
Goldar Sons, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate you. And so the Iron Patriot plus Sage coming down. And so we just have to beat the 16 power here and we'd be okay. Polaris brings us to 16. We could also speed. I don't want to Polaris away from that left lane. Polaris, Maria Hill, and go Bear in the right lane. Because Bear re-triggers Can't Play High. Not that we'll be likely to use it, but we may use the card. And then with the follow-up Victoria hand, we may get Moonstone on our draw as well, which would be Victoria hand, Moonstone, and then whatever we played in Vormir. I've been a Misery enjoyer since it was released. Yeah, I think losing Victoria hand is tough here. They don't have any... Ooh, Fastos was generated. I missed that. I looked at the other three, but I missed the Fastos. Ugh. That means they are going to get the Iron Patriot discount. Rough. Good on them. Yeah, they have the Raft card. and the discounted Iron Patriot card. Yeah, we might be in trouble. Oh, well. So Victoria Hand bumps us back up by 2. Speed. And then Surfer bumps us by a good touch as well. That Rogue was... Oh, wait, hold on. Do we ever Rogue the Rogue? Steal it back? That would let us win left. They do have a lot of power output though. So speed would be decent, but Snowguard Hawk would be okay as well. Silver Surfer kind of helps support this right lane touch. I think we lose this one, but I'm curious. I'm hoping that they just try to Moonstone the Rogue and don't have like a Victoria of their own. Ooh, big gore. Oh, bigger Mystique. Oh, if they Moonstone the Mystique, yeah, that's rough. It's a good raft card. What can I say? They got a really good raft card. Not much we can do there. I think by staying, the only thing we could hope for in that scenario is that they drew something like Arnhem Zola or something useless instead. Why no Scroll Tech? I haven't felt like Scroll was absolutely necessary. If we had Juggernaut, yeah. Juggernaut in hand would have made that much, much easier to win. I feel like Super Scroll is kind of pricey for how often it provides the value. Like some games, yeah, it'll absolutely break it home for you. But for like the Victoria Hand stuff, Super Scroll hasn't felt like insanely valuable. Ah, we missed the Wiccan. And the sandbar is kind of tough for us. Juggernaut's gone. Magneto is gone as well, though. I don't know how heavily we can lean into Victoria Hand with the sandbar being in play. And then Two Place jumping in after breakfast. Welcome in, Two Place. Hopefully you had a good night. Hopefully your morning is starting off well. You can always Frigga the Victoria. But then it's going to be 4 costs. It's harder to just like naturally slide into plays. Not 4, it's going to be 3 cost. Ooh, big Corvus. Am I running Dinish's deck? Wait, this could be Dinish. Ever considered Quinjet with Moonstone being out? You could. To get like extra cards out. I think maybe if we didn't have the Wiccan, Quinjet might be something that we'd have to kind of heavily consider. We have to look out for them having a Gambit, right? I think this is Dinish's deck. It's very well maybe Dinish as well. He's the only one that I think I've seen consistently run it. Oh, there's the Gambit. Ooh, they did lose their Hello, though, and Odin is gone. And they lost their Magneto. We're actually I think in a good spot now. We were in some trouble before, but I think now we're in a really, really good spot. I almost want to snap it. Lately, I've played less Snap, but all the money I've spent on the game is wrong. Oh, you're saying that the money that you had already put into the game? Yeah, I've sank a lot of money into this game. Not so much since the like most recent, or I guess not so much since the Spotlight Cache changes. Because with Spotlight Caches, I can pretty much maintain a complete collection on just the Gold Pass, which I need to re-up. Just the $5 Gold Pass and then the Season Pass each month allows me to get every single card that's released. But before, it used to be like a couple $100s that I was pouring in to pull one new card. I'm so glad that those days are behind us, though. And then Sorcerer, you said I played Dinish's Hella deck religiously. It's huge. It's one that I think is pretty difficult to navigate well, but if it is navigated well, it can absolutely do phenomenally. They rely on the sunk cost feeling. Yeah, and I think a lot of their like daily missions and things are also designed around that like sunk cost feeling. Because there's some days where I don't really feel like playing, but I log on and do the missions anyway, so I don't get behind. Because if I don't, I feel like I'm gonna be behind. So Iron Patriot right. And we'll see you on the next turn. Yeah, it's definitely a tricky one. Knowing when to like snap or when to retreat effectively. We get a free Shang-Chi. Not that I think we'll be able to do much with it. Kinda nice though. We ever jug them? I don't want to save Juggernaut for the last turn. I don't think they're going to heavily compete for Starlight Citadel. I always slam Iron Patron into Bar Sinister. Slamming Iron Patron into Bar Sinister, like there's a lot of cards that are really, really fun in Bar Sinister. They stopped our discount at the very least. Wait, why do they have a Wasp? Yeah, I know it came from a Mirage, but I don't know why they have it. So I think we're gonna Rogue. We have the Hawk to use either on turn 5 or turn 6 to turn off Limbo, which I think is really beneficial for us. Oof, big Nocturne. Not see Nocturne very often anymore. Oh, I forgot that Starlight Citadel was in play. So it was probably a good move of them to duplicate here. Is that the copycat sound? It kind of sounded like it, but I thought it was gone. I think it was the rogue sound on the Mobius, re-triggering from the location shifting. What if it was Hawk, Victoria hand, and we have Juggernaut for the next turn? Oh. It's an old Surfer deck? I mean, with Rocket, I would think no. I don't know. Either way, I'm not sure that we win. And we have a decently powered Wasp in the Snow Guard Bear. Problem is they have 3 Nocturnes that they can move around. So it's really difficult to kind of gauge where our power needs to fall. Because then if they just shift the Nocturnes over, I'm not sure that wins it. He's ranked 200. Wow, he's ranked 200 at 6,000 collection level. That's pretty impressive. You don't see... Most of the time when you see around, like, below 10, when you see around 6,000, usually it's, like, a couple thousand, maybe? The Hood and Bar Sinister is interesting. Oh no. That's a big hit monkey. Not quite. Had we went mid, there's no way we would have been able to tell it ahead of time. But had we went mid, we could have won in that limbo with what they have there. Are you a full-time streamer now? I'm doing content creation full time, but it doesn't necessarily always look like 40 hours of streams or like videos every day. It just kind of it allows me to capitalize when like there's drops. I can really focus, you know, what would be that 40 hours there instead of on videos, and then during the downtime I can focus a little bit more on like consistent videos, or working on some like bigger projects that will kind of roll out over time. But yeah, I'm doing it as like my primary source of income. So if this is the same deck they were just using against me, I'm super confused. They run Carnage in the deck? Oh. Frey, that's interesting. We add timing? My bad, Georgie. The ads, I snoozed it and I ran out of snoozes because I kept pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. Let's go Mirage here. How's Moonstone? I'm enjoying Moonstone a lot more than I thought I would. Mainly in like Victoria Hand style matchups, or Victoria Hand style decks has been where I've been enjoying her the most. So we know they have a Red Guardian. I think we Red Guardian their Hydra Bob to lock it into the Eternity range. I think she's a card that her ability is kind of like Onslaught, where the value that it can provide on the upper end is crazy. So I think over time, she just continues to get better and better and better. Let's go Wiccan. We have a really good set of our ongoings in Victoria Hand, Speed, Moonstone. We can always snap Hydra Bob out of the left lane. What's with the guy's name? I don't know. It's one of those, it's like a special character or something that was able to limit them, or like it shows up as nothing. So honestly, I don't know. And then Georgie with the Hydrate reminder, I appreciate you. And then Silent City said, do you play Rivals? And do you plan to make content from it? I have been playing too much Marvel Rivals recently to not be creating any kind of content on it. So right now I haven't been actively creating anything, just because my background in shooters has primarily been console as I was growing up. Like I didn't have enough to purchase a good gaming PC and continue to like the upkeep of like upgrading it as, you know, parts came out and improvements were needed. So I always played on console. And so with Rivals, I'm switching over to mouse and keyboard because that's typically the more accurate, the more higher skill ceiling is in like mouse and keyboard for most games. or for most shooters, or especially like hero shooters. And so I'm kind of learning from the ground up. Like last season, I peaked at Gold 1, and so I'm not sure how much value would be in like content from a Gold 1 player. And then Carne, you said I took your name on Rivals PC. Did you? My name on there is TLSG. So as far as I knew, I was able to get my name. But if you took it, confused me. You run on Rivals? So last season I did a lot of Luna Snow for healer. I filled primarily like each game, just depending on what the team needed. So most of the time I was tank. I mained Doctor Strange, and towards the end I started tinkering around with like learning alternate ones. So like Bruce Banner. I want to learn Venom, but I haven't done it yet. And then Magneto is always like my failsafe. Like if we need like a main tank and like Doctor Strange is taken, or we need somebody with really good staying power, Magneto is always like my backup tank, but Strange is probably the main that I go with. And then for heals, I was doing a lot of Luna, and then Cloak and Dagger was my like alternate. All right, do we want the right lane to get destroyed? I kind of want the right lane cards to get destroyed. I'm just gonna go Frigga. Venom's pretty easy. And he got a pretty good buff last, I think, on the patch that makes him pretty viable. Oh my god. Well, I don't think we win this game. I think this one is Scott, a very good game earlier. Whew. I do not think this one is a winnable game anymore. My goodness. Oh, rip.
Escaped.
I guess I should have hawked, yeah. Yeah, but it's so hard to tell. Like you can't know for sure what you're gonna get out of the X Mansion. It was a good hand. It was a very, very good hand. And now it is in the dumpster. And then Bullet Rain said, is Moonstone a skip week? I feel like Moonstone is decent, but most of the decks that I've seen her be like, pretty good in requires a pretty deep collection. And so like Wiccan, Frigga, Speed all kind of help bring her together in this build. And so I don't think she's super accessible for like lower collection or like mid collection accounts. And then Black Swan is decent if you have like Hit Monkey or like the bounce setup, but it's very limited in how often you'll use Black Swan. And then Nocturne isn't ran all that often. And so you could probably pretty easily skip this week, and I think be okay. The T lane is kind of tough for us. Do you have Black Swan? No, if you don't, or no, if you don't have Black Swan. Scott said I want to disappear. It's been far too long, Scotta. See you in 2 minutes. Until they give Nocturne her power back. Potentially. There is the possibility for that, for sure. We do this. Do this. Give us better odds of pulling into like ideal cards on the way back through. But we're just gonna push them out of Mojo World. we counter Juggernaut the Juggernaut. gladly take it. We pulled back into Mirage. We have Rogue, which might be handy in this matchup. Mirage, Snow Guard, and then we'll go ahead and throw a Hydra Bob. I have 3 keys currently, but I already have Black Swan and Nocturne. Yeah. Dro. If you don't have, like, if you're not, like, pushing collection complete, I would say it's definitely able to be a skip for this week. So we know they have a Rogue. But we rogued their Rogue. Still Victoria hand. Then next turn, maybe go with a backup Rogue in the left lane. Or do we wait until the last turn to do Rogue in the left? Because we could always go, what? Bear, Iron Patriot. We don't even have to snap it then. His Juggernaut is cooler though? It's true. I need to look at my Juggernaut variants to see what's going on with them. So in this situation, they probably should snap because they could force our Hydra Bob out of this lane. And they just win Mojo World with it. We could go with the extra Victoria hand. That's what we'll do. We'll do that in mid. Yeah, he probably should have snapped this turn. Ooh, big Moonstone coming down. Super unfortunate for him. Big for us, unfortunate for them. We're going to be able to grab both left, mid, and we tie right off of it.
Victory.
Scotta said, again. I'm going to start calling you Bucky. On the YouTube side, he said, are you sure I get the monthly pass and gold pass and get maybe half the cards? So that's from the aspect of being collection complete. If you have bad luck with the keys, then it takes a little bit longer, yeah. Like there are some weeks where maybe I'll have to buy a bundle, but it's been, I think, 2 months since I've had to buy any, and I have a pretty good chunk of like credits and gold. But I keep up on like maxing out the alliance rewards, maxing out like the daily mission refreshes, weekly mission refreshes to like make sure I'm getting like as much of the credits as I can passively. And then you said in terms of healer, Rocket is underrated. I feel like Rocket is pretty solid. It's just it doesn't feel like he has as much. I don't know. Like his healing is crazy strong, and he does decent damage. But maybe it's like the utility piece that I feel like I'm missing. I actually went, the last time I played, I was playing, I wasn't playing competitive the last time I logged on because I was wanting to learn a couple of new characters. I'm looking into Loki, which I think is probably an underutilized support. I feel like he's, if you use his clones well and you set them up, like they can be pretty good from a burst heals perspective. Having that flexible ultimate to be able to steal either yours or the opponent's big support healing ult, or in some occasions do a damaging ult to like handle a really tough encounter, I think is really cool as well. You're almost maxed out on credits. Yeah, I'm almost maxed out on credits. And then Scotta has been saving up. Ooh. I did the wrong timeout. Or I did the wrong command. Unable to time out user. Hold on. Let me figure out my play and then I'll time you out. Let's do speed. Oh, it's because I forgot the time. Just gotta hit the timeout limit. Never know. Magic, we have to be kind of worrisome, or kind of weary. But getting a Snow Guard can help us turn off the Vault, turn off Limbo. I think it's pretty good for us. Go Moonstone onto the Vault for now, though. Hawk the Limbo? Yeah. Yeah, we're going to drop... I'm probably going to drop Snow Guard next turn, so that we have the Hawk to use on Limbo on the last turn, or on turn 6. So, Snow Guard, Warrior Hand, Ajax, Bob. I think we call it a day. and then Carne with this on-screen celebration. I appreciate you, Carne. Hopefully you're having a good one. Big Cassandra. Wait, why is our Ajax 11? Oh, 7 and then 2 and 2. Actually, even better. Get their Iron Man. And then we throw down a Hawk. We win here. We win right. Yeah. Yeah. Huge rogue value. And huge Hawk value.
Legendary.
All right, we're making some progress. This one's a pretty easy one to win too. 750 points is tough to pass up as well. Snow Guard in scale 1 to 10. How important is it? I would say not super important. You could do a... What's the alternate for Maria Hill? There's another 1-cost card that generates a card. And so I like Snow Guard because of the Hawk value. But you could potentially get some cheaper cards off of like Agent 13. Scream finally shows up in my shop the day before they're over there. I would say, if you're interested in Scream, I would say pin it and wait until we have the patch or the over there balances tomorrow. All right, let's go Hydro Bob. I should have snapped this turn. So that Hydro Bob moves out of like Necrotia, and then we could get it down with the Patriot. But it's okay. We'll snap this on turn 3.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Bottage, can I snap on turn 3? And then Styjapan? Styjapan 7 Twitch? I butchered your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. And then Skada. We'll see you in a couple minutes, Skada. All right, let's go ahead and snap for the redemption from Botich. We want to make sure we use all 3 energy here, so I'm going to go Mirage. Ooh, our hand is very, very full. Mirage, Snow Guard. Next turn would be Wiccan. We do get the one cuber retreat. You said it sounds like stain in English. Okay. I'll try to remember it. So is that how you would typically pronounce it? Is stain 7 Twitch? Either way, I appreciate the support and the Prime sub. 2 place. She said, I will say I'm a Rocket main, so I am biased, but he is good enough to solo heal. His damage is pretty good, but his revive and team up. Yep. So I think Rocket gets better as you get into higher ranks and have more confident people that you're playing with. I think down in bronze, it's harder to rely on like that revive being put to good use. But once you start getting people that are, you know, at least pretty decent in all roles, I think you get more consistent value from it each time it's played. It's crazy to think how Hydra Bob went from a meme card to everyone playing him. Yeah, like it feels like he slots into like every deck these days. I refuse to buy Bob for 6,000 tokens. Yeah. Yeah. The 6,000 tokens, like that was the biggest thing for me when he was released. Was he's an okay card. Like he's not awful, but he's definitely not 6,000 tokens or key worth being better than any other alternative that's out there. That's not a... We have the 5th shame. We do get the Wiccan value here, which is nice. Doom, we probably don't... I mean, we'll throw it for 2 power, but it's not a huge piece of... Or huge. It's not a huge asset for us. Georgie said we can do this all day. Bob seems like the new Jeff, and I never see Jeff anymore. Yeah, I think at some point he might lose some of its relevancy, but I think right now he's like just powerful and just flexible enough that he slots into a lot of different things. I did buy Wiccan for 6,000 though. Yeah, I think Wiccan is a very strong purchase. Now, I think Wiccan is probably overtuned as he is. It feels like he is consistently one of the strongest decks that we have. So with that in mind, we may watch out for him potentially being nerfed at some point in the future, but we couldn't really know when or if that was going to happen. I kind of want to Moonstone, speed, snap the Hydra Bob out of Mojo World. But we also don't have a great hand.
Oh, snap.
I'm worried about the snap. See. Leave Wiccan alone. I don't know. I feel like his 4/7 body or like energy cheat has always been crazy in the game. So Sarah, even Electro at some points has been really, really strong. Just extra energy and being able to curve out things ahead of your opponents has always proved to be problematic in the long run. Long stream today? Yeah, we're going to be doing a pretty long stream today. I mean, not Binks 18 hours long, but fairly long. Wait, why did they retreat? Is it because of the Iron Patriot? Yeah, they're gonna update the global challenge
welcome.
on
It took you long enough.
on the socials. I left work yesterday. You were streaming. Come back, still streaming. So actually, Pablo, I was gonna stream overnight last night, but I ended up not doing it because I knew that Binks was doing an overnight stream. So I ended up sleeping instead. So I'm well rested. And we've only been live for like 2.5 hours. But right now is the time that, you know, I want to stream as much as I possibly can. Because there's the extra like incentive with the drops. And so I want to capitalize on those. Monkey said I subbed and immediately got an ad. Oh no, Monkey Kong. I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. It was did it snap you out of the ad, or did you still have to finish off the ad? Imagine if the last goal of the global challenge won't be reached. That would show that Snap is really declining. I'm always curious with these. Like the kind of I don't know, the skeptic in me is always a little bit weary of the like global challenges that games have, because they could very easily just put it on like a slowly like sliding scale of like within this date is when it'll hit this amount and not actually be tied to like the achievements in the game. I don't think they have no reason to do that other than try to drive like extra play. But the skeptic in me always kind of like wonders if they ever do that. How do you not mess up your sleeping pattern while doing these overnight streams? I have in the past. And I actually just recently got back on like a better sleeping schedule, which is one of the reasons why I didn't want to do the overnight stream. My sleep in general is kind of always messed up. So my daughter, we've been trying to do better of getting her to go to sleep by between like 9 and 10. But if we don't, you know, spend an hour and a half to 2 hours just going through like all of the bedtime routines, then she ends up staying up for till midnight is when she kind of like naturally winds down and falls asleep. And so like I'm typically the one that's there and kind of does the put down, and then my wife does the like wake ups in the morning. We can turn off Limbo, which I think is big for us. We have Rogue to try to steal either Moonstone or Victoria Hand. Do this. We'll leave mid alone. Why Luke in the deck? There's been a... Wait, TLSG timeout Scotta, I redeemed. Okay. We're gonna see how long the shame train goes. I like Luke Cage in the deck because there's a lot of Affliction running around right now. Where it feels like there's a lot of Affliction running around. And so then it helps counter those. So between like Scream, Rocket and Groot, just actual Affliction, there's a lot of things that are negatively afflicting cards. And then Luke stalks the next 2 weeks to the moon. Yeah, with Bullseye. Bullseye increases the stonks of Luke Cage even more. Oh. Also, that wasn't my Luke Cage. That was the opponent's. There were some small changes between Misery Moon and the deck that I'm running now. I was thinking of this Misery Moon deck, which did run Luke Cage in it. And the main reason was to avoid the Affliction. In this other version, we don't have Luke Cage. Unless we get it from Mirage. Thank you for pointing that out. Calling me on my BS. Which one is Diamondback? Ongoing enemy cards here afflicted with negative power have an additional -2 power. What? Yeah, Luke Cage stocks just absolutely through the roof. All right, let's see what we lost. Juggernaut, unfortunate. We lost Taskmaster. Kind of fine. Bullseye Diamondback back to back. Super glad I spent last month splitting Luke. Yeah. Yeah. He's gonna be, I think, very, very strong in the upcoming weeks. Arnhem Zola's not huge for us. Martage is interesting though. I don't really want to do Frigga. We can get another Iron Patriot. But I want to do Wiccan here on 4. Go ahead and try that. They nerf Luke, they need to nerf most of the afflicted cards as well. True. I feel like as much as Luke like hard counters all of that stuff, I'm also very glad that he's in the game because it would be so toxic without it. I think we're good here because this looks like maybe a Mr. Negative deck, and those will typically rely on Limbo, and we're gonna be able to turn off Limbo with Hawk. Big Psylocke and Big Ironheart. Warrior. Do a backup Iron Patriot. Do this for now. We'll do Hawk next turn. Zola the Wiccan. I mean we can. We could go ahead and do Hawk and then Zola. Hope for the best. But I don't feel like it's super reliable or consistent. I just lost 8 cubes to a Phoenix Force. The guy got from Iron Patriot that resurrected the Sasquatch. He also got from Iron Patriot that I killed with Shang-Chi. Oh no, Monkey Kong. It's so rough. So we can actually steal their Iron Man? Potentially. Possibly. Possibly steal their Iron Man with Rogue. So we can do a Snow Guard Hawk, Rogue, Raj. No Rogue? Why? Nowhere? No, Rogue works in Nowhere. Yeah. It's all on reveals except for Rogue. As long as you play Hawk beforehand. No, it says as long as you play Hawk beforehand, it works. We have the Snow Guard Hawk, is what we were leaning on. Ravona. Yeah. Ravona was a
Hey,
possibility.
welcome. It took you long enough.
SB Wayne, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. But we did stop him from having the limbo. We were able to turn that one off. The wise Una said it had me in the first half. Yeah, and I almost didn't want to drop the bear on turn 5 because it's kind of like a reminder of, oh yeah, they have Hawk. And so I almost didn't want to drop bear, but apparently it wasn't enough of a sign to like make them retreat. He said, oh, you're like the Riddler, tricky. I saw an opportunity and ran with it. Is Galactic worth spending 6,000 tokens on? Depending on your collection, I would say she can be. But it just kind of depends. I would say that I use her the most when paired with like Wiccan and Gwynpool. If I didn't have Wiccan, I would probably use Galacta a fair amount less. But I do think she's a very strong card. Scotta, you gotta leave for good this time. Let's go Frigga to copy the Victoria hand. We won't be able to do the Wiccan, which is unfortunate. So we may just go like Victoria plus Iron Patriot, or Victoria plus Mirage next turn, maybe. Ooh. You see a Star-Lord and Ravona, Cerebro 6. And Victoria hand got absolutely destroyed. Now we can't use it on curve alongside like an Iron Patriot or something. So Iron Patriot, Mirage, and I want to save the Rogue for potentially sniping like their Moonstone, their Cerebro, like an Iron Man. Could all be big hits. Ooh, wait. Legion? Legion 7 power, is it not? Oh wait, that's from Iron Patriot. I was thinking it was the Mirage card. Never mind. Cerebro, Mystique, big. Maximus for cheap is really, really cool too. But I don't know that I want to use the Maximus and give them the additional resources though. Maybe it's fine. This becomes a 1 cost. We could, if we draw it, we could do Moonstone, Legion, and Hydra Bob all in the last turn. They got the resources, yeah. We could do Legion on Icebox, but that might hurt us too. Juggernaut is decent. We could also just rip away one of the Cerebros. Cerebro, Steel, hit Legion plus Hydra Bob. I think is probably okay. Or a Juggernaut, because I don't. I mean, they have the double discount on Ravona. So Iron Man is 3 cost. But I don't know that that's enough for him. I think it's going to be this.
Snap.
Is Moonstone worth keys? I like Moonstone quite a bit. I think right now the decks that she's viable in definitely have a kind of high entry cost. So it's you have to have a pretty deep collection for like what has been working well. But she's one of those cards, kind of like Onslaught, where her ability is super flexible. So as new cards come out, it could easily improve her like combo really well with Moonstone. So I think somebody mentioned, I want to say it's a couple of weeks out, or a couple, maybe somebody mentioned the Captain America, like the Falcon Captain America that's coming out, that should make Spectrum decks a little bit more consistent or reliable or viable. I think Moonstone will fit very, very well into that deck once that comes out. So as new ongoing low-cost cards are created, Moonstone just continues to like improve. But I would say if your collection is rather limited, there's better cards you can get, at least right now. Like she might in the future be very, very strong, but right now she's not super, super flexible. So she's not going to help progress your collection or the amount of decks that you can play or navigate well all that much. C6 uses Iron Man? Sometimes. I've seen a lot of C6 decks use Iron Man because of the Ravona. You could do Ravona into Moonstone. You get Mystique for 1, Iron Man for 3, Cerebro for 1. So it makes your plays very, very good. It's devastating how Red Wing was recently changed. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see Red Wing come out. Like, he could be good, but it also feels kind of like almost like an RNG Fiesta. Like you're just kind of gambling on what he pulls out of your hand. Like the effect is strong. If there is some deck that can find a way to like make it where most of the time you play out most of your cards, maybe it becomes good, but I think it'll be for sure. Like there's a chance that he just completely flops. This Juggernaut over here ties the left lane. We can always do Hawk on turn 4 to stop Clintar. Hawk plus Maria Hill, I think. Seems like it'll be clunky like Spider-Man 29.9 is. Spider-Man 99 is, yeah. I could see that. Maybe new Red Wing is because they don't want to carve out more places to play Heimdall, or it's because they want to. Yeah, I feel like it'll mesh well with Heimdall for sure. But it's always the question of like that usually makes your right lane very, very weak. So how often is that worth it? Until the end of the next turn, so we should be fine to not have to do Hawk here. Man, I was hyped to pull Baron Zemo and was happy for Red Wing, but now only Baron Zemo is worthy, or that week, yeah. And Baron Zemo is really very hit and miss because board space is typically very, very important. And so with Baron Zemo, like that takes up one of those typically pretty key pieces. So they got Wiccan down. We weren't able to find our Wiccan. I think it's Shocker speed. If we get Moonstone, great in that right lane. Otherwise we might be in trouble. I wish Zemo pulled a random card, not the lowest cost. Yeah, if it was a random card, it might be a bit stronger. Might be too strong, honestly. I'm getting absolutely housed by extremely close games. Those are tough. Like knowing like had I played this card in mid instead of left, I could have won. But I think those are also the most exciting ones for me. And so hang in there. You'll be on the flip side of those soon, I'm sure. We go Rogue to steal their speed. I think is a pretty decent play for us. And then Hawk is going to be our highest power play. It helps speed up our speed in the right lane a touch. I think is our best chance. Like, we don't have any chance in mid since they have the bear. And then the Hydra Bob hopping. The Hydra Bob hopping out. Tough. They could easily... I think they can easily just focus on and take Clintar. Yeah, I'm going to retreat out of this one. I want to stay, but I think there's a good chance they have us. And then it is time for a quick set of ads. I'm going to run to the restroom really fast, and then we'll be right back. Overall, we're doing well. We're gaining cubes, but there's been a couple of rough matches here and there. We're going to jump over into a couple minutes of ads and then be right back, you guys. I'll see you in just a second. All right, let's jump back in. Yeah, and there's always a chance they rechange it again before it's released, but... And then Pablo said happy peeing. Yeah, we're doing decently this morning. Let me see what our... I know with this deck in general, my stats yesterday were very good. Let's see what they are for this most recent session. Oh yeah, right now we're 16-9 for a 64% win rate. Deck is holding on very well. Yeah, I don't know that I've ever seen them change a card that significantly and then change it back, but let's see. Like it. Hopefully it's not going to be a dead card like Spider-Man 2099. Like, he released, and as soon as he was... I think there was maybe, like, one deck that I ran one time that felt like I really wanted or needed him. And even then, like, he could always easily have been replaced. Psylocke, Ant-Man... Rogue might come in pretty handy for us. Also, Juggernaut could be diabolical here. I'm going to go ahead and snap into it. See if we can cap them out in Space Throne. Yeah, I think if they're going to change it again, it would be an entirely different change. But for them to have put it in the game, like, data, I don't think we see it, really. Big Legion. It's an Arsham deck, I just now realized. But Legion on 3 is crazy. Let's go Victoria Hand. Let's go Mirage and then Victoria Hand. We're pretty much not going to be able to play next turn, right? All of our cards are going to cost 3 more. Eesh. Tough. And they got Wiccan down. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't snap back, because I snapped, didn't I? That was a mistake. We can go Blob. Then Moonstone, Power Stone left. I'm not sure it's ever enough, especially with them having Wiccan. And Wiccan and the Arsham bonus. From when they buffed him to 5 cost. Spider-Man, yeah, so that they could put more like base power onto him. Yeah, I'm super surprised that he's lost like that too. This would go to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18, 19, 20. I think it probably loses. And they could also have a Shang-Chi, huh? Curious enough to find out, though.
Such is my judgment.
Living Tribunal? Living Tribunal for the win.
Victory.
We shouldn't have won that one. But I don't think I've ever seen a Living Tribunal play outside of like Iron Man, Onslaught, Mystique, like stack that has felt good. I like the name of this deck. Can you talk about how you came up with it? Well, you see, long interesting story, Schwaks. I hit create new deck, and it's just so happened to be the 20th one. Tell it slowly. I mean, it's already a long story. I don't know if we have time. I have to do the highlights. We will gladly grab the 4 though. Red Wing Dracula dump with Madam Web. Could be interesting to pull in like your extra big card. Let's go Maria Hill to make sure that we have a 2 cost for next turn. But we can keep the hope of Wiccan alive. What about the Phoenix Force Human Torch Tribunal? Okay, that one's okay, but a lot of times it feels kind of gimmicky. Ooh, they lost their Surtur. We lost our 2 costs, so the Dream of Wiccan is not alive. Can I ask about the decision to place a space between deck and 20 in the name? So I think that honestly comes from, you know, it's a callback to my childhood, to the days where things were simpler and all made sense. Do we know the next over there? We know it's tomorrow, but we don't know, like, there hasn't been any kind of leaks or anything, if that's what you're asking. I feel like we're probably just gonna lose this one. PDX Lowland, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 4 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Do you think we could ever... No. I don't think we would ever want to. We could skip and try to get a discounted Infinite for next turn. Let's try to hold down mid. Next turn would be our probably skip into 1 cost Infinite. It is why we are all here. Yeah, Mirage has gained a lot of value in like the last day with all of the like last couple of days, like with all the Iron Patriot and all the Hydra Bobs, Demons, and those sort of cards floating around.
Hello.
I think this is a decent output. Ugh, Echo's, wait, Echo's fine.
It's clobbering time.
I mean, it shoots our speed, so that's not there, but we have more power than what they had. So we're able to hold it down.
Victory.
I'm definitely expecting a change to Red Guardian, either -1 power or -1 affliction. I could see -1 affliction maybe. Like his biggest strength though is just being able to counter those uncounterable cards like Dracula. And so I think either way he'd be okay. He's gained a lot of value as like discard has gotten better, and like I don't know if we see a change to Red Guardian. I haven't felt like he's too strong necessarily in any one direction, but he's a consistent 3/5 even if he's not hitting like a major impact like Dracula. So he is very good for what he is. Mirage has won me a bunch of games just with the info. Yeah, knowing they have the Rogue or Red Guardian. Yeah, I agree. Mirage has been a really big heavy hitter. Double Victoria hand, double Iron Patriot. I think we go double hand. And then we focus the rest kind of in mid. And then Everest 116 with the Prime sub as well. Very much appreciate the support. Absolutely massive, you guys. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. Moonstone looks like such a solid card in her decks. Yeah, the decks that she does well in, I think she does very, very well in. And so I think she will be a solid performer for like those. It's just those decks also, from what I've seen, ooh, Frigga pulled by Gladiator, so we get the backup Victoria hand. Absolutely nasty level of how big that Victoria is going to get. Right now, it feels like she really pairs well with Victoria hand specifically. And outside of that, a lot of her decks feel like hit and miss. But she's been I've had a lot more fun playing her than I honestly thought I would. All right, let's go Wiccan outside of Mojo World. And maybe we can focus next turn to try to make sure that we get the second Victoria hand here. And then Moonstone will double up this one. I'm still in this deck from you, and it's working well. Good, Jow. Jower. Yesterday, I ran this one yesterday, and it performed well yesterday, and it's performing incredibly well today as well. And so, hopefully, it continues to do really, really well for you. We could turn off Sinister London. I don't know that we need to, though. Instead... what if we go this? It's going to leave 2 spaces, essentially. 1 duplicate from Sinister London, and then 1 extra to play. So we should easily be able to do that with Moonstone and then whatever's copied. Ooh, big Killmonger. Actually clears up a little bit of space for us. Actually good. They have their demon. I feel like we should have snapped earlier. I'm not sure why I didn't snap. I should have snapped earlier. Goodness. The Moonstone is about to go crazy. Oof. Okay. These are going to be the biggest hands I've ever seen in my life. I'm not going to snap now because I want to see it play out. Ooh, never mind. Not the biggest hands. Still decently big hands though. As long as we can win left. Yeah, we definitely win left. Oh no. The right lane is not enough because none of those were generated in hand. Ugh, the Shang-Chi was enough. They didn't want us to have big hands. We were going to have the not diamond hands, but flew too close to the sun. Those were going to be very, very big. Because it was going to be, what, 8 Victoria hands? So each one of the hand-generated cards was going to be plus 16, which is crazy. Oh well, there's always next time.
Epic.
You need Mr. Fantastic or Miss Marvel if you want big hands. That's true. Miss Marvel's in biggin. I think it's probably the biggest hands. Positive vibes for the morning shift. Morning for us, or for me, and I assume for you. But not for everybody. For some people, they're just winding down. But, yeah, positive vibes all the time. So I know, like, Ordinary Harry, he's probably towards the end of his day. So we don't have anything that we can do in Space Throne. Win that one. Our Iron Patriot card's not great. Go Juggernaut to make sure they don't get the discount. Epic Squirrel Duel for the Space Throne. They're fighting it out. Rogue would be pretty good for the speed. Ooh, that Rocket Brood is scary. We're not going to do anything this turn. Mr. Vister. Test received. Ajax is a pretty good card they got from Iron Patriot. Victoria hand. Nothing that we have out is generated. We're gonna let them have the one. Victoria auto wins left if she shows up. The squirrel wasn't created in hand though, and so Victoria won't buff the squirrel. It'd have to be like demon that was generated directly in your hand. Absolutely, Mr. Mister. I'm skipping Moonstone, reserving my keys for the next weeks. As Marvel Boy and Bullseye seem great. Yeah, Marvel Boy is really good if you like Zoo. Like, he's very good in the decks that he's played in. Bullseye, I think his biggest asset is going to be as an additional discard tool, not necessarily the Affliction. I think the Affliction will be nice over time. This is the one that swindled us for 8 cubes earlier. I recall his name. He's running like an Electra, Quake, just monstrosity build. Absolute pure monstrosity. Let's go Maria Hill to make sure we have a turn 2 play. Next season looks really good for Moonstone. Yeah, there's a few that are upcoming that I think could really benefit Moonstone. We're not going to be able to get the Wiccan. Sandbar hurts our deck quite a bit. We're probably going to leave this one. Like, I don't see us staying now that we lost the Wiccan. But until there's a snap, there's no reason to retreat. Let's go Juggernaut. Really looking forward to reviving Captain America. Yes. It's going to be really interesting to see that deck play out. Like, I think it'll be a very specific deck that is played, but I'm interested to see how good it ends up turning out. But I feel like sounds like it could be pretty competitive or pretty viable.
Escaped.
At least it wasn't 8 cubes this time. And it looks like maybe he pivoted decks. But he's still 2-0 against us today. Let's try Moonstone and Thanos ongoing Zoo. Is there enough space? I know I've never absolutely loved Thanos Zoo. Largely because of how much, like, it's just so restrictive on board space that any, like, small card that gets added to your side feels like it greatly hinders your ability to play. He's your favorite character in the entire of Marvel? Bullseye or Marvel Boy? This isn't great. I guess we'll generate some cards, but they're going to get hit with -2 by turn 5. Do we think Legendary will be limited to once per deck? That's what I'm imagining it is. But I don't know. We don't know for sure, but that's what I'm kind of assuming it would be. Oh wait, no, we can't do the Doctor Strange to pull mid because we wouldn't be able to play it here. In that case, I think I'm just going to go Wiccan. We don't get the extra energy from it, but maybe that's fine. Wait, what is legendary? So in one of the data mined cards, Eson, E-S-O-N, it in the card, the first wording says legendary. So my assumption or my guess is that it's going to be a kind of new tag that is added to really strong cards to make sure that you can't pair them up with other really strong cards. Like, I think they'll be on par better than other cards, or stronger than other cards, because of like their effect or their impact on the game. That I think they want to limit it to how many times or how many of them can be played at a time. I'm gonna go Moonstone left. I'm not sure I feel great about any of these plays, but we're gonna give it a shot. Based on Essen, it seems like cards that give deck-wide start buffs. Yeah. Or just have, like, it could be those, like, large impact game starts. So, like, maybe Arisham. I wouldn't mind Arisham retroactively being tagged as legendary. I have no problem with it at all. So, let's see. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 extra. Brings us to a tie in the right lane. So it comes down to a point differential. Probably doesn't win, but it's not terrible. Big gore. Yeah, they win by 10. We only win by, what, about 7? Legendary may mean it will not create duplicates of itself. Hopefully others already are on original list. But if it's a game start tag, like a duplicate may not matter. Outrageous that the answer is not Jeff the Babyland Shark. I feel like it should always be Jeff. I need Bullseye and Rivals. Bullseye and Rivals would be really cool, but I feel like we'll see Gambit and Rivals before we see Bullseye. Maybe Legendary will be for only the Celestials and other major cosmic beings, like Living Tribunal. I mean, it could be. Like, all of those kind of Celestials have a... Oh, are you... redacted it? Never mind. But all of those more impactful cards, like Thanos, High Evo even, Arisham, they have a really big impact on, like, that deck itself. And, like, it kind of breaks the limitations that are normally there. Gambit more AoE and general mid-long range DPS. Bullseye sniper type. Poor Black Widow. As a sniper type, she is just so bad. Agatha next month season card 2. Wait. Agatha or Agamotto? I feel like it was Agamotto. But we are going to run a really quick set of ads to keep pre-rolls turned off. We're going to jump over into them and we'll be right back in just a second. On YouTube said, wouldn't be surprised if there's a patch where certain at the start of game cards, yeah, get the legendary tag. I can see that, yeah. I'm hopeful that some of the tech cards are tagged as legendary. I feel like one of the biggest goals that the devs for Snap has had is that no one card doesn't have an answer by another card, which I think is where the tech cards come into play. Some of the tech cards, however, I feel like are super, super versatile and kind of cover too much ground. So kind of like Luke Cage, I think for the next few weeks, he's going to be a splash in so many decks that just keeps against the Affliction and like the Bullseye Affliction and all of these new cards that we're going to see come out. And so some of them, I think, probably have a much stronger effect, but it's also meta dependent. So as things shift around, they kind of go in and out of relevancy. Loved your 30 days of Snap video. Francisco, so glad that you found the stream, and I'm glad that you enjoyed that series as well. I want to redo it, especially now that they're changing the acquisition rate of Series 3 cards. I want to go back and revisit it Honestly, I thought about starting it today. But, let's see. We pulled the epic Brews banner. I'm gonna go ahead and play him just for giggles. Maybe he hulks out. Probably not. I want Gambit and Rivals to throw my snap cards at people. Yeah, I think Gambit and Rivals would be fun. Ooh, big Wiccan. I was hoping maybe they had an ongoing or an on reveal. Feels just got the best card for turn number 2. Absolutely the best card in existence. Brews banner. I'm surprised it didn't pop up with a first time scene whenever I played it. And so with their snap, yeah, they got the double Wiccan, but so do we. They have speed, they could have Victoria Hand. We have Rogue to maybe take out their speed here. I want to save it for a bit. Do we ever Rogue Frigga? I think probably no. Could set up a Moonstone. Hydra Bob left, Frigga mid. We get 2 more Hydra Bobs. We could do that. And just leave the rest of the space, or just leave the rest of our energy. Deep space on the board, yeah. Deep space makes it kind of tricky. I could see the need for a double Hydra Bob play though. Acid Arrow incoming right.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Ow. They haven't played Kate Bishop. If they do, I'm gonna be astounded. And then Scotch 2030, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. They have big hands that they're going to be throwing. Hydra Bob, No Guard Bear. They have a lot of hands that they're going to be throwing. It's Mirage. Yeah, it's Mirage, not Kate Bishop. Do you know where to find the Dark Avengers challenge progression? So there's not a live progression. They said they would be posting on the socials. I haven't seen anything yet. Leave energy for Hulk. It's a 1 out of 4. Only a 25% chance. I feel like the left lane isn't necessarily the lane we have to focus on winning though. And take the chance. Maybe. Would be so much better if there was an in-game tracker. Yeah, I agree. I think the problem becomes trying to win this left lane. To appease you guys, though, we're going to trust the RNG. We're going to hope for Big Bruce. They have a lot of hands. See which one we still with Rogue. Where you hand big. Had he hulked out, though, we would have won. We just needed the Hulk. Actually, no, we wouldn't have, would we? Because it would have taken away 5, so it's 10. It would only been 22. So even with the Hulk, because the Hulk wouldn't have been created in hand, I don't think. Unless he hulked out and still got these, in which case we would win. I don't know. I don't know if he would still get the Victoria hand buff or not. Thanos said a raptor fell. How'd you get 3 bobs? We were severely dehydrated, and so it needed a lot of hydration Roberts to save the day. We did Hydra Bob and then played Frigga into the double trigger lane. And then Zachary on the YouTube side said the deck feels very good. I played it a bit yesterday. Yeah, it was solo carrying me yesterday, and it's doing pretty well for me today. There's been a few stays where I probably shouldn't have stayed that I did, but in general, it is doing very, very good. Picnic Moon Girl was my premium. Ooh, thank you for reminding me. I need to open my premium mystery variant. That sounds like a pretty good one. And Moon Girl has been at least decently relevant here recently. You can do Iron Patriot, but Atilan's going to shuffle it in. And since we're up against a mill deck, that may not be that bad. Because it'll give us more resources to like shuffle in and then be able to pull into. I'm just going to go Frigga into Atilan. I don't want to waste the space. Big, though. If we ever get those back, they're heavily discounted. I guess we'll get them back now. That was fast. We can always do the Arnhem Zola. Like, Beta Ray, Arnhem Zola to get 2 more Beta Ray bills. Zola left. Card advantage. Zola left for the Iron Patriot, and then we followed up with like a Beta Ray. May not be bad. Zola left is bonkers. It's a wild play. Not one I normally would have done, but I kind of like it. So I just hope the Arnhem Zola pops here. Huge. Okay. Our hand is now full. Huge meme play. You can turn off the left with Storm. The only problem is it does take up a lot of board space. Beta Ray Bill was definitely the play. Yeah, I think so. It just gets good, consistent value, and then we have space to kind of fight for. I'm kind of considering a skip here into Beta Ray plus like Emperor Hulkling or into like Storm. We could do the Ray plus Storm here. But I think they're probably looking for like a Shang-Chi target, and they're not looking to not have priority.
Wind, aid my hand.
magic is super unfortunate. And we blew our storm in the left lane. Iron Patriot could have generated Cersei Death Strike. It could have. Speaking of Death Strike. Ooh. Can they beat 15 power mid? How much has been destroyed? They can always do death, can't they? 6 destroyed? 7? Yeah, death plus something else. Yeah, we could do it. I don't think I would even do Emperor Hulkling, right? I was thinking more like speed. Because I'm thinking they probably have a Shang-Chi for the Fenris Wolf. But they can do death plus Fenris revive our Hydra Bob. So then if we snapped, it would move out of a Teelan, which is kind of nice.
Victory.
I was taking a calculated risk. We were taking a calculated gamble. Whew. So I think he was probably worried about maybe us having drawn a Stormbreaker. Because Stormbreaker would swing left, would swing mid, and if they Shang-Chi'd right, it would swing right as well. We'll take it. We had to work for the one. We'll absolutely take it. And then Zippy by Day, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. You said happy to be here. Not loving Moonstone so far, but have hope for. Yeah, she's one of those cards that I think she'll be like fine wine. I think she'll age well over time. Ooh. I think she'll age very, very well. I told you Zola left would work out. It was a very stressful Zola left, Raw. Snap into immediate opponent retreat. They probably hit retreat later, and we're just waiting for us to like finish our move. And then Rush Limball, thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime for 7 months. Thanks for always being so awesome and for the creative deck ideas. Absolutely, Rush. Thank you guys for being here to be able to enjoy the deck brews. I wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. Can you show me a good Surfer Galacta deck without Gwynpool? It's been a little bit since I've played one Transcendence, and so I would have to play around with one with what we have now. See if there's one on Untapped. This one wouldn't be mine, but it would be one that like shows decent stats. So you said a Galacta Surfer deck that doesn't run Gwynpool, right? You could do Frigga to get another Mirage. Or it's Juggernaut. It's either Frigga or Juggernaut this turn. And I think I'd rather save the Juggernaut for later. Fastos is for sure what we're going to play. Or, did I say Fastos? I meant Wiccan. Wait, are you guys asking about drops? So if you do the second link, for your inventory. That'll show you the progress on your drops. So we have I mean, it's a little bit more expensive a one, but it's a 58.2% win rate deck, or 58.2% win rate over 100 games. Yeah, I'll show this one on screen after this matchup. So Mirage, we'll go ahead and do the Soul Stone to get the draw, right? Yeah. Draw from it. Maybe it's Soulstone, Mirage. We'll go Moonstone right. In case we draw into, like, Speed or Victoria, we have the ability to drop it over there. Yeah, I've seen, like, one Enchantress in the last, like, 6 months, maybe. Blue Marvel's big for just the overall power output. We do get Victoria hand, which is nice. Victoria. Bubbles up here. The only card that we have generated is going to be Soulstone and Mockingbird. This may be fine. Instead of Mockingbird, we could always try to make room for Rogue. In the mix too. I like this direction better. We just put our power in the right lane and Juggernaut to win mid instead. Oh no, what? Super unfortunate. And then Dexter is best. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one. Poor Claw. But so for the deck that you were asking about on the YouTube side, I'll pull it up on the screen for you real fast. Oh, super big. Oh, that's wrong. So this is the one that I was looking at. And so it's showing top infinite results. So I usually do that so I know they're going against other like pretty competitive decks. We're looking for the Galacta, the Surfer, excluding Gwyn. This one has a pretty decent win rate. Almost 60% over 100 games is decent. But it also requires a few probably lesser owned cards like Makari, Fastos. And then maybe Rocket and Groot if you don't have a great collection. If you don't have those, you might be able to fill it in with like a Juggernaut or a or like a Hope Summers. And then there's also this one that's showing up that I think is a little bit more attainable that you might check out as well. It doesn't have a very big sample size, but from what it does, it has a big win rate. Could we get a peek at the general top by cube rate? Yeah. So without filters. So the general top, you like by average cube rate. Right now is negative 51 games, which is not bad. And Iron Hand is 40 games, only a 55% win rate, but 1.1 cube. I guess because of the misery. Like if you're a good misery player, you can win games that are otherwise hard. And so I'm always kind of cautious of like average cubes, depending on like what the win rate looks like. Because like a lot of times negative decks will have a lower win rate, but a much bigger average cubes. Those are harder to play. You have to play them patiently. You could go on big losing streaks with them. And we have a Doom deck. A lot of these are pretty low sample size. Another Iron Hand, which is 70 games, 65.7% win rate. Wait, is this the one we're playing? No. It's the one I played earlier today and did absolutely awful with. But a lot of gore type stuff. Clog. Hearing there, but a lot of low sample size. If we scale that up to like at least 50 games, it gets a little bit more consistent. A lot of Victoria hand stuff, surprisingly. And then we have Mill, which I think this is... Is this Husky's version? So the Victoria hand primarily for what? Just Mirage and Hood. I guess Hood is a really good use case for it. And then a Cerebro 6 Moonstone. I expect to see this one kind of fall as it becomes less of a like a surprise win. And then a counter heavy deck. Looking at the like Killmonger, Mobius, US Agent, Red Guardian stuff. And then a Wiccan deck, which I think is probably a much more like standard do good deck right now. And then yeah, you can filter it by closer to like 100 games played to see like ones with really, really big sample sizes. Next up we have Huertas. Start with Maria Hill. I love playing Clog, but I don't play too much. I believe in Karma. Yeah, I like Clog when it's kind of a surprise play. Ah, we get Bruce again. I like playing Clog when it's kind of a surprise deck, just to kind of tech against more board intense opponent decks. But I think if it's super common, it is very frustrating to play against. Yeah, we have the Bruce banner again. We'll see if he does any better for us this time. Probably not, because we... we don't even get it in Murder World. That's what I was hoping for. In Bruce we trust. I don't know. My trust in Bruce is shaken. I kind of like the backup Frigga here. Or the backup Juggernaut. Frigga the Bruce. Maria Hill is telling me that I should have bought Bruce Banner. He's the only card I've skipped in the last several years, or I guess at least like the last year when I've actively been playing. He's the only one that I've skipped and have no intention of like chasing. Big Moonstone. We can maybe counteract their Morbius. Or their Victoria hand. Why get him when you generate him every game? Exactly. Wait, we don't have Rogue? For some reason I thought we had Rogue in hand. We can't counter this. We have to just leave this alone. We couldn't do Gore if we do that. Oh no. Penny Parker is more than Bruce. Sorry, Bruce. I don't think we win this one. If they have any like big play, we're not gonna be able to pull it home. Speed? Oh, with speed more? Speed was, oh man, why did we overlook the speed? Speed was 9 power. This is only 6. Oh, if we lose by 3 or less, I'm gonna be so sad. Proxima. Fine. Why is watch time broken? I don't know. It's a stream elements thing. Okay. At least they dominated us over there. Makes it a bit better. Had we been able to do Gore plus Juggernaut, I think Gore could have stood his own in mid. Speed and Bruce over Bear had a chance. Small chance, but it had a chance. Fair, that is true.
Epic.
On the plus side, we were absolutely dominated. Surprised that Arcade isn't a card in Snap, considering Murder World exists. I think at some point he will be. It's just we haven't had like a season tie-in to make him. Does the Hulk get the hand buff? I don't know. I've never had a Hulk. I've never had a Bruce Banner Hulk out on me, so I don't know. Is your alliance still alive? It is. We missed a couple of weeks where we didn't get the high-end reward, but like last week, and for the most part, we get all the way. We get the full reward each week. Victoria hand. The Scarred discount from Atlantis is kind of nice. Big Victoria hand on there, and go ahead and rogue it. Or do we wait to rogue it? No. Oh no, what am I doing? We're snapping Bob out of Atlantis.
Victory.
Which was giving us the discount onto the Scar. And then on the YouTube side, Devoot said, "Hi TLSG, thanks for keeping me company as I applied to unis. Hopefully your application process goes well." I know it was super stressful whenever I was like thinking about in the United States colleges, when I was thinking about colleges to apply to work for universities. So hopefully you have a list of ones that you really want to go to, and make sure that you kind of cast the net a little bit wider than what might be necessary, just to make sure that you have a couple backup options in case your primary doesn't fall through. Would it be cool to have the announcer, the voice when you snap, to be a card? It would be sick to break the fourth wall. So like a card that's in play. If it's a card that's in play, I think it would be kind of cool, but also I think it would be a lift that they're probably struggling to keep up with right now.
Animated.
And so right now, I think a lot of the like kind of finesse or like the fine tuning, they're probably pushing that development manpower onto other ways to get people to stay engaged. Try to like right the ship, or like right size the ship. But It is time for a quick set of ads. Do you know what today's featured location is? Ooh, I do not. Hopefully it's not anything bad. I think it'll probably be something that helps out Moonstone. Quick and replaceable. You probably could. But the extra energy is really nice whenever it does hit. But we're gonna go ahead and jump over into the quick ad break. I'm gonna upgrade a few cards while we're away, and then we'll jump into a few more games right after. We'll be right back, you guys. Still leftmost card. You know what that means? Does that mean Agatha? If so, I'm going to Conquest. If it means that Agatha is being trolled around, we're immediately switching over to Conquest.
Animated.
I still can't. How you have to log into the game for 25 credits for retention. Give us 200 daily. I mean, kind of get it. I did like the just flat 50 better. Like, yes, we're getting more if we hit every single one of those, but I know me personally, I'm not going to log in every 8 hours just to get it. So for me, I end up missing out on a little bit of extra credits here and there because I refuse to like set a timer or try to like revolve around making sure that I'm hitting every single reset. Did they raise the cap on credits? No, but if the last like set of credits that you receive puts you over, you get that overage. It's just any additional that you try to claim, it would not allow you to. Bluesman, you said 2 people left the Alliance today? Would we like to pick from chat? We can, yeah. So we have 2 slots. The only thing that we require is that, I mean, we don't even require it each week. The ask is 2,000 contribution each week minimum. If you happen to contribute less than that on a week, we have a strike system. And so if you do at least 1,000, then it's only 1 strike. If it's less than 1,000, it's 2. You have up to 3 strikes in a month before you have to worry about being booted. And so for the most part, it's pretty lenient. And we've hit the max rewards almost every single week since it came out. Can I ask how you get out of the faction? Or how you get out of the Alliance? Here. So if you click on title or however you get the list, then you do leave. And so if you guys are interested, I can have you guys, like I can do like a keyword and we can run a randomizer on it to bring it in because we have 2 slots that are open. Just okay. Let me pull up the Nightbot. It'll be essentially a giveaway. It's just Snow Guard. All right, And so the keyword is going to be alliance. What's the word alliance? Make sure I give you the right one, that I spelled it correctly. So just alliance. So if you're interested, do that, and then I'll do a randomizer. We have 2 slots. That's the fairest way I can think of to do it. Okay, let's do Mirage Marie Hill. Is there a minimum collection level? Not necessarily. What is the raffle? So I have 2 slots in my alliance, and so it's 4 people that want to join. If you're already in one, then you don't need to enter. But that way I can get the names listed, and we can do a drawing for 2. It's Agatha Day today. It is Agatha Day today. Unfortunately so. All right, we'll go ahead and... Looks like we have a handful of people. So we'll go ahead and do it. We have 2 slots. We have 12 people, so... You can run Ham Mobius for a 014 card. It's true. People are running the Agatha. Cersei's interesting. We're not going to get the discount on the Iron Patriot, though. We're just going to settle for a Moonstone. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and choose a winner. It looks like Shaw 67-193. You were chosen. And then we're going to re-roll 1 additional one. So, Lover F22. Yours was picked as well. And so if you guys are in my Discord, I know that Bluesman can get you all set up for joining. The invite for the Discord is there. Always hit it with a Cersei. Cersei mid is not awful. I think that's what we're gonna shoot for. And so Shaw and Lover, are you guys both here? Just making sure. Victoria Hand, Frigga, oof, big. Did you get the Mjolnir for Thor? Let's see. We might actually have this. Depending on how much they play and where. They've already played their demon. I guess they could, if they fill all 3 locations. We might not be able to hold them down in Shadowland or in Necrotia. It's a big enough card.
Mjolnir, to me.
All right, perfect. I'm glad you guys are both here. Second Victoria Hand. I put a lot of focus on this left lane with the Cosmo, the Zabu. Had they had at least one generated card here, I think they could have probably stolen it. And then HD Crockett, thank you so much for the Prime sub for 5 months. Thank you for streaming during drops. Thank you guys for being here. Being able to stream longer hours is I enjoy it. I enjoy being able to do the longer hours and just have like a good amount of interest in the stream. So I'm very, very glad to be here. What are your thoughts on the board-wide effects of
Hey, welcome. It took you long
Mobius
enough.
and Luke Cage? I think they're... I don't really have an issue with them because there are counters to those, and I think they're very meta-specific, and so they're very big role players. And so I haven't had a big issue with Mobius or Luke Cage. I do think that Luke Cage is starting to creep a little bit closer towards being a bit too strong or a bit too like versatile with as much affliction. So now not only is it hazmat, which used to be only hazmat really, not only is it hazmat now, we have the US agent man thing, we have Scream, we have Rocket and Groot, which is able to impact, you know, a pretty wide variety of cards to like add that restriction. I kind of want to generate another Victoria hand, rotate the Frigga. And see what we can get out there. Yeah, there's actually at least 2 new cards. So there's Bullseye and then the one that's immediately after it. I forget what the name is. That rogue was a rough pull. I've yet to experience a game where an opponent plays Iron Lad with Doom 2099 and not have flat copy Doom. I feel like mine never does. Ah, they got our Hawk. Unfortunate. Then we can't even turn it off that way. Go with this. And then the home command said hot take. Red Guardian and Rogue exist at low cost, and people refuse to run any kind of tech, no matter how versatile. Yeah, no, I think there should definitely be some tech. It's just some of it gets a little bit too versatile. I think Red Guardian is like probably one of the most flexible tech tools that we have. Red Guardian gets really big here. Cloak gets really big here. But we also have to look out for what? Shang-Chi? Shang-Chi would grab us, or we would grab priority off of it, and then Shang-Chi would absolutely wreck us. Ooh, Victoria in mid as well, yeah. Almost want to skip here, but that feels like the wrong play. That is not the Victoria I thought was going to get absolutely handled. I thought it was going to get Shang-Chi'd, not Lady Deathstrike. So we could have went US Agent last turn. Four, 6 brings us up to 8 in the left lane. If we did it anywhere else. Devs clearly think Luke Cage is going to be important. He's also the free Conquest card, which is big. Yeah, we're not going to survive that one. Mid lane was too large. left lane we didn't even win. She got handled. She did get handled. The Lady Death Strike was a nice touch. Wait, that wasn't even theirs, was it? That was from the Triskelion. So for those that are looking for it, the tag is TSG. I've been running a Surfer deck with Red Guardian, Rogue, and Mobius. Oof. It's a lot of tech. It feels like the tech options at 3 are really strong. Yeah, 3 cost tech is really, really strong. So you also have Killmonger. You have, there's a couple other counter tools there. Juggernaut is more of a like displacement, but can be absolutely critical. Hydra Bob, I think we eventually try to finesse over into Death's Domain. Cosmo, yeah, Cosmo's also a big one. The goodest of techs. Iron Patriot. With Snowguard, we can eventually turn off Death's Domain, depending on if we have Prio or not going into that final turn.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Ooh, Devil Dino Enjoyer? Let's go speed mid with Rogue. We know we'll be able to handle their Devil Dino when it comes into play. And we know to expect it as well. Maybe we don't even worry about Death's Domain. We always have the Hydra Bob that pops over there. But we don't want to snap until Mojo World is full to guarantee that it goes to Death's Domain. And then Duke Defenstrate. Hello TSG, thank you for showcasing that Galacta Thanos deck last month. Yeah, absolutely. It helps you get it infinite in December. I always love to hear whenever the decks are able to help out like that. And so thank you for letting me know. I'm glad that it worked out well for you, because sometimes I'm always a little bit weary, because sometimes a deck does well or not depending on how it's piloted. Sometimes like a meta shifts, or maybe I was in a pocket meta. But I'm glad that that one was found that does work for you. Alright, so Death's Domain is now free and open. But nothing, like, we're not going to get anything destroyed. Juggernaut solos Mojo, or not solos, he wins Mojo World.
Oh, snap.
Any more? Oh, we could have just done, what are we doing? We could have done, well, with the snap, Hydra Bob's going to jump left anyways. You can rogue. We could rogue the null, but I don't think it's going to be any power. I think it's going to be at -2. Why didn't they Shang-Chi either of the other lanes? Our Moonstone was already 12. Oh, wait. No, they probably did Shang-Chi in Mojo World, right? You jugged him. Yeah. Yeah, this lane makes more sense. It would be the guaranteed 12, bring Null up. Imagine Shang-Chi right. Yeah, had they did Shang-Chi right, it would have been a big brain play. But it would have won it for him. You getting tired? I shouldn't be. I slept last night. but maybe. So I've only been on for 4 hours now. I have another probably 4 or 5 hours in me. So we're gonna be live for a while. Jug plus any good 3 cost tech. Yeah, Juggernaut. When the meta is right for it, Juggernaut is so strong. Let's do Snow Guard. Next turn will be Iron Patriot. We want to be able to beat this guy. He's 2-0 against us so far. And then S Spy. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. You said you did it. I appreciate you going through the effort and making it happen. Hopefully you're having a great one. I appreciate you being here. Thoughts on Moonstone? Moonstone right now, I feel like she's fun. I enjoy her quite a bit more than what I thought I would. I think she's a pretty decent card, but I think that she's one that right now the decks that do well for her require a pretty deep collection. But I think there are some cards that are going to release in the near future. So like, I think it's Sam's Captain Marvel or the Falcon Captain Marvel that will make her even better in those decks to help those shine. And so I think there's a chance that she becomes pretty decent. I think right now she's fairly skippable because she'll only be played in like a handful of decks right now. Fenris is scary. We could go Frigga to copy Iron Patriot. We could go Mirage, Hydra Bob. Let's go ahead and go Frigga. Big Gladiator. Lose our Moonstone. Fortunately. We'll be able to at least revive Moonstone here. I pulled last week and this week's card with both 1 key. Huge ace. Now go eat salmon. Still haven't brought myself to eat salmon. Claw could be pretty sneaky here. Our cards are not great here. Nothing for Electra to pop, unfortunately. No guard? Yeah, we could do... What? The bear? We could do the hawk to allow play into the vault. Not sure we want to. Might just be the bear. We want to hold Hydra Bob because we know they have Electra that would destroy it. Then next turn I'm thinking maybe it's Claw. Rogue Moon. We don't have anything that's in mid that like is helping us out from like stealing the Moonstone. So roguing the Moonstone, unfortunately, wouldn't do much for us. Can they beat 9 power? Probably. But we know we don't lose our Electra. Shot. And then Osirium said, "Hey TLSG, I'm watching your stream while on the bike at the gym. Thanks for helping me burn some calories." Absolutely, Osirium. I love a good weight. Oh yeah, with the Rocket and Groot, we're not touching this. I love a good way to kind of distract myself from burning the calories. That's why what I've been doing recently has been a lot of VR. But whenever I am doing like a bike or a treadmill, I like to either have a stream or a TV show on to just like kind of zone out and forget that I'm doing cardio. I think they can beat 9. Yeah. They definitely beat 9. No doubt about it. They had us there. Did we get it filled? We wait one more. Go to replacement for Bob. It depends. Sometimes I like Bob as a way to like win the Iron Patriot lane and then move it out later. So you could maybe do like Nightcrawler. You could also do Kitty Pryde, which feeds into like the Wiccan play. I think both of those would be okay replacements. Wouldn't Hawk have let you play extra cards in Space Throne? It would have, but it would have also let them play it into the Space Throne. So then I was hoping to win with like a sneaky claw play instead. Rocket Raccoon is also big, yeah. Yeah, and they've beat us 3. That player has beat us 3 times today. And so I should have known the Quake was possibly coming. They definitely have a cook for sure. I should have known the Quake was coming, but we do Frigga to get another Iron Patriot. Or we could do Speed, which is a little bit more direct power in the Eternity range. I'm not going to have a lot of board space. And then Board C, thank you so much for the Prime resub for the 2nd month. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. We actually don't have a lot of board space, so I think we're going to do Speed instead. And I guess we could play Iron Patriot here if it was the backup one, and then we wouldn't get the discount because we don't win it. Never mind. I just realized I own 0 cards from this deck. Oh my gosh. Like none? Absolutely none? Could Bolt Frigga? Very true. I do like a Bolt Frigga. Into another Bolt. I think I'm going to sacrifice Frigga.
Victory.
Do you think we're going to be able to do the Null X23 Avengers raid? Yeah, I think so. Because it was kind of in small text, but so for every additional card you have that's on that list, it counts as an additional win. So like right now I'm running Iron Patriot, Victoria Hand, and was Moonstone on it? If so, then every win that I'm getting counts as 3. I think we should be able to hit it. I like the Hood Misery version of this deck. I was getting absolutely dominated with this one earlier. Like the stats that I've seen on it have been very promising, but I was just getting absolutely rolled. Thanks for getting me the Baby Moon. Moonlight is my premium mystery variant. Absolutely plain white. And I need to open my mystery variant as well. Haven't yet. I haven't opened mine yet. Quantity of Missy's nice. Iron Patriot or Victoria Hand. I think we go Iron Patriot. And then Cho, you said where can you check it? So there's not a live tracker for it. They're going to be updating or sending updates on socials periodically. I don't think a Cerebro 6 deck can really compete for Wakanda Embassy, but maybe I was wrong. Ooh, with the Maximus, they definitely can. Ah, by one. Well. We did Moonstone. Next turn, do Hood plus Misery mid, maybe? I actually haven't seen Lasher's new animation. What does it look like? This does kind of shoot us in the foot here, though. I think we just do this instead. I think Nico's worth 6,000. Nico is definitely one of the more flexible one costs. Like in the decks that she's good in, like her spells can be so strong. So like Destroy, she's phenomenal with her Destroy spell. And then like the Generate a Copy is great for like bounce style stuff. Depending on your collection, she very well could be. So Iron Lad copies a Cosmo. Double Victoria hand. Quadruple Victoria hand. Plus a demon. Both of these are hand generated. No. Just this one. This one gets a really big bonus. We could do Demon to the right to get the extra Lake Hellas power. Xandar screwed their Cerebro? Ooh, it did, true. So all they really have to do is have like an Iron Man. We know that they have a Mystique, but like an Iron Man would help them win one of these lanes. I would almost want to not go left, but we're gonna try it anyways. Like go mid instead. Yeah, with the... Oh no, wow.
Victory.
I thought with the Star-Lord, if it would have been the same power as the Malekith, but Wakanda Embassy plus Xandar made Malekith out of the range. Oof. Close. That was so close. But had we just did like Victoria Hand and then like a demon and a demon, we also had that line. And that would have been, I think, safer for us. Moonstone in this deck is treacherous. It can be. Moonstone with the Victoria Hand, like, I didn't really enjoy Victoria Hand last week. Moonstone has definitely made me enjoy Victoria Hand much more this time around. So Bluesman, we may need to lower the collection level requirement to allow them to apply, depending on what their collection level is. I have decks dedicated to the fill all and activate bounties. Pay out to them as mad sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of rotate depending on what is kind of filling up our bounty board. But I usually do one for fill locations, one that I use for discard, for destroy, one for move. And then I have an activate deck that I just enjoy playing. So I play that one whenever I have that mission. Oof. I would say that the Star-Lord was well placed, but honestly, it was our only choice was to play it over here. So Frigga, create a backup Victoria hand. And it's okay, we can sacrifice the Frigga. That's a 6 Star-Lord? It is. I like it. So is Moonstone worth the keys? I would say, for the most part, probably not. Like, she's just okay. But I have been having a whole lot of fun with her. Red Guardian could come in pretty big against like a Cerebro or like an Iron Man. I think Mirage, Iron Patriot. Then depending on what we pull, we might do a second Victoria hand over in Onslaught Citadel. But I need some generated cards for this to be viable. So I think right now she's okay. I don't think she's like crazy broken or anything. I think the longer she's here, the more likely we are to find a deck that truly feels like broken with her. The Dazzler's pretty big at 8. I think we can go ahead and just play it into mid and call it good. And we have the Moonstone here, which elevates this one dramatically.
I am
Ooh,
Iron Man.
big Iron Man. We can stop a Mystique from hitting here with our Red Guardian. But then we wouldn't be able to do Moonstone, would we? I think it's probably worth it. Jesus. Such a big Giganto. Goodness.
Snap.
Take it. We're gonna take away the Iron Man. I think we should be okay.
Victory.
Cerebro gonna be huge. I mean, Cerebro in the right lane, yeah. Cerebro in the right lane was gonna go crazy. But knowing the cards that can fit into a Cerebro 6 deck, their lower cost is kind of Star-Lord, Maximus, and then Dazzler. So they had Dazzler, but they would need to fill 2 lanes to make Dazzler 6 power. And so they would have to play like Cerebro here, get another card here for 2 or less cost, and then the Dazzler here. And then it would just be reliant on that one card. But Cerebro would be absolutely massive had it come down. How much is that per card? So it's going to be, what, 2 for 16? Yeah, 16 per 6 cost. Is it 14? They were going to be big. There will be a crazy OP deck in 3 to 4 months. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Moonstone is one of those, like Living Tribunal. When Living Tribunal came out, it was so bad. But, I mean, you can always save up tokens and buy it. When Living Tribunal came out, it was so bad. It performed awfully. Until we found a deck that, like, really fit that well. And then it became just, like, this monster. Imagine Cerebro, Mystique, Moonstone. And Victoria Hand on the Onslaught Citadel. Massive for sure. Let's go Iron Patriot right. And the opponent plays Enchantress, yeah. Playing Pixie when you're running an Arsham deck, I feel like he's kind of brave. These locations are not incredible. And then Wabear Ultra, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. It has been forever. Hopefully you're having a good day. And then we have the Red Guardian, but the more Galactas that they play, the less we're going to be able to make it re-trigger. Like, we're just going to hit this one every time. Nico is location ready. Oh man. We're gonna give them that one. They priority wise, they were like one slight step ahead of us every single time. Like I was wanting to rip away Bar Sinister before it became like a big issue. And then it still became a big issue. Misery kills itself? What, in the left lane? Yeah, in the left lane it should kill itself. And then Arcane in H, welcome in. May your snaps be profitable. Greetings to you as well. Hopefully you're having a good morning or afternoon if it's more afternoon time where you're at. And hopefully your day is going well. So next up is Shaw 67-193. Nico here, we don't really care for the double up spell. Misery doesn't help us out all that much. Oh, so the location. Gotcha. Okay. So yeah. It would end up only as one, for sure. Go Iron Patriot. We have the Chimichanga that we can play to try and help secure that lead next turn. But I don't really want to Chimichanga if we're going to end up hitting it with a Misery. I don't know if we will. We could go Frigga to get an extra copy. Go Misery Chimichanga. And hope that 10 is enough. I don't know that it will be, though. Especially with the Utopia discount. Chimichanga for future copy. Yeah, that's true. We could use it to copy the 10 power Misery. We do hold down mid. Big cheap Modok. Go ahead and get a copy. I I would like to get a copy of the Modoc, but in all honesty, that's kind of bad. Gonna do Nico Moonstone. I think we'll hold down mid still. We could have copied the Misery, but yeah, I guess that would have been a decent play. I always forget about White Tiger being actually good, like as a target for Misery. Victoria hand is nice here. In Victoria, we can Frigga. Get a backup Victoria. White Tiger. I think it's pretty big. So next turn will be Victoria, Modoc, Boot Cage, or Victoria, Modoc, Mirage. This is a pretty big reach.
Victory.
We'll take the one. For backup Tiger. What, like grab another White Tiger from Frigga? We can fill the board pretty well, so I wasn't sure if that would be better, especially with like 4 Victoria hands. Even a 1/6 demon becomes 114. You end up having like +8 to any of your cards. The drop premium variant is a Winter Vacation Red Guardian. Nice, Zodrex. And that reminds me, I need to pull mine. The 2 cost cards, we can do that one with what we're running. And this one.
Legendary.
Nice. It's a big point value for the 3 cost cards. Wish we could drop one. Alright, let's pull our premium mystery variant. Zodrex, I'm so glad that you got a good premium mystery variant. One that is a usable card that looks pretty sleek. Like, not that this one looks bad, but it's Mantis. That never gets used. Oh well, our next premium mystery variant will be better. We're gonna lean into the copium. He said sorry for yours. It's absolutely no problem. I did not need a Gesha Mantis in my life. Me neither. Me either. Let's go Hood. I kind of want to turn off Bar Sinister, but we're gonna hold off for now. Ooh. We got Howard the Duck. Unfortunate. I pulled that variant as well. It had never been played. Did you get the new Kate Bishop variant? Is it in the shop? Like, did it just come out? I know for sure I haven't got it, but I'll take a look at it if it was like newly released and is likely in the shop. Maybe over there will change her. we can only hope. A good Mirage. Grabbing that Pim arrow. I'm kind of hoping for Misery as a top deck. Otherwise, our space is going to get real restrictive real fast. Like anime cutesy. Oh wait, no, I think I did see it. I think I mentioned yesterday that I liked the look of it. I'll check it out after this game though. Man, I remember when Mantis used to be playable. And then they changed her to copy instead. Copy instead of like steal. Just ruined her. Wait, do they have an acid arrow? That's pretty bad. Pretty rough. It would have been nice had our Raj pulled that. We would have known. We always have acid arrow. Always. And if we had Misery, we could get rid of this. A Victoria Hand plus Moonstone could help buff this up a touch. But, that one's theirs.
Escaped.
I'm gonna check to see if the variant is in the shop right now. Not gonna lie, I kind of like that one. Like, it reminds me of like a very old style cartoon. And growing up, I liked the Toon World cards from Yu-Gi-Oh. I'm not gonna. It's $50, so I'm definitely never gonna own it. But yeah, I kind of like this one. Not for 1,200, but I do kind of like it. Do $50 love it though? No, I don't. But we are gonna run to an ad break real fast. I'm gonna run to the restroom while it's running, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Where are the ads? I don't know, Mr. Man. I didn't get any on my preview that I have pulled up either, so I don't know. I guess there weren't any ads. It said that ads were running, but who knows where they're at. Opie, you got ads? Wait. Yeah, okay. I thought you were a Prime. I thought you had used your Prime sub on my channel, and I was gonna say no, you didn't. But your tag or your badge is just Prime Gaming. So we have the Kate Bishop. We have Victoria Hand. I think we focus on Kate Bishop first here. Go with her. Yeah, and I know the ads are location based as well, and so they may not always, or may not always run for everybody.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then Mopey Jones. I wasn't I wasn't trying to guilt you into a Prime sub. You said it reminded me that my Prime expired. Well, I appreciate the Prime sub and the support. But very, very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a good one. We can Nico destroy a rock? Draw more. And throw maybe like basic arrow down. Right now we don't have any necessarily great misery targets, so I don't know that we lean that heavily onto it. Cho, you said you only get like 2 ads a month. Where are you located? Like in general, you don't have to tell me specifically. But that's crazy that you get that few, because I know that when I'm watching streams, whew, I get absolutely bombarded with ads. We can go anti-venom. And then Servant of Glocky. Thank you so much for resubbing with your Prime as well for 5 months. Very much appreciate having you here. We can go anti-venom. We don't have huge targets, but a free target is a free target. Or a free card is a free card. And then Reg Edit 32. Thank you so much for the Prime sub for 5 months as well. Appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. Red Guardian could be pretty big for us. I think maybe it's Moonstone Grapple Arrow. Throw Victoria Hand. Have the Red Guardian that helps us out if they have like an Iron Man that they floated. Rock and
I am
Iron Man. The Red Guardian helps us out a lot there. I guess they probably drew another rock, because we didn't even need to snap and they retreated. Unfortunate. We will gladly take it though. All right, next up we have Koenji. With Misery, we might be able to kind of force fight for the raft, but we have to get some of our lower cost cards. So Nico, Mirage, Bishop, none of which we have right now. Kind of a bad start. What did I just see? Was that 3 straws? So no, it was 2 straws. Moby Jones. It was just 2 straws linked together. I've been drinking a gallon of water a day, and the easiest way for me to do that is to use and refill like a gallon container. And so when I'm not pouring it into like my cup, I just drink it straight out of the gallon. That's what you saw. Red Guardian, but we don't have anything cheap, so we're gonna give him the 1.
Escaped.
And then Human Death Trap. Hi, streamer. New Snap player. Been enjoying your YouTube videos. Nice to catch you here. Welcome in, Human Death Trap. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm glad that you're enjoying the videos, and I'm glad you found the channel. Hopefully you're enjoying playing Snap. For me, the new player experience, at least up until like somewhere in Series 3, it feels really, really good. Like you're gaining a lot of cards really quickly, and so you're able to continually like craft new decks almost every day. And so I really, really enjoyed like that aspect. And so hopefully you're enjoying the journey. It's definitely a trek, but it should be fun as you're going through it. Victoria Hand into Frigga could be a possible play for us. We could also do Iron Patriot. I kind of like the Victoria hand better. We can end up with potentially 3 Victoria hands, all in Eternity range. But we may not win in the Eternity range. We may end up getting the rock. We probably end up with the rock. Frigga mid could be a play. Next turn we could go like Iron Patriot plus Victoria hand. Turn 5 would be Hood Misery. I don't like that. Machine World's good for us. Wait, how so? Oh, because of the cards generated? Because it adds a copy to the hand? Yeah. Oh yeah, there was no way we were winning left. So I think we made the right call there. I think it's probably like an Iron Patriot, Victoria hand. Cosmo's pretty big. I mean, we're not going to use any owner reveals over there anyway, so it's okay. Odin could be interesting. Once it gets its discount, it would be 2 cost. Clear out some space in mid. We're going to generate 3 cards here. So no card draw for us. And even if they play a Machine World, we won't get the card we won't get a copy of the card. Because we're going to fill our hand first, but they don't know that. I already hit Infinite at collection level 400. Yeah. So at that low of a collection level, post Infinite, it does feel really bad. What I would recommend is playing Conquest. Because Conquest is going to be up, except for Infinite. Infinite, you're going to just get rolled, which is super unfortunate. But up until the Infinite tier in Conquest, it's much closer to the banding that it should be. And so I would recommend trying out Conquest for a while. We double up on the hand cards. These are going to be massive, right? They're 14 power demons. I think that's probably fine. Main issue with Conquest is few times. Yeah, that can be a pretty big one. Such big demons from being able to stack 2 Victoria hands. It's crazy how much output that ends up being able to do. How's Clarice doing? Ordinary Snap. Clarice is doing good. We moved a couple months ago, and all 3 of our dogs are absolutely loving the new house. We used to have a gate because my daughter was a bit younger for the stairs, and so the dogs never got to like go up and down the stairs. At this new house, they get to kind of run freely. And so there's doggy beds upstairs, downstairs. They get to choose where they lounge. And so they like to run up and down and up and down. Is Clarice still looking to window? She does sometimes. Not as much or not as often. Demons Victoria. Yeah, Demons Victoria is so good. We know which reserve rewards they replace with new cards. I don't. Turn 1 Victoria hand, turn 2 Frigga, turn 3 have the Moonstone. Such a good draw. Such a big hand. You need to copy Moonstone? What with Frigga? I don't know if we'd want to though. Because then the Moonstones don't interact together. It'd just be off of the Victorias. Do double Frigga to get double Victoria hands. Kinda crazy. But our board space becomes an issue pretty quickly. But it's so hard to pass up. So many. Oh wait, I forgot. The second Frigga copies the first one that was played. Anti-Venom. We're fine with that. Maybe we find Misery. Iron Patriot. We're fine with that. Those are some unfortunate pulls for him. We do find Misery. So something like what? Hood. Victoria hand. This is an absurd series of events. It is. Hood, Victoria hand, and then Misery, because Misery will proc Frigga, which will copy another Victoria hand. So then we can Victoria hand Moonstone. Double hand? Yeah, she's getting so big. I think we do this. And then we could always do like the big Victoria hand in Sinister London. Oof. Unfortunate Nico spell pull for him, pushing the Baron Zemo into mid. It's super. This is just turn 3? Oh my god. It feels like this is a turn 5 play. For sure. You can play Frigga to get another Misery to get more hands as well. We sure could. We sure could. We have to start worried about being within Shang-Chi range soon. Silly big hands. Three hand Frigga? Oh wait, we could just do the Victoria. We're gonna create a copy of Victoria, yeah. He plays Killmonger, probably? Probably. I'm worried about Shang-Chi. But that's about the only thing we fear right now. Lady Deathstrike was big. The deck run Shang, yeah. Yeah, it should. If it doesn't, it should. I think I'm going to skip. Skip into Victoria Hand, Moonstone, Demon, Demon. We do have to be careful with this left lane, because the cards created by Sinister London don't count as created in hand, I believe. Play one drop for Cole. I don't think we need to do the Cole. I mean, we could drop a one drop for Cole, but... Ooh, Limbo is big. Let's see, on turn 7, we'll be able to do 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite as good. But these scale in by as much. I almost want to block this right lane and just do like Mirage. Mirage or Red Guardian. Because we're going to be able to play 3 cards next turn. We do the double of Victoria, double of Moonstone, double of Demon. It's just we don't have 1 extra energy to be able to do that last little bit now. And we make sure that they keep prio, so we don't have to worry about going above that Shang-Chi range. Guardian is +1 for the opponent. Oh, it is. I should have went with Mirage or Kate Bishop or anything other than Red Guardian. You're right. But we're gonna we do get the retreat. That was gonna be a a nasty last turn. Goodness. There's gonna be what? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 Victoria hands. If I'm not mistaken. Something ridiculous. And so a demon would be what? An extra 14, so it'd be 20 power. Red Guardian sends a message. Says we're not worried about your power.
Epic.
All the Victorias buff each other. Yeah. Yeah. Since they were created in hand after that first one, all of them start buffing each other, which is craziness. And then Packers for life. Good morning, Packers. Hopefully it's going well. Hopefully you had a good night and your morning has started off well. Next up we have Coco Bird. Rank 109. Interesting. I haven't played Coco for a while. Onslaught Citadel is huge for us, too. Victoria, Frigga, Moonstone. TLSG, do you have an untapped profile page? Yeah. If you ! Dex, the first link goes to my untapped profile. Use her last. What, the Victoria hand? I would use her last if I didn't want to copy it with Frigga. Got some Iron Lad instead of Anti-Venom. It would probably be I don't know, because you might pull Misery and then delete like an entire lane that you weren't looking for or weren't trying to delete. And so I'm like, you can, to me, Anti-Venom has felt like some games he's really good, but most of the time he's just kind of a backup if you don't have better plays to do. So the double Sentinel, it could be a Victoria hand deck. I'm trying to think of how I want to play this. Because we could go like Mirage Victoria. Mirage, grab their Victoria hand. And then hope that Mirage pulls. Maybe. Roller Skate Mantis. I'm so sorry, Yampuku. Well, Not what I was looking forward to. Sentinels and Green Goblin Titania. Super interesting. I mean, our Sentinel from Mirage is massive. This way we would get another Sentinel. I think this is probably our play. And then Dexter is best. Welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one. And then, yeah, not sending the Titania, not playing the Titania first was a slight misplay from Coco. Maybe not. With Great Web, it would pull anything that they played outside of that lane over. And so maybe they just wanted the card to lock in there. Rest in peace to our Victoria hand. But now I guess we don't need to go Moonstone. Our Sentinel is not quite as massive. Polaris could hurt us. By pulling over the Titania, if they play a card, since we have Prio, it would bounce our way and then potentially bounce back. Chat, does Victoria hand work with token cards like Doombots? No, no, no. It only works with cards that were created in hand. Big second, Victoria. Nah. Our Red Guardian is not going to matter. Oh, actually it is, isn't it? We win the point differential by 2. No. We lose? We won by 10. Oh, they won by 12. We lose it by 2. Well. Had we played the Sentinel to the left, though, we had mid locked in. We could have won left. We had a chance to win that one. I was trying to decide. I was debating on where to play that last Sentinel. Turns out we chose wrong. It's time for a quick set of ads really quickly. And then we'll continue after just a second, you guys. The 2 cost cards. Early. All right, we'll queue up here in just a second. You still have Victoria? Wouldn't Moonstone Sentinel be better? We had Victoria in the right lane. We couldn't stack the Moonstone on top of it. Unfortunately, when I first read about Moonstone, I thought it was all lanes, and I thought she was going to be crazy strong. All lanes, yeah, all lanes would be broken, and that's what I thought it came in as. Like, you could copy Cosmos, you could copy any number of things, like an Iron Man that hit a Mystique, and you just do a Moonstone to have another one. I thought it was going to be very, very strong. Is Misery worth picking up? Misery is pretty good. I think Misery is very strong. But it's very hit and miss. It's not a like straightforward card that you can play. So a lot of times it's not. So a lot of times it's not going to pop up in a lot of the common decks. Yeah, you don't need her most of the time. I've known several people that like really love Misery. So like Husky Puppies, if you ever watch him, he runs Misery an awful lot. It's one of those cards that you can get a lot of like outplay potential and outplay value out of if you play it and play around it or with it well. We should not have played the Iron Patriot into Camp Lehigh with the hood over there. Oh well. Go Demon, Mirage. Go Misery next turn. With the Ravona, I'm curious. We're going to go Mirage left. We're going to re-trigger the Mirage. Because we do have an, at the very least, we have an Ultron. Oh. Magic, Yondu, Ravona. The Yondu is throwing me... kind of throwing me off. Victoria Hand is a pseudo onslaught. Yeah. Not Victoria Hand. Moonstone, true. I'm really curious what they're running. We could always Victoria plus Mystique plus maybe a Moonstone would be nice. I want to see if maybe we can clear up some space in our hand before we do Misery left. 2 years ago, the meta was awful. Are you talking about the Leech Leader meta? Leech Leader was scary time for sure. Red Guardian. Red Guardian is a very flexible tech card. Super strong right now. I think it continues to like gain value over time even. We're going to generate a demon and then a card from Iron Patriot. Okay. Dracula unplayable. But honestly, I'm not mad at that. Dracula was and is very strong with the support cards that Discard has gotten. It's very, very strong, like the output that it can do. And so I'm glad that there's something that exists to kind of counter that like free roll that they would have otherwise. So whatever we do, we have to fill Mojo World this turn to get rid of the Ice Cube. We could also do like Devil Dino Demon. But I like the thought of potentially being able to draw a Moonstone. Randomly generated Dino with this deck. Yeah, from the Iron Patriot. Lady Deathstrike is huge. Poor Victoria Hand, rest in peace. Ah, we lost our free Moonstone. I have the wrong Twitch account connected to Twitch drops. You should be able to like unlink it from the Marvel Snap site and then link the new one, I believe. So the link would be the first one is the marvelsnap.com Twitch drops. Ultron plus Devil Dino. Ultron plus Devil Dino is big. So it puts us at 17 whatever else. So Put Dino Ultra on, call it a day. Yeah, I think that's the plan for sure. Ooh, big knoll. Oh, not big enough, I don't think. But still very, very big.
Victory.
Had they had a Killmonger, they would have wiped the floor with us. I'm glad they did not. Take the twos where we can. Some of these games that like Moonstone and this deck is creating is absolutely wild. Next up, we have Noah. 2 random Iron Patriot cards saving the day. Iron Patriot is super strong too. He's RNG heavy because you never know what you're going to get from him. But I think even if you draw a bad card, like that, a lopsided information where you know if you have a good card or not and the opponent doesn't, makes it really hard for the opponent to snap on you. So I think even a bad card is valuable from Iron Patriot. And then Glum Shakes dropping in for the drops. We'll still enjoy the stream. Welcome in, Glum Shanks. Hopefully your day is going well, and hopefully you get the drops and your premium mystery variant is better than the one that I got. The one that I got was not great. Not a great one at all. Do that. Try to fight for Muir Island, but I don't know that there's a scenario where we win Muir Island, though. So it may just be a loot cage. Is it just me, or does auto crate decks suck now? They can. I think they're very hit and miss. Wow, I did not expect to tie with just the loot cage. What did we get from Mirage before? Oh, we got their Hawk. Wow. I'll go ahead and see what their lowest cost card is now. Big Mobius.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
It's crazy that is their lowest cost card still. I mean, take it. We can always do what, Victoria Hand plus Moonstone next turn. Double up on both of those, or we do like a Nico Hawk. And then Con Jelly, thank you so much for the Prime sub. I very much appreciate the support. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Wonder if it's an Iron Patriot glitch. I mean, they haven't played away from it, so the Devil Dino. And so knowing that that's the case, they probably can only play one card here. I think the 11 power is going to be more than like a Victoria Hand Moonstone. We're going to lean to that and then hope for the best. Big Goliath. What a mean cook Noah is cooking. Have White Widow, Mobius, Goliath. Can't win them all. Yeah, that's true. It was a big Goliath. Like, it was a good play. Especially with them having Prio. There was honestly nothing that we could have done other than having just like a really big, already buffed up body to go. Oh, the Widow is randomly generated. Never put Iron Patron on Isle of Silence. Truer words have never been spoken. Because that triggers for what feels like hours. Just ran into C6 that used dagger as a 6. How did they move the dagger? And also, that feels very gimmicky. Because the opponent would have to have 2 cards.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Oh, Dazzler. Okay, Dazzler I get. I know that Dara was running a Dazzler. And so Dazzler, you just have to focus on filling 2 lanes, and it's a 6 power card, which is kind of nice. Dagger, on the other hand, I was thinking was risky business. Let's go Luke Cage. We know that they have an acid arrow, so we have to look out for that. I do like that silk avatar. We don't really get any benefit from Wave, unfortunately. It could be a Wiccan Galactus deck, couldn't it? If so, we can't grab Prio. Rude. Rude, Elias. Go with this. And then Yampaku, thank you so much for the tier
welcome.
1
It
sub.
took you long enough.
Thank you very much for the support. That pushes us to the sub goal of 200, which is just massive. Massive from you guys. Very much appreciate the support. And even if you don't have the means to necessarily sub, just you guys being here to enjoy the content and hang out and watch is honestly more than enough. So basic arrow with our acid in the right. They won't be able to trigger that, which is huge. We'll have double hood. I don't think they've sacrificed a card in Vormir yet either. Love the stream. You will see me more. Yampaku. I look forward to it. I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. We need, what, 5? So we need 6 to win. So Demon should do its job. And then even more so, we kind of throw it over the top with Victoria Hand. Hydra Bob, and then what else do they have? Big Cannonball. Interesting stay. Knowing that we'll swing Baxter Building and we get that +4. Crazy stay from Liberation.
Victory.
Quicksilver first for the Negasonic. Should have. Yeah, Victoria Hand buffs the Acid Arrow. Either that interaction is bugged because this was created in their hand, or they need to change, like, take out your and just change it to cards that were created in hand have +2 power on your side of the board or something like that. And then Nightshade, I see you're still trying the Moonstone deck. Yeah, I've been enjoying the Moonstone deck. A whole lot more than I thought I would. Quicksilver helped. Quicksilver did definitely help. I was thinking of experimenting with a Moonstone Ravona Goblin core package. Interesting. And so doing the Ravona Moonstone on top of it, you have your goblins. That would end up being pretty cheap to play. If you do get it, let me know how it works out. And then Evo.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Evocatus? Vocatus. So sorry. I know that I butchered that. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support. Very much appreciate having you here. Let's go with we'll go with Iron Patriot. It was either that or Victoria Hand. Nico's gone, Hood is gone. With them stacking it, we might be cautious of Misery over in that left lane. But I can't complain about a potentially free Miss Marvel. Do we ever throw Red Guardian so that they can't get rid of the Hood? Kind of like it. We may not get the free Miss Marvel, but if it is a Misery deck, which I think it is, that Hood is now stuck. $17 progression points from 4th key for Close Blaze. You should easily be able to reach it, but it still stinks. Not a good feeling having to spin 4 keys at any point. With it being a mill deck, I'm kind of cautious of Nidavellir. I don't want anything that's going to go above that range, above 10 power. If we can help it. Was the Misery deck. Brig is gone. We're just stuck with Misery and Anti-Venom. Hood Misery. Gets rid of quite a few high value. We could also go Hood Misery. We get another like arrow from their play. But I think we're going with this. The only problem is we might help them with a discounted death. Because if they're running the mill Misery stuff, they probably have death on board as well. Ah, they do they do find a way to get rid of the the super negative Hood. Oh. What if it was like Miss Marvel, Him Arrow Demon? 16 goes to what, 21? Not sure if that's enough here. As soon as they fill this Pim Arrow lane. We could also abandon the Pim Arrow and just kind of stack some in Nidavellir. No, I think they have this one. I'm going to lock in quickly so that they don't start feeling more strength in their hand. And snap us. Moonstone doubles the pin. Yeah. We could have done that, but double the Victoria, double the pin. Not quite able to hold it down. But that's all right. We only lost 2, and they could have snapped us because I'm sure that they knew they had that win. And with that location, they could have pressured it. Misery on Mirage would have given you death. Probably would have. Oh yeah, and Miss Marvel looks at the cost, not the power. And so one was a 1, and then one was 4. Go Victoria Hand, and then we'll go brig a copy it after. And then Yampuku. Yeah, we just finished up the hype train. Finished up a level 2 hype train. I appreciate all of the support, you guys. How are you liking Moonstone? I'm enjoying it. I don't think it's like necessarily crazy strong, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit. How much longer will you be live? Like 3.5 hours? 4 hours? I'll have to go pick up my son from school, but I'm gonna be live until then. She seems narrow. Not a lot of cards. Yeah. Yeah, she's definitely narrow right now. Like, she's easily a skip at this point. My only hesitation with potentially skipping her is that she's kind of like an onslaught. As other cards come out in other combinations, she inherently will get stronger. So like the Sam, the Falcon, Captain America, I think she fits into that like Spectrum style of deck very well there. And that like it might be what kind of pushes that deck over the top. But yeah, I think it's definitely probably a skip for now. You're the only streamer live that I like. Glumshanks. Well, I should be live long enough, I think, for you to get almost the entirety of your premium mystery variant. We can Iron Patriot. We could hit it with a Misery, get double cards from it, but we don't have enough turns for really any kind of discount from that. In which case, maybe we just leave it like this. None of these were generated, though, were they? We've got 4 hours left from drops. And so it'll leave you with like around 30 minutes or so. So speed, Moonstone, they're going to be able to have Victoria Hand pop down over there. So then it doubles up on any of the generated cards. Becomes pretty problematic. We lose this one. They can go big in Vormir. They can go big in the Forge. They don't really need to do much in the Baxter building, just like a 2 cost. We're going to give them this one. What's the name of the card tracker? So it's untapped.
Escaped.
And there's not any kind of trackers for phones, but for PC, I like untapped quite a bit. I wish they could track the phones, because a lot of my like passive playing and experimentation is there. I just have to manually keep track of that. And then on the YouTube side, Jinjo, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a great one. Gotta say, Moonstone will feel better at 7 power. I mean, yeah, she would definitely feel a little bit better. I don't know that it crazy like changes her dynamic though. Let's do Nico. We don't necessarily need to fight for the extra energy this turn. But the follow-up turn might be nice. You do either Iron Patriot or Victoria Hand. I think we focus earlier on card generation, because we can always drop like the Victoria Hand like late game. Or would be massive if we can hold it down. Why haven't I gotten TD rewards? What are TD rewards? We don't have anything great for 4. We can do Red Guardian. Tower Defense. Oh, Twitch drops? Have you claimed them through like the inventory tab? I wish we would get the discount on the gore, but I don't think we're going to. Oh, Iron Patriot, Acid Arrow, so it comes out to a tie. Oof. I always like to do Misery with Hood, but I think this is one of those rare scenarios where probably not worth it. We can get rid of the Acid Arrow this way, which leaves us open to play over there next turn, and I think they're going to fill it up. No, they're just not going to play. Interesting. Send over the Misery with Acid Arrow. Send over the Acid Arrow with Misery. It'll send over, then it destroys after that. Infinite? Yeah. Yeah, but it's going into turn 5, so I would have thought they would fight for it turn 4, skip 5, and then play it on 6. We go ahead and kind of show our strength a little bit and go gore. Yeah, I think we try and hold it down. And then if you've claimed them recently, you may also have to like restart the app as well. Oof, we're not going to get the discount on MODOK, unfortunately. They are locked in here. We don't have, honestly, we don't have a good way to bring this up to where we need it to be. While playing in a different lane too. We could do 4, which brings it up to a tie, but to push it over, we would have to do something else. And if we're gonna do that, we might as well do the MODOK. Wait, Mirage plus hand? MODOK could. Victoria hand gives us a buff to Nico in mid. Play Hood to buff Gore. We could play it into a lane we're not expecting to win.
Victory.
But we will gladly take it. It's time for a really quick set of ads. We're going to run the minute and a half, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Then own fire with the posture check. I appreciate you. Let me get situated. We'll wait a second before queuing up for the next one. I guess we have quite a few credits still. We can always maybe split one card. I think I've upgraded this one as far as I can. I can take Black Swan for a split. The only variant I have for Black Swan is the Spotlight one. And I almost don't want to use it. Had to leave yesterday when you played Ultron. Did it work? I don't remember Nightshade. It's really not great. I'm going with the base. I can't. I think the base looks better. but we will split it to see what we're able to pull.
Infinity.
All right, so we have one key for next week, and I have a lot of caches. I got lazy at one point and stopped opening them, and so I have a lot of reserves to pull, and enough credits to get another key too. He's been split. I can split Hydro Bob. I see Black Swan Spotlight in my nightmares. I'm avoiding pulling for Moonstone, especially because I can't stand the other three possibilities. Yeah, I think both of the variants this time around were on the weaker side. Like this one looks more like Nightcrawler than Nocturne to me. And it doesn't look... I think Black Swan looks worse than the Nocturne. I think Nocturne... Like, I could probably use the Nocturne. I don't think I can bring myself to use the Black Swan. 15 minutes left? Until Agatha rollover? Not opening your rewards is maybe the dumbest thing y'all streamers do. Pudding Cup. I typically open my rewards, but it was at the point where I was kind of just passively playing and completing missions, and I hit the credit cap, but I wasn't looking to really play. And so I got on, I did a couple of splits, but I didn't want to spend the like 30 minutes to an hour opening all of the reserves. And so I split to use the credits, open the rewards, and then kind of moved on. I typically do open them though. All right, let's go Nico. We can copy the Iron Patriot that we play, or if we draw a Victoria hand, that would be perfect too. 700 gold tickets await you. More or less. And then opening them on, yeah, opening on the stream would be pretty dull too. We do get Victoria hand, so oof, big Victoria hand coming. Do Victoria hand. We copy it. We use Frigga to copy another one. Then we have 2. If we get Moonstone, then that's a massive, that's 6 Victoria hands that would be on the board. Seems like everyone is playing Mill these days. I've seen a lot of Mill within the last couple hours. I think there's probably like a particular flavor of Mill that kind of caught on, kind of picked up, that people are kind of experimenting with and playing or having fun with. The Victoria hand is a fun deck to lose to and almost never tilting. So far. If it ever gets where one particular Victoria hand deck is like super, super strong or consistent, or you see it the majority of your games, it might end up at some point becoming tilting. So Baron Zemo is going to pull 8 Bishop. We're getting all of our good stuff. We do get Moonstone, which we love to see. What if we did 1 Victoria hand, 1 Iron Patriot? Kind of like it. And then that dude, Doe, thank you so much for the resub with your Prime for 5 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great day so far. Let's do it in this order, though. We don't want to do too many Victorias too quickly. I don't want them to be within Shang-Chi range. but at the same time, we want to... Oh,
Power
no need to worry about Shang-Chi anymore. We can full send, full steam ahead. Do we ever like finalize this left lane? Or Victoria Hand into Anti-Venom. Into hopefully Moonstone plus Orca. On turn 6 could be massive. The death build of Mill is caught on? Yeah. Yeah, definitely caught on. Lady Deathstrike, yeah. Lady Deathstrike and the whole 9. Fenris, we do win mid, so Orca Orca is a 2-cost card. They're going to be able to resummon our monstrous guy right here. Brings them to 15. $13 with the Red Guardian. Nurses 10 more? Yeah. Yeah, so they go to 15. They go to 15. Red Guardian is the -2, so they go down to 13. Did you say Cannonball? They watch for cannon? Why not spread out? They probably have a death, right? There's been 3, at least 4, 5, so death is super, super cheap. And so with 15, and we're already so far down, I don't think we're going to win the right lane off of that. I guess it becomes, what, like 20-ish power? All right, we'll spread out. But I feel like the play is to, knowing that we're probably going to win mid, is to focus on winning one lane. Get that second lane. I don't think we need to like spread it apart. It was close. It was a close one. It was super, super close. We almost got there. We almost made it. This is like the Raptor incident from yesterday. It is. It is a little bit. So the thinking with stacking was this lane, unless they did something weird and played death here, expecting to lose this one by just like 1 or 2. We had this one unlocked. We just need to lock one more. But no, you guys are fine. Like at the end of the day, like I'm the one that made the made the change for it. But that was the initial thought process. This one's an easy one. It's okay, you guys. It's all right. I like a lot. So a lot of times I think you learn more from your losses than your wins. And so like that one, for example, being able to try to reason where a play could have went different. I think you can learn a lot. But these internet points are super important to collect. I mean, they are pretty important. Typically, I like to, as long as I end around top 500, I don't stress myself out trying to push higher than that. Galactus Lotto is Tuesday. Yeah, the Galactus Lotto. For whatever reason, they locked it down to like just 1 day, which I don't necessarily care for. Such low expectations. Well, I do what I can. I was ranked 50,000 end of season, and even 50,000 is not bad. Like I've played on this one since beta days, and I play it. In general, I play it quite a bit. And so, top 500, I can make sure that I'm playing against, a lot of the like upper ranked players, but not going against the same like 20 that are online at any given time. And so it feels a lot less stressful for me this way. Yeah, and as long as you get to infinite, that's the only thing that you need for progression rewards. Anything else is just internet points. Yeah, as long as you get technically after 90 is progression rewards. We have a massive demons coming in. We have 3 more of them, so next turn we could do Luke Cage, or if we got Nico and it was a good spell, we could do Nico plus all of our demons. Hawkeye, we'll see. Anything I can replace Anti-Venom with?
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Anti-Venom has felt like the weakest link in the deck to me. And so he could probably pretty easily be replaced. And so if you don't have Anti-Venom, yeah, the Luke Cage isn't necessary. And so you could go with more generation. So maybe like a Maria Hill type. You might even be able to go Maria Hill plus Wiccan. Help extend some reach. I don't know if that becomes super valuable in this one or not, though. I'm surprised they stayed. Because I snapped after the Madam Web was already dealt with. I'm surprised they stayed for the snap. I'd do evil things for a Wiccan. Yeah, and Wiccan, when he came out, was pretty underwhelming for the first week. It took a while for him to kind of find his home. But yeah, Wiccan Spotlight is coming up very soon. I'm nearly collection complete. Is Moonstone worth it? I feel like Moonstone is going to have some longer-term longevity compared to some of the other cards that we get released. Right now, she just feels okay. She doesn't feel required by any means. But I have enjoyed her a lot more than I was anticipating. And so I think she's fun. She creates some kind of crazy combos, similar in vein to like an Onslaught deck, and I've always enjoyed like the greedy Onslaught stuff. So like Living Tribunal and whatnot. So I think she kind of fits very closely in line with that. This Triskelion generated Super Scroll is huge. You might say she has ongoing value. Yeah. I think that sums it up very, very well. Like as other cards are released with ongoing abilities, she'll continue to kind of have or retain that value. And then Prince Kida, thank you so much, or Kita, thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 4th month. He said I saw some decks with her that had like 1 million or billion plus power. Yeah, being able to use her in tandem with like those other ones can be crazy, crazy strong. And so I think she'll be one that just gets value consistently over time. And even if she's not in one that's like broken right now, I think there's a point in time where she very likely could be. Oh, this is Dara. I was roping Dara. My bad. Snap him. We probably should. I mean, we have the Frigga. Yeah, we'll snap. We have the Frigga into the extra Victoria hand. We have the Super Scroll to steal his speed Victoria. One seven of Sentinels with Quinjet. That can be pretty big too. Oh, they get a copy of our Omega Red, right? Ooh, that's big. That is a big Omega Red threat right there. Oof. Off topic, but your boy hates Luke Cage? Who, Dara? Or you? Or me? Let's go Super Scroll. Our hand is looking a fair bit weaker than it was before. You have Super Scroll, so it's very good for you. Okay. Hold Super Scroll until they snap back. We'll see. They have a pretty good line. I just kind of hope that they play the Mirage card this turn. Moonstone, Omega Red, big. Very big. New York allows them to shift a bit. Otherwise, we would be very, very happy to see that. Oh, follow up Victoria. So like now he can disconnect his Moonstone and Victoria. Give us less value overall. We ever do Groot over the Omega Red here? We could also shift some of it over into this like right lane. I think we keep it all together. Scroll doesn't copy the Moonstone effects, no. But it's going to copy their Victoria and their speed, which is kind of nice. Better to Shadow King Athena? Possibly. Ugh, nastiness.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
Boudreaux, thank you so much for the Prime sub and the support as we get absolutely massacred here. I mean, it was a 50-50. It was a 50-50 rogue gamble. And I respect that. I respect the gamble. Because had he pulled a Victoria hand, we would have retained the Victoria hand, and so it would have been fine. He got a Sag. Does he know you have kids? I don't know. I need to write him a sob story. I know there was one time, the first time Deadpool Diner came out, that he had already had the new card and was playing in some of the lower tables and like cleaned me out from the bubs, and later on felt bad about it. But no, I never feel bad losing to Dara. He's a very, very, very good player. Wait, are you wearing new headphones? I am. And then Captain Hack, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a great one. Is it Peacock location? The broken headset, yeah. a very kind viewer donated $100 to go to a replacement headset, so I ended up buying one that day. So I can't see what the peak is. I don't know if you guys can see it. But that's all I see. It's his the new completely blank barren location. But I do expect to see some Agatha style stuff. Sure. Hot location days are awful. It'll be Agatha nonstop? I think so. Hot locations are just to sell spotlight cards? Not always. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes and most of the time I don't play much during spotlight days. And if I do, it's usually like Conquest. That's when I use the time to grind there. What's the hot locations for today? It's the peak. But on my like main carousel, it was just completely black. So I have no idea. I don't know the exact text for it. Why Agatha Day? So I think the new hot location, when it reveals, copies the leftmost card in your opponent's hand, which would be Agatha. And so I think that's what it'll kind of divulge down into eventually. Steals, not copy. It steals it from the hand? And so it's going to just like take the Agatha away. Interesting. I haven't actually seen like the text of it, so that's just, I was just going off of what I recalled. Rough. We're running into some pretty big Victoria counters now. Let's try to win Sinister London. And then we'll go a cheap Hobgoblin next turn. It's gonna be tilting after the Agatha fun ends. I do think you're right. Hopefully, the Sinister London copied Hobgoblin goes left and not mid. If it goes left, we have a good shot. If it goes mid, we're probably dead in the water. Oof. Tough stuff. All right, let's get out of here. So no Thanos next today? Yeah, if it's steel, then yeah, definitely probably not. Not having priorities sat here.
Escaped.
How come? Thanos Wiccan? Yeah, I do like a Thanos Wiccan deck. We do have a quick set of ads that are going to run real fast. And we'll check out the store, see if there's anything new. I do like this Moonstone. Kind of like this White Queen too. Ooh, you said with priority you could acid left in hopes that it doesn't copy the big into Central London. True. I guess this one's not new. I just haven't seen it before. Yeah, the Rose variants, from all the ones that I've seen, I've enjoyed. If I can tell the text of the location now. There it is. Still the leftmost card from your opponent's hand. My goodness. We'll just continue playing like normal, but it feels rough. Is White Queen the worst card with the best variants? For a while, it was also, I think, Arrow fit into that category. Agatha gamers rise up. But you have to do a not completely gimmick deck because it's not going to show up every single game. Cloning Vats is great for us. We don't even need the frigate anymore. Featured location's not letting up its name. Don't put that out in the atmosphere. I'm okay if we don't see it at all. And so I know when I used to try to record deck spotlights for the pot or featured locations, it felt like the first few hours I saw it very, very rarely. And then all of a sudden the last few hours, or like the last few hours of that next day, it's like it was everywhere. Is how it felt anyways. And then, Boyrot, you said you don't enjoy it nearly as much as I used to. Yeah, I think for me, it's that it feels more or less like different cards. It feels more or less exactly the same as it felt 2 years ago, with like some minor improvements here and there. The biggest issue for me is that the cards that we've started seeing, like, to be able to continue to sell new cards, they have to continually be like slightly better or cooler or game changing. And so with that has come a lot more like RNG introduced into the mix. And so it's a lot harder to see a board state and kind of play around the locations where the opponent plays, because like even move cards. So like Jeff was the first card that outside of like Nightcrawler that could be kind of moved relatively easily. Now we have so many. We have Rocket and Groot, we have Nocturne, we have a handful of others that just work incredibly well. So we got their Gladiator. I'm not sure what we sent them. It ended up happening very fast. Please still she run Agatha for the memes? I mean, we could. So if you're running an Agatha deck, it won't copy it, it'll steal it, Calibrex. So we gave them Anti-Venom, huh? And so on top of that, there's not anything like new. So Conquest came out. That was pretty exciting for me as a like invested player, because it was like the same core game, but it was taking it into like a different look. And so I played Conquest almost exclusively for several months outside of the initial Infinite climb. Like that's what I was having more fun with. And we haven't really had anything outside of that to really like follow it up or be something else that was new. Move bounce decks? Yeah, move bounce decks are very, very strong. They're kind of difficult to play because there's a lot of like factors that you're trying to consider each and every turn. Well, unfortunate. Might as well get that out of the way, I guess. We lose left. Draft mode could be still be a really fun addition. Yeah, I agree. Draft mode could be really, really fun. Because then you're not necessarily going against who has the biggest wallet. It's going against who built the better deck. Sometimes that's going to be RNG, like who got offered better cards. But I know in Hearthstone, when I wasn't playing it to try to like climb the ladder, Arena is where I had the most fun. I think we're in danger. I think we're in trouble. And just lost to a guy getting Iron Lad into Iron Man right after I snapped last turn. Oof, Nightshade, that's tough. That's a tough one for sure. They took out our hood. Not a huge loss. They probably have Shadow King, I fear. And a Misery left. Maybe not. Oh, there's our Victoria hand gone.
I want the throne.
How's our Nico? I've been having more fun with this game than Yu-Gi-Oh! Recently. And it could come in shifts depending on like how much time you put in or like how much you've played any one of the games. Because I know I enjoyed Pokemon for a little bit, but it feels like there's just not enough variation either. They have so much extra energy. They have 9 energy, 4 cards in hand. We're gonna dip. I miss the OG version of the peak sometimes. Me too. Like a lot of times it just ruined your hand, so you had to retreat. But there were some times where you were running a deck that like, kind of benefited, or at least didn't get negatively affected by it. That it ended up making some really, really cool plays. OG peak used to be like Mr. Negative. It inverted the cost and power of all cards in your hand. All right, we'll probably pivot decks here in just a second and try to think of something for the hot location. Like we could run Agatha. I'm sure Agatha is probably going to be pretty decent today. But it's all dependent on like, when that location pops up. Don't give me nightmares by reminding me of the peak. What about the one that like deleted your entire deck? I don't even remember what that one was, what it was called. I just remember it made deaths free and was absolutely awful. Lamentus. Yeah, Lamentus. That's the one. That's the location. New peak. The new peak happened about 17 minutes ago. What was old peak? Old peak was basically Mr. Negative, but for your hand. Like cards in hand. Lamentis hot location. Yeah, Lamentis hot location days was an automatic shutdown for me. we were not playing because there was just some absurdity that would do well in those days. It shredded my hand. Yeah, yeah. And then it's just Freyberg. Thanks so much for the resub with your Prime for 2 months. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So what did we destroy with the Gladiator? Ooh, Iron Patriot. Okay. Victoria Hand Frigga is pretty good. Then if we get a Moonstone, we end up with quite a bit of value. I just fought a bot that played Wong Galactus. One, but got me worried. A lot of times if they run a crazy deck like that, sometimes they're throw bots. Other times it hits exactly what it needs and it's super frustrating. Plunder Castle was also one that was super unfun to play with. So this is the Juggernaut version. It's like closer to the deck that we were running earlier, which I think is a lot easier to navigate. This one with Misery sometimes feels a little bit clunky. Oof. Unfortunate Hood. I think we're going to do this. We get a retrigger of Jin, which is going to give us 2 extra. This will give us 2, so it's 4. Double Demon. And I guess the next card would be free with Anti-Venom, so maybe not. Maybe it's more so this. Mint to trigger Mirage? Yeah, I agree. Took me a minute to get there, but... I don't remember Milano either. You could only play there on turn 5? Wild. Wild how that ever was. Yeah, this is probably a good idea. Absolutely crazy. Fortunately, no Moonstone. I think if they have Moonstone and they play it in the left, I don't know that we're able to overpower that. For 4 cubes, probably not worth it, but... Skip on the Mirage Gold bundle? Yeah, I don't think I had enough gold at the time. That one I think was 3,000, right? I don't think I ended up picking it up. Shuri working on any lane was crazy too. You just throw down Shuri and then any, like, your next card played was double. Was whew. That Red Guardian is big. Wait, why didn't they go Victoria Hand into the Moonstone lane? Not that they needed to. Had they not shredded our Victoria, we would have been, I think we would have been okay. 2, 4, 6. Would have been a tie on the right. Bruce Banner in the store. We are we're not doing well with our climb now. I think it's a steal to get Bruce Banner for 6,000. Monkey Kong. I was having more luck with this one versus the Misery one. They're stealing your 6,000. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, don't buy Bruce Banner. If I didn't lay on my sarcasm enough, Bruce Banner's not worth even 1,000 tokens. Frigga feels awkward. So Frigga to me in this build is really, really good with Victoria hand. It's what kind of elevates it to very interesting levels. So we should be able to get a game to kind of showcase that here. Because with Frigga on 3, we get a second Victoria. We're looking and digging for Moonstone to have 4 Victorias on the board. But High Evo? Honestly, I think High Evo is better off without it. Victoria hand is a different type of Cerebro. Yeah, you can do it in Cerebro too. Cerebro 6, not Cerebro 2. You can use it in Cerebro also. Sheriff, if you pulled him in 1, that's still a big pull. I would like to see a rogue top deck to take out the Madam Web. One of our biggest issues. Because King Rock's gonna play like a bounce style, I think.
I am the
Just the big Doctor Strange.
Supreme.
Rogue, but it may be too late. So here, next turn, it was gonna be 6, 7, 8. We could do Moonstone, Victoria, Maria Hill. Or not Maria Hill, but the 2 costs that's generated from Maria Hill. This is your best performing Moonstone deck? Yeah, this has been my best performing one by far. Big Human Torch. They are locked into that power in mid, though. Unless they have, like, a Heimdall. I think I'm going to skip Moonstone. I don't have any of the good C6 cards. I don't think C6 is where it's ultimately going to like shine the most. But I do think it's like she's definitely a skippable card right now. I think over time she might eventually find herself in some kind of deck that does well. But right now, like if you don't have a lot of excess keys, if you maybe are missing some other big pieces or priority pieces, I think that they could be spent better elsewhere. So between the Human Torch, that's 12 plus whatever else they threw. We're not gonna be able to do it. I thought the rogue might. I don't know. I thought we'd be able to overpower the rogue when I saw it, but not quite. Best P3 deck? Are you saying C? Did you mean C3? Oh man, we're bleeding recently. Down to 414. I think we were up to like 300 at one point. Oh, Wallbear. So the activate fast drops, it's just a command that a lot of streamers kind of put in their chats. So similar to like any of the commands. So like even like exclamation point drops. It's just one that like I typed up and set a bot to like blur it out whenever that command is used. And so that's all that activate fast drops is. Is just a command that was written to spit out words. It doesn't actually affect any kind of like pull rate or drop rate or anything like that. Are you telling me the drops don't get faster? They don't. Unfortunately, they don't. What a pull. We got our Juggernaut.
Snap.
An angel with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. Then Glumshanks, you said you have quite a bit of viewers right now. Yeah, we had a massive raid from Binks earlier. And it's the first day of second day of drops. So there's always quite a bit of extra traffic. So it's always nice. Watch out for the Negasonic. Yeah, we had Prio. And so we'd push their card away before it revealed. They changed the peak. Yeah, the peak came out just now. Well, like 30 minutes ago. Oh, did he quit if he had Negasonic? We had priority. We had priority in that left lane. And so if he tried, and even if we didn't use Juggernaut, if he tried to fight for it, that fills this lane up. And so then it would be a known power output. And then Z Breezy, welcome in. Hopefully you're having a good one so far. Drop weeks to promote the game and help out streamers. I don't know. I mean, I think it's a mixture. I think it helps promote the game because you get free rewards and it kind of focuses the category so that it's higher up on like the overall browse list. And so I think in that regard, Second Dinner themselves, or the game devs, get a return for that investment there. It's better for the streamers because you have a much bigger audience, you get more exposure, and then with that comes all kinds of other cool benefits of like being potentially noticed for different like sponsorship opportunities and things, because these numbers are very, very good. And I think it's just kind of across the board. And for the players, it's a kind of a win-win because you just get free stuff. So it just generates buzz around the game. You can go Lizard in the Raft. But we never want to play Moonstone on it. Never, never, never. They pull people away from Pocket. And Rivals. That's what I was playing. That's what I was... I would need to be asleep, and I would find myself playing a couple of extra games of Rivals instead. How much do we want to fight for the raft? Or, like, win the raft? Go double here. And then Glumshanks with the hydrate reminder. I appreciate you. So they lost their Agatha because we didn't steal it for them. Hydra Bob is big.
Oh, snap.
Moon Knight their sword away? Ooh, we could potentially do that, right? What are we gonna lose? We might lose. We're gonna either. Nah, I'll wait. Sacrifice play. Do they not just play their sword this turn? I feel like they play their sword this turn, and then we lose Wiccan for nothing. The bear triple fogwells? No. Legion does, but otherwise no. Let's go Wiccan, and then we'll see. Oh, well, Ultron's gone. I don't know that it's a great chance to win, but it's our only shot. We Juggernaut the left to win. Oh, wow. That's scary. We went over there, pushed it out of the left lane. They didn't play there anyways. I'm kind of assuming Nimrod is series dropping soon. Maybe. It's been a long time since he's been around, though. That was a beating? Yeah, we've... Ever since the featured location popped up, I don't know that I've won a game. I don't know that I have won a game since the featured location. It's been a drought out here, you guys.
Legendary.
Wait, was that who I was just playing against? Was that guy? If so, he stomped me earlier. I shouldn't have. T6 right now? I don't know. We may move to Conquest. And if we're doing that, then I need to open some chests. But I'm going to run to the restroom real fast. We're going to roll just a quick set of ads, and then we'll be... Seems like your deck should eat the featured location. I don't know. Like, if you lose your Victoria Hand or Frigga or Moonstone or Wiccan, not necessarily. But no, I've been dominated since the featured location rolled out. But we're gonna run to the restroom real fast. I'm gonna run a minute and a half of ads. We're gonna do 2 minutes of ads, and then that way we can kind of push them off for a little bit longer, and then we'll be right back. All right, we are back. I don't know if Moon is completely worth it at this point in time, but I do believe that it will be a card that ages very well. I agree. Your premium mystery variant was Flaviano Iron Lad. That's huge. So what did we lose? We got their Viper. We have Maria Hill, Mirage, Wiccan. We lost Frigga. Okay, not awful. And we also know that they're running some kind of clutter deck. Also the new data mine cards. I'm very, very interested in some of those cards that are coming out, especially Essen. Very, very interested in to see one, what the legendary tag necessarily is or means or does. But two, that card seems super, super strong. The legendary card that looks busted, it does. And then Red Wing, yeah, Red Wing is, yeah, it's going to be unfortunate. Breeze not awful here. You could also Viper the Maria Hill away. I want to do a 3-cost card this turn. Like a Viper right now isn't perfect, but I like it better than Debris. Because I want to be able to do Wiccan on 4. Agamotto also looks really interesting, yeah. So we know they have Debris. We ever drop their Debris on them? We could do a Debris Hydra Bob, make them hop. But for now, let's go Wiccan. Nah, I changed my mind. We're gonna do Debris. Still have enough for Wiccan, so we could do Wiccan now. Also a Starbrand, a Hulk, because he looks like it. Oh, like his actual like lore? I don't know. I know that he's going to be great in like Surtur decks or Scar decks, but otherwise we may not see a lot of him. Werewolf is interesting. I brewed an Isan Scar deck. Super excited already. How do I want to navigate the tail end of this? We can go Victoria Hand. Look to do like a Juggernaut. I can move out of this lane. I worry with the snap for Hydra Bob plus Juggernaut would be we're probably going to push stuff into Death's Domain. Rogue Jug Mysterio. Could win. See if it does though. Oh yeah, hand would be better than Mysterio. You're right. It would be one more power in the debris. Big Doc Ock. But fortunately not big enough. Take left. I'll take right.
Victory.
They can have mid. All I needed was a slight break to get a reset, start doing better. And then Drake Main. Drake Maney or Main? Either way, thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. Very much appreciate having you here. You said another deck with 3 cards I don't have. Yeah, I think Moonstone, Moonstone, I feel like the best use cases for it that I've seen have been paired with Victoria Hand. And so innately, I think it's definitely not as accessible as I would like to see in a card, especially a newer released card. But this deck overall has had really, really good stats. It's around 200 games, not just mine, but 200 overall, 62.5% win rate, 0.54 cube rate. With Snow Guard, we'll be able to turn off Altar of Death and play there towards the end of the game. I've been really enjoying Snow Guard in the Hawk and having a deck that actually wants to run the Snow Guard. I've been enjoying it an awful lot. Ooh, we get the big discount on Sasquatch, guaranteed. Snow Guard Fenris, but we don't really need to do Fenris, do we? We'll go ahead and play him. What's best? Speedless, Wiccanless, Moonstone? There is a Misery version that runs Misery Anti-Venom that has decent stats. I didn't like it as much, but it was decent. They do have Victoria hands, so we have to look out for how big their stuff gets. Yeah, I like the Sasquatch Frigga. Honestly, we may not need to do Moonstone yet. We're going to have enough extra energy that it shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, drawing Rogue would be amazing to counteract the Victoria hand. Otherwise, we might be able to disconnect the Moonstone and the Victoria hand with our Juggernaut. Galacta is an interesting addition. Yeah, the next card is... The next card that's being released is Bullseye. They have priority right now, which is nice. We could do something kind of weird like this, which just gives us extra energy. It makes sure that Sasquatch is free next turn. And then we can do Hawk to turn off the Altar of Death. Now, if we had priority, wouldn't be as big of a deal.
Snap.
Let's go ahead and do this. And we'll have a lot of extra energy next turn. Not that we'll have a lot of space to use it. Big Devil Dino. Still looking at that rogue. Now it would be a 50-50 if it like soloed that left lane. But we don't have to worry about it. Can we overpower this lane? Or is it more so Sasquatch, speed? Hawk, Mirage. Hawk should go off for it, right? Just in case. We'll do this. This comes down to if we can win that right lane. Is Galacta a decent Wiccan replacement? Yeah, Galacta's decent. Oh my gosh, we should have played the Hawk first. Oh god. Oh my gosh. Could have easily won this one. It was a good play. Super unfortunate. This feels like a low collection level deck. Yeah, 3,000. And so, I mean, it was played very well for a 3,000 collection player. Hate to see it. So the violence has not stopped. I had a brief reprieve from it, but has not stopped at all. Unending violence, absolutely unending, just unrelenting violence. I hate the new peak. I missed which card I lost again. Yeah. Yeah, missing the card that's lost is like it happens so fast that it's really hard to tell which one gets switched. If you're on a computer, the deck tracker, you can actually kind of backtrack and look at which cards you have in hand or on play versus what you've drawn. But on a phone, I know like, probably every single time that I would not recognize which one it was. Pig in Washington, D.C. is nice. Nice. Exotic. They're running an Agatha deck. They got rid of Agatha, no Black Knight, so I think we're in a really good spot. Let's go Wiccan to get the extra energy. We have a Hobgoblin to take up some of their space a little bit later on. Next turn is probably Mirage, Maria, Hobgoblin, the whole spew.
I'm coming for you.
If they got hit with -8 in the left lane, be a bit risky. No guts, no glory. Absolutely no guts, no glory. We either send it and end with a 4-cube retreat, or send it and end because we're the one 4-cube retreating. Oh, easy win. But if they have a claw, we're gonna push it away. That is the claw that I was speaking of.
Victory.
We will grab the 8-cuber. The violence hasn't ended. It just shifted sides. It's the circle of violence. The beating will continue until morale improves. Morale improved a little bit there. Still quite a bit of a beating, though. We'll try our best to improve the morale. I think the Agatha deck is, like, when it works, I think it's going to be frustrating to play against. But I don't know if it's the play. Rank number 144 Burgle. We have Snow Guard, which will be nice. We can follow it up with Iron Patriot. If the location shows up, we lose Moonstone, which is kind of devastating. If they play Madam Web, we can rogue the Madam Web. We have that prepped already. Or Enchantress. Why are we seeing so much Agatha? Is the featured location. So the featured location steals the leftmost card in your opponent's hand. And so people are running Agatha, so the opponent could get the opponent can get the Agatha. And then JJ Rolk, thank you so much for the raid. Hopefully you had a fantastic stream. Father Newman, welcome in from the raid. Hopefully you enjoyed JJ Rolks. And hopefully, but right now we're kind of getting dominated with this new location. But I'm still running some Moonstone. This is by far the best version I've played. It feels best to me so far. But if they hit Human Torch, Ghost Spider, Oxen to pull it in, potentially like a movement and a Frigga, we may not be able to compete with their output. And it's so over. I think it is. I think it is so over. But they haven't snapped into it, so I'm fine. Slow playing it along. Let's go Wiccan. Play players right. Full torch, win left, then retreat. Easy game. Vulture, Human Torch. Okay. Do we ever skip for the Infinite? That would only give us 2 energy to work with, so probably not. But otherwise, what are we looking at? Like, Enchantress Polaris, Enchantress Hawk. I think it is big time over. But we'll see. Oh no, we do move the Human Torch. And And then the JJ Raiders definitely welcome in. Hopefully you enjoy your stay as we retreat out of this nasty game.
Escaped.
And I feel like I struggle to not run like a Shadow King because of how like dominant a bounce move can be. And even then, Shadow King's not always enough to deal with it. Yeah, Shadow King and Wiccan. Yeah, I don't typically enjoy Shadow King Wiccan. But just in general. Like, I wouldn't want it anywhere in this deck. Yeah, for the Wiccan, it always feels bad if you have to play it on curve. I agree. I mean, we have a pretty good starting lineup. We have the Bob, we have Iron Patriot, and Moonstone. I'm going to go ahead and snap it. Probably a bit greedy. I think we're in a decent one. We may get the location and lose our Moonstone, so it is what it is. Yeah, you could do Invisible and Killmonger. And I'm thinking the more we see of like the lower cost cards, the better Wicket or the better Killmonger becomes. But no, yeah, you can't counter everything, that's for sure. We lost our Moonstone. Rest in peace. You will be dearly missed, my Moonstone. Sebastian Shaw is the best we can do. Either a one-cost White Tiger or a backup Victoria hand next turn. Let's go with that. In fact, a deck that tries to attack against too many things is a worse deck. I agree. Most of the time, you benefit more from just doing the thing that you want your deck to do. Ooh, that was a huge Mirage. My goodness. Massive Mirage. I want to play White Tiger, but I also think we wait. Make sure we don't accidentally fill up like the left lane. Isn't Gore Frigga way better? Might be right. Get an extra Gore out. Yeah, don't you prefer a second Gore? I agree. I agree. And then the second one is buffed up by Victoria Hand still. We get the White Tiger. Love your work, TLSG. You've quickly become my favorite streamer since I found your channel on YouTube. Wholesome Games. That's amazing. I'm so glad that you're here and that you're enjoying the content. Hopefully you continue to enjoy it. And I'll do what I can to keep it entertaining for you. So, a Rogue. Huge. Or White Tiger. Hope that the Tiger goes here. I think that's what we lean into. I think you win right. We could do Tiger right. Then I don't think there's a scenario where we win left. Thought I totally scammed you with a bug earlier. Could not for the life of me figure out why my Moonstone got 5 power. Good copy speed. Story hand's gone. Big Surfer. I think we need the Tiger to go here. I guess, I mean, Gore is pretty big. What, 15 power? Okay, never mind. We don't need it to go here. That was an overreaction. It's fine. Yeah.
Victory.
We won by a healthy margin. Snap for Bob? I snapped on... I snapped... Wait, maybe I didn't snap. I was thinking I had snapped. Otherwise, I definitely would have wanted to snap. One location by 40 or more? Check. They may have snapped. If so, then I definitely should have snapped at some point. That's right, big thoughts. I did snap on one. Because I played Hydra Bob over here, and it popped over left. They had a really good, like, lineup. You pre-snapped? I did. I did pre-snap. It was a pretty good opening hand, and I was feeling it. Mission started off slow, but we're getting a few good ones. Saving Mirage until after their Patriot pops. This is actually a good tech that I never considered. And it doesn't always pull it, but when it does, man, do you get a phenomenal card. Like that was what saved that game for us for sure. We have the same kind of looking setup, but I'm not going to pre-snap this one. Anyone read Invincible? I haven't read it. Ah, we lost Iron Patriot. I haven't read it. I watched the Prime series on it, and it was okay. I wasn't blown away, but it wasn't awful either. I really like that Mirage is finding a place. Me too. Because Mirage was one that it always felt like there was something better to be doing with that card. And it could just be that she's kind of flaring up because there's a lot of people running, you know, card generation and cheap stuff for Victory Hand or Moonstone. But I do like being able to use her. Was Mirage maybe still Patriot? It could have if I didn't think they were going to play the Patriot. I figured instead we'll wait, probably let them get the discount, and then drop Mirage next turn. We could try to fight for it, but... yeah, we could have stopped him with the 6 and the 3. Now we're just hoping that it was worth it to not do it. Oh my goodness, the 110 Annihilus. I love to see it. Whew. Huge. And we get Frigga to copy it. Massive. I think I'm going to snap back. Give him Limbo and then take it away. Peak actually helped you? I think it did a bit, yeah. I mean, I would have gotten the Iron Patriot instead, so maybe, but it's definitely playable.
Snap.
Oh, we could have snapped next turn and let him simmer. You're right.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
But I figured if they saw the Annihilus into Frigga into another Annihilus, they might retreat it. And then Sakusen, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. So as long as they don't have a Jane Foster, we're in a pretty good spot. Oh no, they had the Jane Foster. We're in trouble. We're in big trouble. Wait, they stole priority with that. No, they didn't. Another Hydra Bob move. Did he only draw one? Yeah, Rogue's going to be strong. I'm just considering if I want to Juggernaut Rogue to make sure that we hit Gore. Otherwise, if they play anything else over there, it becomes kind of a gamble. Oh, we have Prio. Never mind. Jug mid? Yeah, we have Prio. Good call. We have the priority. And then it's just Juggernaut to finish it off. Oh, yeah. Play it right. They could double up on, like, the Jane Foster, maybe. Would move potentially less cards. I think we're going to go Jug mid. Oh, well. Jug right definitely looks like it would have been a strong play right now. And even without the Gore bonus, right now, they are at 15 power. Big Annihilus, Big Ravona. No, we're good.
Victory.
The Gore lead gave us that opening. Whew. That was a big play that could have been much bigger had they had the Gore for the Mystique. Take those. We take them. It is time for a quick ad break. I've used all my snoozes. I've pushed it off as much as I can. We're going to do a quick ad break to keep pre-rolls disabled. We'll be right back in another minute and a half, you guys. Are they playing negative because of peak? I hope not. Because it's definitely not the strong one anymore.
Epic.
I like the very generic ones that you can play with like any deck. So the spend energy, win a location with X amount of power. I think those are pretty easy to complete. Yampaku, you said I hoped? I hoped what? Foster, you said you're not getting anywhere? Sometimes it's just kind of taking a step back from it, too. I got the Tony Moy Cyclops variant. That's not a bad one. It's just Cyclops isn't played very often. So here's to hoping he gets a buff. Oh, you were hoping. Yeah, it was the old peak. The old peak, it would be Mr. Negative. Like, everybody would be running Mr. Negative and Super Scroll for the location. Ooh, next up we have Splat. That peak weekend was a wild weekend. It was. And Lamentus weekends. Or like Lamentus featured locations. Whew. Challenging times. Hydra Bob. Cyclops is one of my favorite characters. I'm very sad he can only be played in high evo. Yeah. Even in Patriot, he doesn't make the cut, which is sad. Ooh, is Splat running an Agatha deck? Might be. Mirage. Hulk is my favorite, and I have the same problem. When the game first came out, Hulk was pretty viable, at least for a little bit. It's just he slowly but surely got power crept out. Ooh, that's a nice Hydra Bob pull. Go speed for now. Agatha for peak. Yeah, Agatha for peak is absolutely diabolical for sure. We can't stop their Iron Patriot, unfortunately. So let's go Wiccan. You can always copy the 7-power Hydra Bob, but that's only so-so. We could also copy the Victoria Hand, which is decent. I do like the Cyclops animation a lot. I really like Kate more than Mirage in this deck. I like... So, I've found... Or, in... I gotta figure out the best way to eloquently say what I was thinking. So for me, Kate Bishop felt like I was more often than not filling up my hand and not able to draw that following turn. Versus Mirage, which right now I'm going up against a lot of like pretty good mirrors. And so I've been able to get some pretty cheap, reliable resources to like kind of lean in on. But Kate Bishop is absolutely fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with going Kate Bishop instead. Go Victoria, Frigga, Hydra Bob, and Maria Hill. I think I'm one of the only people who doesn't like Kate Bishop. Kate Bishop is really good for like helping out Curve. Their mid is weak. This is 5. Do we ever Juggernaut Quake? Would be an extra 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 mid. Then Juggernaut should help us win left. Agatha? Yeah. We're seeing a lot of Agatha because of the hot location or featured location, which steals the opponent's leftmost card, which happens to be Agatha, if you have one in your hand.
Victory.
Quake might pull back. Wait, might pull back what? Oh, yeah. I guess Quake with Asher and M, and so then it would leave the Asher and M over. True. So Kate Bishop is... So her strength is kind of like Nico's strength. Nico's strength is that it's very flexible, and it's a kind of adaptable. So you can splash it in and get value. Even in like unideal situations, you can get some decent value from it. That's what I like about that one up. That's what I like about Kate Bishop, is that it's a lot more flexible than like your other pretty rigid 2 costs. Splat is my absolute funniest person to play against. Yeah, yep. Splat is one of those, like, I never have any idea what kind of deck Splat is going to be running. Like, zero clue. It could be really good. Sometimes it's really bad, but I always know that it's going to be something just off the wall wild. And then we do have Pulse Glazer. What was it that we gave them? We gave them something good, didn't we? Frigga, Mirage, and he's running Agatha too. So Frigga, Mirage, Speed. Oh,
Escaped.
well, Pulse. You got an extra cube out of us because I was trying to figure out what I sent over your way. Gosh. And then Agatha ended the turn faster than what I thought. It's super unfortunate. It was just a bad series of events. That's all right. Sent them Iron Patriot. Unfortunate. Get their Legion, which isn't necessarily huge for us. We need a 2-cost or a 1-cost here. We have 3 out of the 8. Pull something. No, not gonna be able to get it. Now, if we can find Victoria Hand, owning Vats is fantastic for that. Ooh, they're duping their Iron Patriot. Bold. This isn't going to trigger in the left lane, but still going to leave it open. Wait, Star-Lord and Hydra Bob? And Legion. Interesting deck. Wait, it does re-trigger it. What did I send him? I have no idea what I sent him this time. I sent him Wiccan, didn't I?
Opponent snapped.
I think we sent them Wiccan, because I know we had Wiccan in hand. 1. We missed 2 anyways, didn't we? I don't know. We're going to retreat out of this one. They can have it. We're going to go to a better... We're going to go to a better match. Everything that could go wrong in the last couple of matches has gone wrong.
Legendary.
Another legendary. If I can clear before anyone else picks it up. Said it's hot location day. There are no good matches. Oftentimes, yeah. Any good replacement for Hydra Bob? You could do Nightcrawler. You could do Kitty Pryde. You could do Rocket. Because it would play it after the Iron Patriot. I think all of those are pretty decent. At very peak location, peak gameplay. Yeah. Absolute peak performance for sure. Go Iron Patriot. We may follow up with a second Iron Patriot next turn. Depending on if they'd... Martyr, Hood... Double Hood. Double Hood is big. Or just a zoo deck? Sorry. I guess it has to be Dracula Dump, doesn't it?
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
And then El Payaso, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. I think we go double Iron Patriot into Bar Sinister. We can always snap Hydra Bob out later. Misery deck. Big Rocket and Brute. Are there any specific over-the-air wishes? The biggest thing is I hope that we see a card that is super not necessarily relevant right now get brought into relevancy. And so whether that be like an Adam Warlock, or to some extent like White Queen, Electra, some of the cards that just don't see play. But I don't think they'll touch White Queen or Electra. Those are more beginning cards. earlier collection level, I don't think they want those to be pretty simple to play, so I don't think they're going to ever change it. But I would like to see underplayed cards get some love versus just nerfs all the time.
Oh, snap.
No guard left, Dino mid maybe? We could. I'm going to play out the Moonstone and see if maybe we can win this Bar Sinister lane. Beginner cards should still be playable. I agree. They should still be good and be playable, and they are just in like early collection level. And so I think it's a little bit that they want the beginning gameplay to be rather a little bit more on the basic side, so it's easier to like calculate and anticipate those effects to like really get you hooked in. And then the flip side of that, I also think it's a little bit so that they'll sell more cards. Like if the beginner cards were super strong and even like came close to like the power level of the other like 3-cost cards in that slot, 4-cost, then I think you sell a lot less, push a lot less new cards. So I think there's less incentive for them to go back and revisit those old cards. As unfortunate as it is. Then Unemployed Swiggy with the Hydrate Reminder. I appreciate you. You guys are keeping me on pace to make sure I get my gallon today. I have maybe like one more cup after this one. Now, Super Giant, I think, would be one that we could see a buff from. We lost Rogue. Oh. We lost Rogue. Super unfortunate to lose Rogue. Do we think they play it on 3? Or do we think they play it later on? My only prediction is Bob 1-4. I think there's a good chance of Bob 1-4. Ah, I took a gamble and it was wrong. I was thinking if they were going to do it, they would do it this turn. On 3 Hood is kind of good. But once they steal the left lane, it won't matter. For speed left. To throw off the chance of that they pull the correct card. If they don't play the Rogue this turn, we will. There's the Rogue. And it hits the Victoria hand. It's super unfortunate. Go for this. It'll allow us to do a cheap speed, which gets doubled up by Moonstone, which is nice. We have the duplicate Demon. So we can do Speed, Demon, and then Valentina or Shadow King. Probably Valentina, though, just for higher power output. So they may have gotten our Victoria hand, but hopefully we're fine. They might have a Killmonger, actually.
I want the throne.
Spoken into existence. Shop or Shap Attack?
Hey, welcome. It took you
Thank
long
you so
enough.
much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Let's go Speed, Demon. 7, 11. So we could just tie the right lane. Got my boosters. Glumshanks. Hopefully the rest come through pretty quickly. Oof, big death. Baron Zemo is going to pull our Hydra Bob, which is also devastating. We tie left, but we lose mid, and we don't even compete in right. We got absolutely bamboozled. And then and Agnostics said, my first comment here, just started watching yesterday after some YouTube videos. Just wanted to say that I really like that Untapped also works on Twitch. Yes, it's an add-on that they created. And so I really like that, like, you can interact with the cards on the board, you can interact with the cards over to the side. So like if you're unfamiliar with what a card does, you, especially as a newer player, I think it makes that experience much, much better. I know, like, for me, as when I was playing Hearthstone, I got into it and I just kind of passively played in between expansions. And so when I would come back, I would sometimes watch streamers and I would have no idea what the cards did. So it was really helpful to have like an add-on that I could kind of thumb over to get the full text instead of Googling it for each one that I wasn't sure of. Go Valentina Maria. If maybe we can out 5, 6, 7. It's not great. The other alternative is Swordmaster, but that's the same power output. Is the add-on from my side or yours? So the one that you can thumb over on the Twitch is from mine. So I have it, and I actually run it for my games, but there's one specifically for Twitch. If there is something like that you want for a deck tracker of your own, then it's also Untapped. There's PC downloads there. But Hulk is big. But the Doom 2099 is pretty scary. Let's go Red Hulk. I guess we could also try Red Hulk in mid, knowing that we have to pretty heavily there. Wait, Freyberg, your premium mystery variant was a rogue avatar. Are you rare? Are you rare variant complete? Oof. The Legion is big. If they have a Doctor Doom, super, super big. Big Goliath. Down in Washington, D.C. They go up to what, 23? I don't think we can compete with 23. Would be 8, 9, 10, 11. Goes just to 20. Now, if we had a Victoria hand, we could go to 24. But without it, I think we're kind of out of luck.
Escaped.
And then Toatali said, hey, TLSG, what do you think of Invisible Woman in Apocalypse discard? I really like that you can tempo play cards like Corvus that might risk discarding Dracula or MODOK. And then it helps guard your Dracula. I think it could be an interesting tech, especially now that we're seeing a lot more Red Guardian. I haven't played around with it much to know like how it performs comparatively, but I do know that we have a lot of really good discard resources, so I'm guessing we would probably end up cutting the slot that's typically a Grandmaster for that, which Grandmaster sometimes is really, really good. Other times it just ends up kind of dead in your hand anyways. So I don't think it would be like that big of a loss if we don't get a big payoff from it. So it might be decent. We're looking at an Agatha deck. They have 6 in their deck. We have 7. So they drew an extra card at the start of the game. Between Wiccan, Anti-Venom, and Galacta, which do you recommend the most? If your collection is pretty big, if you have a pretty good collection, I would say Wiccan is very, very strong. Probably one of my most used cards right now. And then followed slowly by Galacta, and then finally Anti-Venom. Anti-Venom is cool at times, but a lot of times like you can get by without him. Welcome in, Mr. Brightside. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Big Gladiator copies our Victoria hand. Nasty. Love to see it. What a fortunate pull. They do get the discount on Iron Patriot. From Iron Patriot. But I'm sure... Fine. If they don't play it this turn, we'll get the Mirage and we'll copy it. This the peak swap again? Yeah, peak swap is tough. Copycat for Fenris? We got Fenris from our Mirage. And they haven't played... Oh, the Galacta was from Iron Patriot. Interesting that they locked in both left and right.
Opponent snapped.
We need at least 8 in the left, which we have with Fenris. Calling Wing gives us a good power output in the right, but I think we're going to lean in with speed for now. Oh. We're just going to go Fenris left for now. Big Moon Knight, so Hydra Bob is gone. No, speed's gone. They're Agatha. So they have the big Agatha output. They probably have Claw. Killmonger.
All systems go.
Ooh. If they don't have Ghost Rider to resummon Agatha, we get it with the Fenris, which is massive. Also, Moonstone onto the Victoria hand. Massive. What? A Juggernaut push plus Calling Wing, Hydra Bob. Kind of like this. I've been waiting for Wiccan in the token shop for a month. In Valentina like 2 or 3 times the last 2 weeks. You might get her at this point. Valentina is super, super underused. I like her in combination with like a Luke Cage, but she's not used very often at all. Can't win right? Yeah, we can't win right, but Fenris is gonna possibly pull up here. We can always snap so that Hydra Bob, I guess Fenris is always gonna pull something. Wait, did they not discard? Did they not discard Agatha? Oh yeah, there it is. Second Fenris. And what do we have in mid? I think Ebony Blade.
Victory.
I mean, we could have one left with Calling Wing over there. It was possible. Definitely a possibility. So I think we've regained the the bad spell that we had whenever the location first came up. We've been getting some pretty big wins. Yeah, I think token shop cards cycle on a loop. I don't think there's anything we can do to influence. And so I mean, it's possible that like, you missed a rotation. We lost our speed. Got Luke Cage. Snow Guard. Next up, we'll go probably Mirage, unless we had a better 2 cost. Juggernaut could help us out a lot in the Nexus. If we happen to draw into it. Hate the new peak? I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan at all. Like, I would rather my leftmost card get pigged than send it to the opponent. I mean, compared to the old peak, I think for the average deck, it's less debilitating, but get a follow-up Mirage. Until they play their Mirage, we can just go on a Mirage cycle. When was the peak changed? It was removed a while back, and it was just re-released today, about an hour ago. It's a good sub for Hydra Bob. Either Rocket or like a Nightcrawler if you need that movement flexibility, so you can cap out a lane and then move it out later. Or Kitty Pryde is decent. It plays into the Wiccan line a decent bit as well. Oof, their copycat did Iron Patriot.
Hey, welcome. It took you
Go
long enough.
Moonstone. I'm gonna hold Nico and see if maybe we can find the location change and turn off the Nexus. That may be our only hope at this point. And then Brevi, thank you so much for the 1 month at tier 1. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day so far. So Nico, destroy right now. We could copy the Nico. with the Frigga before Frigga dies. You all say that Gore is worth the 6,000? Only missing card for negative in my collection. If you like negative decks, I think Gore is great in there. He's always a pretty big like finisher, and I think in negative he kind of serves himself very, very well. Then there's our Victoria hand, which is nice to see. We do get the location change. Their big lockjaw is going to be tough to overcome. Right now they have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think actually Juggernaut's better, right? 8, 9, 10, 11, and then we go Victoria hand, Nico.
Snap.
Now, if they have a Juggernaut, then we lose. Order? Wait, what? I don't want Nico to change the location. Yeah, I don't want to change the peak location. Because if we do, there's a chance that it's a negative one. Something where like Bar with no name. Something where like we lose instead of win. Speed, big Pim arrow. Good. Isle of Silence. Isle of Silence could be really rough for us too. We are able to hold it down. The Juggernaut was huge. We had a lot of reach. Like, the cards they had here, the only one that generated was Pim Arrow, so it wasn't that big. But the three of ours ended up being pretty big. Seems like Pim left would have been really, really big for him, yeah. If they weren't trying to push as much power as they could into mid. Have $50 for 8 cubes. Hell's Kitchen keeps the Wiccan hope alive. Juggernaut is at this point I feel like I don't know, I feel like Juggernaut comes and goes, but he is such a game winner whenever it's a deck that can't really fill up multiple lanes very well. Yeah, the cube equity all-star for sure. Iron Patriot, or we go Victoria hand. Frigga into Wiccan, so we have the extra energy, the double extra energy. Pretty nice. Negasonic is another one that's like can be really, really good. It's just you have it. It's very dependent on priority for Negasonic, and so there's some times where I have it and I know like how or where I want to use it, and I can't get what I need to get done. Done. But Negasonic, I agree, is another good one, and that's probably more underrated right now than Juggernaut. New Peak feels absolutely awful. It doesn't feel great most of the time. I'll be honest. Morbius we can eventually take out with Rogue. Double Wiccan is great. And if we don't want the cards to leave Strange Academy, we can throw down our Hawk next turn. Why no Collector in the deck? I mean, you could go Collector. But typically it would only be like maybe a 2/8. So I don't know if it would be worth it. We need to try to grab priority here, I think. So like a Hawk. Or a hand. Do you ever go double Mirage? I think we'll try that. I'd like priority here so that we can hit him with a Juggernaut. Oof. With Scorn in the left, probably not. New Peak makes Quicksilver good. The Odinson. How so? Does Quicksilver go to the far left? If so, that's awesome. And I think it's much better to run, like, if you're running Wiccan, much better to run the Quicksilver versus, like, the Agatha stuff. Oh, I don't know. I was asking because I'm not sure. Moonstone was a beautiful top deck here. So the Rogue will turn off the Morbius. Then we just have to worry about Collector. I do kind of wish we had something a bit bigger in mid. You want to turn off hand? Wait. Turn off hand. Oh, Victoria hand. I guess we could have stolen Victoria hand, yeah. I just didn't think we were going to be able to compete for that middle lane. Yeah, we could have played Rogue in mid. I didn't think it was going to be enough to compete there. With the Moonstone, oof, just ever so slightly, we're able to steal the left lane away by 1 with the double Victoria Moonstone shenanigans. Super, super close. Well, and so big thoughts, if Quicksilver starts in the far left, we could kind of splash it into a much wider variety of decks, knowing that that location is out there, so that it steals a bad card.
Epic.
And then Carne. Guess what? What? I'm a little bit worried to ask. I shouldn't have been worried, because thank you so much for the resub at tier 1 for 6 months. We are so back. Welcome back, Carne. Thank you so much for the support. Hopefully you're having a good one. Ray Hill gave us a Victoria hand. How massive. Huge. Fast and Agent Venom. Big starting cards for him. Sandbar's not great for us, though. Hot location is actually not appearing that much. I feel like it'll start popping up much more tomorrow. Or later on, but yeah, I agree. Not that I'm mad about it. I'm not mad about it in the least. That it hasn't been popping up all that often. But Iron Patriot, Mirage, we should be able to win the right lane, I think, without playing a card there on 5. Ooh, big Heimdall. Also, I just now realized that there was a Subterranean out, and that we've dodged rocks incredibly well. Now that you've said it, you're guaranteed to pull a rock T6? Maybe.
Victory.
Have you played Balatro or Balatro? I've heard it pronounced both ways. I have. I played it a while back before it was in the contest for Game of the Year. I probably played it right around the time I played Hades 2, when Hades 2 came out. So it's been a bit, but I enjoyed it. It's really easy to kind of like sit down and just kind of get sucked into, I'll do one more run. I'll do one more run. Then all of a sudden it's been 3 hours. No, I wouldn't even say before it was cool, because it was still really, really big by the time I got introduced to it. So it wasn't even before it was cool. It didn't go, like, it wasn't as much in the limelight. But I do enjoy it. I haven't played it for a bit, but it is one that it's easy to sink a lot of time in. All right, goodbye speed. Hello, Agatha.
Opponent snapped.
They can have the pity ones. That's all right.
Escaped.
When it lines up, that combo or that deck works well. They were an Arisham Agatha deck too, it looked like, because they had 18 cards left in their deck. 2 copy cards, Moon Girl, Frigga, Nico, Reduce Mockingbird. They do. Because they didn't start, at those, once they're played, they didn't technically start in your deck. So they do. We lost our Victoria hand, didn't we? No, we haven't drawn Victoria hand. We lost our Iron Patriot again. Shit. Is Moonstone a must in this deck? I would say Moonstone helps the deck out, the consistency of it a lot. Like it may not be like an absolute must, but I think Moonstone helps elevate it dramatically. And then Wiccan's a tough one to sub out. But you could experiment with maybe a couple of like lower range cards that are just good for like the Moonstone line. What's the target for Moonstone? Double Victoria hand, or even single Victoria hand. Both are fantastic. You could try for the Hope instead of Wiccan, yeah. it's not as much energy cheat, but it's a good amount. Oh, I mean speed. Speed could be just any other 3 cost. So you could do Luke Cage. You could do either tech or power. Just kind of depends on like what you're feeling. You could do Red Guardian. Red Guardian is pretty strong. How heavily do we commit to interrupting their speed here? We're gonna go with it. I don't know if we needed to full send it that much, but I wanted to make sure that we had it unlocked. If we get a 2 cost, no, we can do Frigga to copy speed, which would be nice. Then we're gonna be looking to do like a Juggernaut. Frigga the Rogue. Would it be speed? Yeah, if you Frigga the Rogue, it'd be speed. Because at that point, Rogue's text has already been like taken and replaced. And then Rusty. I don't think I did your hydrate, but I appreciate the hydrate reminder. Almost done with this cup. Big duplicate speed, which Moonstone picks up on speed's ability when you play it in mid. Big rocket and Groot too.
All systems go.
Right now they could shift up to 8 power over to the right.
Snap.
We're gonna give it a shot. Their Bob could move over to the right, if so, that's fine. It could move to the left. I think the speed is enough to overpower, like, if we get negatively afflicted by this rocket. And we'll be able to scale these two up to 24, which is nice too. Thickless, do you think that the deck is viable without Hydra Bob, Iron Patriot, Fury Hand Speed, Frigga, Moonstone, or Wiccan? I mean, it'll be a different deck, but yes. No idea, but if you play Agatha Thanos, who ends up on the far left? Good question, I'm not sure. Ah, super scroll. Wins it by 2. And then their Hydra Bob leaves. I forgot about the Hydra Bob movement. We are able to hold down the 4 thanks to their Hydra Bob retreat. And then Petro, you could always throw it together and jump into a like Proving Grounds Conquest just to see which one pops up first. That was a tight one. So after the initial carnage of the hot location, we've made a really big comeback. Up to top 316. I am going to run to the restroom real fast, and so we're going to jump over into a 2-minute ad break, and then we'll be right back, you guys. He ain't running. I saw him walk. Very true. It wasn't that much of an emergency. Oh, and Monkey Kong, you said the answer is Agatha? Interesting. Next up, we have Cocoa Bird. I think Cocoa Bird absolutely took me to the cleaners earlier today. It'd be nice to get a few of those back. Be right back, just fixing my Thanos deck. Best of luck to you. Let's go Falcon. Just in case we end up needing or drawing into Wiccan. I want to keep the Wiccan curve going.
Gotta run, hun.
Ooh, they lost Black Cat. It's an Agatha deck. I think we push pretty heavily to win Baxter Building. And if we do that, we win the game. Because they can't do anything in Miniaturized Lab.
Snap.
One with the Agatha Thanos Arson deck it built. Whew. What a build indeed. Scarlet Witch, so we could rip away TVA. Oh, they have priority. No, they don't. We do.
Time's up.
Opponent snap.
Hey,
Our
welcome.
Hydra
It
Bob
took you long
mate
enough.
leaves. With the Hydra Bob moving. Is this a Hella deck? It's an Agatha Hella deck. Roderick Thomas, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one. With Hydra Bob jumping out of the Baxter Building, I think we leave this one. Like, we could try to lean into, like, a Juggernaut.
Escaped.
But if they had a Ghost Rider, or even if not, whatever they have that's big, we end up having only 3, 4, 5 power here, so it's a tie. Comes down to the point differential. Wait, Rodrigo. Sorry. Rodrigo Thomas. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Yeah, Ghost Rider was a possibility. Yeah, I've been seeing Agatha decks. That was just the first one that was an Agatha Hella deck. Can't pick any more of these up. We're making really good progress, too. Love the streams and the videos. I'm so glad that you're enjoying them. You guys are the reason that I'm able to do this. Like, I enjoy the game so much, and I'm so glad that you guys enjoy the content that I put out for it. Let's go Snow Guard. Another Agatha enjoyer. Ghost Rider, big. Messes up the Black Knight tremendously. We could go Patriot or Victoria Hand. I think we go Iron Patriot.
Oh, snap.
Would Ghost Rider have mattered? You had priority? It would have, because mid would have been a tie. So By them snapping, our Hydro Bomb moved out of mid. And so we only had the 3 and the 2 for a total of 5. It still hit the peak. Rough. The last location. Well, it is what it is.
Opponent snapped.
That one.
Escaped.
Could have just used Blink into Hella. That too. If we had a way to be winning in mid, if we had a way to be winning in mid, then I probably would have stayed to find out. But since it was a tie, we had no chance of winning the tiebreaker. So I couldn't even like lie to myself and say for the content because there was 0% chance to win. All right, let's go with Maria Hill here. We could always go Snow Guard plus Hydro Bob, but I like the option from Maria. Iron Patriot, not bad. Professor X if we can get it down. I think we'll do this to try to fight for that Iron Patriot discount as much as possible. Oscorp Tower is awful there. Let's go Wiccan. After that, we'll probably lock it down with Professor X. We might leave one space free because Hydro Bob can still jump over in that lane. You have a demon over there. Guess we could Juggernaut Professor X. Juggernaut Professor X. And then we're just looking for the opening in one of the other lanes after that.
Snapped.
And then I'm Ace Villain. Congratulations on all the drops. Hopefully you get something amazing from it. Hopefully your premium mystery variant is good. And I'm glad I could help you reach the drops. Big US agent. For an 8-cuber, this follow-up here is not fantastic. Best chance. I don't know that it's a good one. It's a chance nonetheless. Free the Juggernaut. This is the last turn. And we threw. I guess we could have played it, but it would have almost capped us out here is what I was thinking. I guess it probably would have been fine. But the last turn Juggernaut I think would be pretty deadly because it could push over into Monster Island. I don't know that we beat the Havoc and Thena scale here. Is it a tie? Yeah, it's a tie in mid, but we lose the right. Ugh. First turn pulls Modok and discards in my hand, including Hela. Oh. Monkey Kong. That is an unfortunate. It feels like you've had a few unfortunate games in pretty rapid succession.
Legendary.
Nice. Nice. Did you stream before Snap? I streamed for about maybe between a week and a month. Years before. I was gonna be a variety streamer. And then I realized that I didn't know how to like cross promote myself. I didn't know like what made something or like people or streamers interesting, and especially variety streamers. I feel like that's the hardest one to like just sit down and start and break out into. You have to be a very big personality most of the time to succeed in that role or in that like style of streaming. And so I had given up and wasn't creating any kind of content until Snap came around, and I started with YouTube videos, and then those blew up, and so then slowly started dabbling into streaming as well. I'm gonna save the Mirage. Let's go Victoria hand here. Is there a replacement for speed? Rough stuff. Lost our Wiccan. Stuff indeed. A replacement for speed. Honestly, any other like good value 3 cost. You could go Red Guardian. Red Guardian has quite a bit of good utility in tech right now. That would probably be the one that I would try out first. You could do Rocket and Groot. Yeah, Rocket and Groot would be a pretty good sub as well. And then Dino, you said you were my first Snap creator follow. Bring back the basket. I need to. I need to bring back the basket. It's only fair. We have the bigger US agent. Go Mirage. I'm half tempted to still play Moonstone and Daily Bugle. Because right now it's only -2 that the Moonstone will be afflicted. Captain America? You could do Captain America, but it would be very limited to playing it into the Victoria hand lane. It would almost be better for maybe like Punisher. Big Aranya. And the Madam Web here too. Let's go Moonstone. And then Trevi, do you have a regular schedule on when you stream on Twitch? I don't have one set right now. Because the games have been kind of in a in-between state, so I did a little bit of Pokemon Pocket. I've done primarily Snap, and then I haven't been creating content on it, but I've been playing Marvel Rivals on the side. And so I don't have a set schedule. I know for the next 3-4 days, Bear Left. If we did Bear Left, we would lock in our Shadowland as well, right?
I am the Sorcerer Supreme.
Dagger is going to be massive. Juggernaut, not great. But if they move the dagger, they lose here. Maybe there's a weird shot. Last 4 games in a row, opponent quit when the peak location was revealed. Yep. Yep. I feel that. It's definitely not a super fun location. Like if you're running the Agatha stuff, I think it's fun for a short spurt, but I think it's kind of novel. I think it gets or will get old quickly. Curious. You gambled and got Moonstone with 1. Huge docky. Big dagger. Yeah, and we can't overpower this left one. Yeah, it's... I completely ignored the fact that they had Frigga that copied their dagger. Oh. That was such an easy leave. Like... There's no reason to stay there. Such an easy leave. But by missing the Frigga. Yeah, I misplayed it. I'm curious. Let's see. Let's see if there's any stats for the new location.
Hey, welcome.
Yet.
It took you long enough.
And then, Wosi, thank you so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate you. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. Let's see, for the current location, we'll go down to 20. There's a couple Agatha decks that are doing decently. But what's winning the most is a Wiccan deck. 79.2% win rate. It runs Iron Patriot and Victoria Hand, but it does not use Moonstone. I'll run it in just a second. Is Lady Sif necessary today? I would not necessarily. Like typically, if like on turn 1, you can tell if it's an Agatha deck. So at most you're gonna lose 1 off of those games, which is kind of frustrating, but you know, not into the world either. Get a free wasp, which is nice. Go Moonstone. We can always copy a free Silver Samurai if we want to. But then we're going to be discarding some low power plays. So if they don't fill up mid this turn, if we get Juggernaut huge, Rogue could potentially win it for us. We just need to be kind of cautious of how big they can go. What is the app you're using for tracking? It's untapped, so I should give you a link. And then Visible, you said, love your content, would love to watch you play an only Rivals deck. That would be interesting. You got Scarlet Spider, Black Widow, Iron Fist. Magneto, Hulk, Iron Man. And Pone's alone with the posture check. I appreciate you. The Patriot here is pretty scary. I think we're just gonna leave it. There's an Ultron, and we're cooked.
Escaped.
Just wanted to pop in and say, GG. Pleasure to meet you on the battlefield. Elder Leaf, always a good game. It was definitely a good game. I'm glad you popped in to say, hey, how have your games been in general since the location? Might have been all over the place. Like, I feel like before the hot location, I was able to kind of navigate almost every deck. But with that one, there's like an extra layer of RNG heaviness that like sometimes you just can't hold your own against. All right, let's go ahead and jump in with deck 21. This one right now on Untapped, in top infinite for the current location is showing as one of the highest win rates. Showing at 80% since the hot location popped up. Now, granted, tiny sample size. Tiny, tiny, tiny sample size. But good initial stats. Got a pretty cool variant from the drops. But it's from Kang. Oof. F-moo. Maybe one day. Maybe one day he'll be playable. I feel like he probably would have received a more higher priority rework had that been the line or the storyline that the movies, the MCU was still like, investing into. But instead we have things like Doom 2099 in that like path instead. So Iron Patriot, Rocket and Groot is a great follow-up to it. And then we might be able to do some kind of tournament sometime. I know that there's a lot of things that are involved in it, in like the setup process. And like if I've always told my community if I ever do one, I want to make sure it's a good, well organized, pretty big one. They either get our Galacta or our Wiccan, which is interesting. But with Rocket and Groot absolutely coming in huge for us. Let's follow it up with the Wiccan. Spectrum's not super big with what we have in hand currently, but I'm still going to snap it. Probably should have snapped it last turn. Yeah, Kang has been abandoned just like in the MCU, which is unfortunate. I think there were a lot of cool paths that storyline could have went with. But I also get why. I get why it was abandoned. And then the Anchor God with the Hydrate Reminder. Appreciate you. We can go Mirage to get one of their demons. I think would be nice. And then 6, 7, 8, it'd be, what, Alioth, Spectrum last turn? So I don't know that Mirage is even the play we go with. I'm pretty sure we would want to go, I guess not, with the 1 cost. We're not buffing anything except for getting the 6 power from Spectrum. I got top 100 with Sauron yesterday. Whoa. You said Maw is a good counter to Mirage? Okay, I could see that. I could see it being a pretty good counter to it. Do not get the demon. And our rocket is scaling so much. This goes down to 10. We would need something extra here. When and if they play over here. It's a question of if this is enough. Can confirm, pulled 2 Maw with Mirage earlier. Luckily my deck also ran Spectrum's better. We couldn't... Oh, we could have played Spectrum over there, couldn't we? No, Spectrum was the better line. If we lose by that 1 point, so sad. No, it turned out to not matter.
Victory.
But it would have been, what, 2 points more with the Spectrum instead of the Nico. I don't know why I did Nico. Do you have a team channel or best person to contact? So we have a Discord. I don't have any mods that are super active right now. But Discord is probably the best place to catch me like after a stream. That Quicksilver variant looks like Molt. What, this one? It does. It does, like the facial structure. I think it reminds me a lot of Molt. All right. You said 24-hour snap stream? No, Straws. I'm not able to do a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna have to pick up my son at some point after he gets out of school. But I'll go absolutely as long as I can. I would love to do a 24-hour during the drops, just with like the elevated numbers. I think it would be really fun to do, but not in the cards for today. And I'm glad you're able to catch a stream too. He's old enough to walk home, certainly. Yeah. Yes. He is. But it's quite a walk. Quite a walk for sure. It's just time for a quick set of ads. How's the deck been performing? It's been performing really well. Actually, I just switched to this Wiccan deck. Let me see. Stats wise, I yanked it off of Untapped. Stat wise, for this featured location, it's been doing. It was around 80% just in like the 24 games that somebody played. And then for my stats, I've only played one, so it's 1-0 right now. And so we're gonna jump over into just a quick ad break, and then we will be right back in just a second. Having trouble joining the server. Did I do the exclamation point Discord a second ago? Oh, I did. That's the link that has typically been working. What's your opinion on Moonstone? I like Moonstone. I don't think she's insane. I think there are some hands where she does some crazy output. But she's a card that I think has a good amount of potential. They have our Quicksilver. We got their Human Torch. And so, if I can figure out how to play the card, oh man. Come on. Resize the window. I can't, it's in full screen. How unfun. Alt F4? Alt F4 would probably work, Lufa. I think it wouldn't pop up because I couldn't move this card and force it to, like, restructure, unfortunately. Super rough. Oh well. We may not have even been able to grab Wiccan. All good. Rocket and Groot, however, is actually pretty good in Shuri's lab. Every time they continue to play into Madam Web, we're just gonna chip away at it, bit by bit. We have the cheap helicarrier, which is nice. And if they ever pick up like the Vulture or the Dagger, we might be able to copy it with Mirage. Galacta. I think bounce move gets hit on this week on over there. I feel like it is super strong in the right hands. And so I could definitely see it maybe taking a hit. But if it's only showing that strength at like their high end, and it's not showing it across the board, then maybe not. I am sad because we could have gotten the Wiccan bonus, but we weren't able to play the Human Torch because of the sizing issue. I think I would like to see some kind of small change to the move bounce. Because move, Madam Web, Frigga, like that package is just so strong. But I think it's typically only at the higher end. Because it's a more difficult deck to play. And I think on top of that, it's taxing. You have to do a lot of considerations for each move. Which gets tiring very fast. You can't just like steamroll it and play X on turn 1, play X on turn 2. We know they have a Doctor Strange. Also, they have a huge Vulture. Just absolutely massive Vulture. If they were to play Doctor Strange, where would they play it? You have the Doctor? No, I copied it with Mirage. I didn't steal it, I just copied it. Moby said, and yet I'm wrong again. So I think the biggest thing or the biggest consideration that would push them to mid instead of left is that with us having Galacta mid, we're much more likely to play our cards into one of these two lanes rather than mid. And so that was my thought process anyways, was that with us having Galacta, we get more benefit from playing Goliath left, so therefore we're more likely to play it left. And a hydrate reminder from Glumshanks. I appreciate you. Keeping me hydrated. Which is also why we have so many restroom breaks. A big vulture packs less of a punch moving into lab. True. Also very true. Play 4 cost cards or win 20 or more. I think we'll get this one faster, so grab that. All right, next up we have Snap Crack. First location was Project Pegasus. We can get pretty good mileage from some of our cards. Like Mirage is probably going to pull a higher cost card. They just get to outright play their Agatha. Unfortunate. They have a Quinjet. Ah, they get our Victoria hand. Then we get their Quinjet. Not necessarily what we wanted to see. With only one card in hand. And really all that we're potentially generating is what? Kate Bishop? And I guess now with Iron Patriot we could generate additional ones. No speed right though. Our follow-up speed is 1 cost. I think it's insane value. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and jump out of this one. Imagine having Victoria Hand on board with cloning vats. Yep. Copying a Victoria Hand in cloning vats. If you play all 4 of them there, they end up being like the 3 that were copied, 2, 4, 6, 8, end up being 11 power each. And so you're putting a lot of pressure here, as well as having a lot of like extra reach into these other lanes. You could potentially have like a big Moonstone. You have the last Victoria Hand after filling up this lane. Just a lot of value in Victoria Hand cloning vats. I got it in a game earlier today, just once. Crack Snap. It was a good location, and then it just kept getting better. And so then you getting my Victoria Hand was huge. There was just no coming back from that. So Komodo, we end up sending them the Quicksilver. Hey, it worked that time. It worked the game before. We end up sending them the Quicksilver, and we get their Gwynpool, which is kind of nice. Altar of Death. I mean, we can get power over there with Rocket and Groot eventually, so it's not... I don't think it's like an immediate treat necessarily. I think we're going to see if maybe we can grab priority. No, we're not going to, are we? Not quite. Big destroyer. Because then we can do it into like a rocket and brute plus Pim arrow and guarantee that it's going to hit. But without priority, they are more likely to just kind of ignore it. Or we can't guarantee that it's going to scale
welcome.
at all.
It took you long enough.
That's what I was trying to express. I think we're gonna go. I think we're gonna full send mid. And then Steve O'Babble, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Very much appreciate the support and appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a great one so far. So if we go heavy into the lake, I guess it doesn't matter because then the destroyer. I don't know why we're fighting so hard for a discount on the destroyer that we're not gonna play. We still don't have priority shoot. We can tie the Altar of Death at best. Big Mysterio? We do have mid locked in. Fine. I guess not. Guaranteed. I think we only win if we play Destroyer. This is the way. This is the way. We'll send it. Bob Snap might be a play. I am worried about this lane, though. Yeah, but the Bob Snap definitely has my attention, too.
Snap.
Oh, wait. Hold on. We could? Hold on. If we don't think they're going to get anything into this lane... We could do it. We would have the 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. It's surprising. It, like, Bob's not guaranteed? Ooh, true. Bob's not guaranteed at that point. You're right. Thanks for talking sense to me. In that case, it's just Wiccan. You're a madman. Send it. We're gonna try this. Do it anyways. That might be the way to win. Like those surprising, weird play lines. Oh no, the Captain Marvel. Not marvelous for us. Didn't matter anyways. If we had it the other way, the Captain Marvel. I wasn't expecting the Marvel. It's big. We were almost big brain cooking, and then all of a sudden we weren't. Why must bad things happen to TLSG? I mean, the Captain Marvel was a good play. It was a big play. It did look cool. Like finding that line looked really cool. We just weren't quite able to pull it home. And an Ingrid, that streamer guy, indeed. All right, let's go with the Quicksilver. I was filling up my cup. I ran out of water for hydration. Actually, just poured the last of the gallon in here. Okay. White Palace is a little unfortunate. I mean, we get rid of it at least. Very least. As a baby Snap player, the first time Grand Portal gave me Destroyer, I was so excited to play him. I didn't read his owner's bill. Oh no! I mean, to be fair, as a baby Snap player, I built him into decks and still misplayed him quite often. So no worries at all. It happens to the best of us. Let's go Wiccan next turn. As long as we don't draw Agatha, will be probably Galactus into a Teelan. What did they discard with Sith?
I want the throne.
Agatha. Stole their Pim Arrow. Kind of want to snap it, but I also respect the fact that they can burst quite a bit with like a Ghost Rider. It is a very big pin.
I'm coming for you.
If we fill it up, that is. We will be able to fill it up. I mean, I think we have a decent shot. We just needed to not draw Agatha. Exactly. We needed to dodge Agatha the entirety of that round.
Victory.
Attila came in and saved the day for us. Next up we have Andival. The first location, Hellfire Club, we have Hydra Bob and Quicksilver. I'm going to hold the Quicksilver in case we get hit with the featured location. Then they can just have our Quicksilver, that's fine. I would much rather lose that than Victoria Hand. So we're going to strategically keep that card over in the left. And so the Odinson, I'm not sure if you're still hanging around, but you were right. Quicksilver, I definitely like it as kind of a tech to the location, for sure. And then Glum, I hope I get the credits before I have to leave today. Or before I have to leave. Could be either one. So with Morbius, we're looking at any number of discard decks. But I need to wait to deal with until last turn, like potential big discard. They could fit Dracula here. I think they're more likely to play it to the left, though. That's going to be my gamble. No Dracula. Scorn, discard, and... what's our next one? Blade. With Scorn, discard as well. Big. Really big house for them. Perfect curve, but Wiccan is AFK. Yeah. We don't want to throw Moon Knight. trying to decide how I want to play it, because I think we waste the grapple arrow. I want to keep it open so they don't know like a guaranteed lane that they need to fight for. I disordered that so bad. I wanted the Pim to stay in the right lane. What am I doing? I didn't want to throw anything in the big house. I wanted it to primarily be looking at over here. And they have major prio. So we're gonna leave.
Escaped.
How did he not snap? I don't know. That was it was a really good line. He had like all the big pieces. The only thing he was missing, I think, was probably the like Dracula. But even still, absolutely massive. Yeah, discard is tough. I think that's one of the reasons why Red Guardian is so strong right now. Is because discard is so good. Like that's one of the only reliable ways to deal with Dracula. So I'm gonna snap them. They lost their misery, which especially typically in the decks that run misery, it's a pretty big piece, whether it be mill or something else. They get our Kate Bishop, we get their Mirage. We'll take the tradesies. We don't have Iron Patriot, which is kind of unfortunate, but we do still have the 1, 2, 3, 4 curve for the Galacta, which is going to be nice. Yeah, a discard deck with good draws can still be very viable even going against Red Guardian. When did the peak change to do that? Like 3 hours ago? A couple hours ago. I don't think they stack into the Victoria hand lane this turn, so I think I'm going to go Rocket and Groot mid. Oh, they do. Interesting, especially if I was going Frigga, I probably wouldn't have stacked the Frigga in that lane. Alright, let's go Galacta. Maybe we find Wiccan. If not, we have a pretty decent turn 6 play. If we can have priority, they probably would want to do a Victoria Moonstone left on the last turn. And so having priority, we could hit him with an Eliath. We can do this, or something like Speed, Kate Bishop, and then just go for the Eliath after that. But I do kind of like Wiccan to give us just a little bit more flexibility. Like, if we don't end up going Eliath, we can maybe do Speed, Hawkeye, something else. Maybe they're not going Moonstone. Maybe it's just an all-out hand deck. We don't have Prio, so no Eliath for us. But something like this I think might be okay. We could move the Rocket and Groot, but I don't know if we need or want that extra reach. Then Mopey Jones, I'm glad that you hung out today. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream, and hopefully you'll be able to finish off your drops sometime soon. Ah, we could have just went left. We might be fine, depending on how big Our 2 over here. Yeah. I think we're okay. It was the harder of the 2 roads, but we'll take the 4 cubes off of it. And it is time for a quick set of ads. We're going to jump over into a 2-minute break, and then we'll be right back, you guys. Did the rocket and Groot not trigger? If they had Luke Cage, it's been updated. It doesn't steal or get buffed from those triggers anymore. Do that one.
Legendary.
A lot of discard stuff. Now that we're running the Eliath one, we can slowly but surely finish the 6 costs.
Epic.
Someone's gonna have to take one for the team here in a second. These, like, someone could probably pick up all 3 of these and do it in like an Arisham deck. Probably on Conquest. Except we have Joachima. Feels like a bad word. Go with Quicksilver. Yeah, if they had Luke Cage, that would explain it. I don't know if they did or not. I think it might have been played on that last turn.
Opponent snapped.
Collapse Mine is rough. I do think we're gonna skip it, or skip to clear the Collapse Mine though. They probably snapped because they figure we're really reliant on the Wiccan. Wiccan is nice, but I don't think it's a necessity necessarily. Huge hit for the Iron Patriot there. Sniping that with the Rocket and Groot. Then, ooh, Frigga could copy it. We could also Galacta into Frigga. Nah, that wouldn't be great. Either way, let's go Galacta. That way we can start buffing the stuff we play to the left and right. That was a pretty good Mirage for him. It did snipe out the Victoria hand. They get another copy of it. Could always Victoria hand plus Copycat, which would give us another Victoria hand. But I think we do this. I think Mirage plus Speed to see if maybe we can get it where it needs to be. Move Groot. We could also move Groot, but then it's going to be locked into that left lane. I was considering moving it, but being so heavily locked here, I don't know. I guess we would still have priority going into the final turn. Try to set up maybe an Eliath if that's the direction we go. Fenris. Do they lose their Enchantress? And we do get a copy of the Victoria hand that they stole from us. So if we play both of them, we're only going up to 9. But I think it's definitely worth playing at least one. think we go something like this. Ooh, Rogue is huge over there. Victoria Hand, and then the Snow Guard. Not quite going to be enough. We are able to hold mid and right,
Victory.
even though they got the big speed play. Whew. Take the 4 from it. Go ahead and jump over into the next one. I definitely agree that moving the Rocket and Groot ended up being the right call. Next up, we have Mask. Onslaught Citadel is really good for the Victoria hand line. And potentially like a Kate Bishop. Also speed. And also Quinjet. Ooh. Cheap Moonstone? Absolutely massive. Go Kate Bishop, and it's cheaper, so we can get there a little bit easier. Engine John's Wasted Life said kept you on all day while I worked from home to get the drop. Thanks for the stream. Absolutely, John's Wasted Life. Hopefully work went well for you, and hopefully you got a good drop as well. Unless they play 2 cards right, then we fend off the Iron Patriot. I think I'm just going to play speed in the Onslaught Citadel. And with Quinjet, they might be able to play 2 cards. Ooh, Wiccan is massive here. Such a good hand setup. If they have a rogue, they probably use it onto the speed before Victoria hand and Moonstone comes down.
I'm about to juice this up.
Big discount from the Quinjet.
Hey, welcome. It took you long enough.
It was something like this. I know that... actually. We can't do that. The basic arrow wouldn't get buffed, would it? Nah, it's fine. We could also just go Moonstone now. Yeah, maybe we pull that. Modi Live, thanks so much for the Prime sub and support. Very much appreciate having you here. Hopefully you're having a good one. Now, Huge Devil Dino. They probably have another one lined up. As long as they don't take away our Moonstone Victoria hand, then this Acid Arrow in the left lane is going to be a... Oh no, we sent it their way. I was thinking it wouldn't come over. Oh well. Rogue hits speed. They definitely win that one. Yeah. Then we lose mid. Had we thrown basic arrow mid, we could have had it. We didn't need to play into Vormir. It was one of those kind of gambles. We didn't know. Acid mid. We could have done acid mid as well. But with the rogue hitting what it hit and knowing what we know now, the correct play was just play basic arrow on mid. But unfortunately, that one's going to be the last game that we have time for. I have to run over to my son's school or drive. I'm not going to run. I'm going to run over to my son's school to be able to pick him up. So let's raid you guys out. Thank you for the incredible stream. It has been absolutely phenomenal. We don't have too many people on. We have Sizer. We can go to... I don't think I've ever raided over into Pulse Blazer. Let's send Pulse Blazer. Pulse. So Sizer has been live. Hasn't been live for too long. How long has Pulse been live for? Oh, all right. We'll shoot over to Pulse. I appreciate you guys so very much. We will be live again tomorrow for the patch. Hopefully we see some, not patch, over there. Hopefully we see some big changes come about from it. But we're going to go ahead and kick off the raid. I appreciate you guys so very much. And I look forward to our next stream. Hopefully you guys have a fantastic evening, everyone. We'll see you guys around later.
Beings who are really awesome Marvel Snap people. You should be a wonderful part of this community. If it's only a small part of your life, consider making it a bigger one. Oh shit! Oh shit!